Good morning and Jai Hind, everyone. On behalf of the Chanakya Dialogues, I, Major Muhammad Ali Shah, take immense pride and pleasure in welcoming you all, largest geopolitical and national security conclave of India. May I now request the Editor-in-Chief of the Chanakya Forum, Mayor Gaurav Arya, please come ahead and give the welcome address.
Jai Hind. Respected Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan. Friends, veterans, and all of you have come here. I'm slightly overwhelmed today, seeing the reception, seeing the interest. Chanakya Dialogues has grown from strength to strength. I remember one day taking the decision that we must have something like the Chanakya Dialogues. And I didn't know how to go about it. So I landed up at the house of General Hasnain and said, "Sir, please help me." And it started from there, and this "please help me" has not stopped till now. And this is the third conclave, and it gives me a great deal of satisfaction and a very humbling experience too, that I see so many luminaries sitting here in this auditorium. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for actually coming over here and giving your blessings to this fledgling forum. With your blessings, I'm sure we'll grow from strength to strength. Now I invite Mr. Talwar to come on the stage and give a speech. Thank you, sir, and Jai Hind.
Respected and dear Chief of the Defence Staff, General Chauhan, actually so many luminaries from the armed forces that this day probably, I'm on behalf of the PHDCCI, your venue host, it is probably the proudest day in the 117-year history of this chamber. To have the honor of hosting the Chanakya Dialogues, not only for what they stand in substance and content, but more than that, to get the footfall, the wide shoulders, and the strength of the luminaries and the chiefs from every part of the armed forces in India. We are all born in independent India. And there is one thing which is sacrosanct for all of us, and that is the borders of India. To say it in Hindi, वो सीमाएं हैं जिनको पार से कोई नजर उठा के देख नहीं सकता बुरी नजर से, और अंदर से अस्थिरता के लिए कोई ललकार नहीं सकता, क्योंकि हमारी तीनों सेनाएं हों, जल, थल, वायु, उनके रहते हुए इस देश की हिफाजत बिल्कुल कायम है और कायम रहेगी. That is taken for granted that the security of this nation, the peace of this nation which is bestowed to every child, woman and man in this country will always be available, because there are people अपनी जान का बलिदान दे सकते हैं, पर वो शांति के दूत भी हैं. They maintain peace inside, peace all over the world where they are told to go. But there are also people, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, who are willing to lay their lives down for the security and safety of every child, boy, girl, woman, man, and citizen of India, or for that matter, any foreigner who's here. We are the most proud as Indians to be a part and parcel of this dialogue today, because this represents the highest form of thinking, strategy or tactics, and the farsightedness which this civilization has earned its place in the history of mankind. We have never ever looked to go out on a military operation anywhere, a war anywhere, but we have also seen that this civilization preserves the dignity of mankind throughout its history. Sir, we are very grateful to you, all your colleagues, not only men but also women. You are very senior women now in the armed forces. And all of us carry only one treasure in our lives, that thanks to our service, thanks to our education, we have all been closely associated with each and every arm of the armed forces. I was telling the generals before you, sir, who are sitting here, that yes, whether it was the Baramulla in the Uri sector, whether it was Bomdila, Tenga, Dirang, Kabang, whether it was Shillong in the Air Force, Air Marshal Latif was there, whether it was Marshal of the Air Force, Arjun Singh Ji, whom we had the good fortune of working with, whether it was the Navy, Mumbai, in Cochin, in Goa, in Vishakhapatnam, Andamans, where we had the fortune of working, I think we've all grown up and reached this age. So since all of you are in service, you are definitely younger. Yes? So we have all grown up to enjoy the fruits of independent India thanks to the sacrifices, the discipline, and the foresight of our armed forces who have maintained the integrity of India like none other. We are truly very proud of you, sir. And as this chamber, we feel it's a greatest honor that you've given us, that from business now, with Prime Minister Modi saying that yes, he changed the paradigm, economic paradigm of this country on 15th of August 2019. We were all brought up on a dose of Garibi Hatao, working hard towards that. He changed it when he said, we will make a $5 trillion economy. Today, that's a gone, sir. That's a taken for granted $5 trillion. We are now looking at a $40 to $50 trillion economy by 2047. The 75th year, this is truly the Amrit Kal. We will be Atmanirbhar. We will be one of the strongest because power flows in from the economy. Despite the fact that we've all learned, it rests on the shoulders of a strong army. We welcome you here, sir, and we feel that this is one of those days when each one of us who had the privilege of being educated here, serving here, then going into business here, we hope that our children will see a much better future thanks to all of you. We are grateful and we hope that this will be a permanent venue and we shall live up to it, and we shall keep this going as good as it is today with all your benign presence. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence, and thank you all the gentlemen, the very distinguished gentlemen and ladies who are here to have come to this Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are grateful to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talwar, for those wonderful words. The gentleman, there was a time when India used to be in awe of countries like Israel, Russia, USA. But today, we have come to a time, to a stand, where countries are actually looking up to India. Why has that happened? That's happened because of Atmanirbharta. We are self-reliant, we are self-sufficient, we are on our own feet today, and there are countries like Philippines where we are exporting equipment as well. I now have the proud pleasure and privilege of welcoming General Anil Chauhan, CDS, who needs no introduction at all. Well, I am overwhelmed to welcome the CDS, sir. Sir, thank you very much for taking our time. Who would be speaking on Atmanirbharta, aiming the armed forces. Sir, please, may I welcome you on stage, sir.
distinguished guests, veterans, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I must compliment Chanakya Forum and Major Gaurav Arya in particular for organizing this conclave on the contemporary theme of Rising India in the Amrit Kal of a nation. Today I'll be talking about Atmanirbharta as a concept actually, its relevance and its role in enhancing defense preparedness of a nation. India as a nation is on an exhilarating journey of opportunity, innovation and transformation. We plan to become a major player in field of manufacturing, especially defense manufacturing and defense research and development through a range of policy changes by the government and initiatives of the private industry and entrepreneurs. I see this because I can see the green shoots of transformation and change, at least in the non-defense sector of our economy, partly alluded to by Mr. Talwar, Chairman PhD. India is emerging as the third largest ecosystem for the startups globally, and over 84,000 startups recognized by the government exist today. As on September last year, we are home to 107 unicorns, out of which 63 were added in the last 2 calendar years only. This signifies the upward trajectory of transformation that the nation has embarked upon. In terms of nominal GDP, we are already the fifth largest economy, and by 2024, we hope to overtake Germany to become the fourth largest economy in the world. Economic growth, coupled with our soft power, technological advancements, demographic dividend, democratic and inclusive governance, acceptability at international and regional forums, ability to stand up to coercion and intimidation to defend our territory, and consolidation of our diplomatic, information, military and economic instruments of national power are contributing to the rise of India's comprehensive national power. During my address today, I'll be focusing upon the military aspects of this concept of DIME and how to enhance it through this concept of Atmanirbharta. Allow me to begin by underscoring the importance of indigenous defense manufacturing for India. For long, actually, India has been a major arms importer, and consequently, the operational preparedness of our forces has been dependent heavily on foreign OEMs for military hardware. I believe that its situation is not sustainable in the emerging geopolitical environment. Let me explain this briefly. You see, the global security environment currently is in a state of flux, and the new order is yet to crystallize. New alignments, new alliances, new linkages, new partnerships are on the anvil, which give rise to a sense of uncertainty among nations, among global and regional institutions, and even among economic unions and alliances. Post-World War II, the transatlantic Anglo-Saxon alliance could not unite Europe the way actually the Russian invasion of Ukraine has done. On the other hand, Russia and China are getting closer, with Iran actually joining this particular bandwagon. India has close relationships both with the West as well as the Russians. That places us very uniquely in this geopolitical construct. A quick regional scan of Europe and Asia would indicate that nations are bracing up for the looming prospects of uncertainty, instability, and a major change in the global order. This is reflected in the changed national security strategies of many nations, besides from the increasing defense budgets of most countries. Let's look at a few pointers in this regard. Japan. Japan's defense-oriented policy has added counter-strike capability in the recently released National Security Strategy in 2022. Prime Minister Kishida has announced an increase of defense budget from the current 1% of GDP to almost 2% by 2027. UK. They had to refresh their integrated review actually, which they had done only in 2021, and they have come out with a refreshed integrated review in 2023, which describes this particular time in the world as a epoch-defining challenge being posed by China, and proposes to add another £5 billion in the next 2 years and they want to increase their GDP, which they spend on the defense, from 2 to about 2.2%. Russia, owing to the conflict in Europe, Russia's spending on internal and external security is likely to be increased by 25% and would be more than $132 billion. China, in order to continue with forced modernization of the People's Liberation Army, China's defense budget has been increased by 7.2% March this year. Germany, in February last year, German Chancellor Scholz called the conflict in Ukraine as living through a Zeitenwende, which literally means a turning point in history. He went on to unveil additional funding of 100 billion euros and a commitment to spend about 2% of the GDP on defense. Poland, another country, which has now emerged as a frontline state, is thinking of increasing its expenditure on defense from 3% of the GDP to almost about 5% of the GDP. Look at Czech Republic, which is another country nearby. They're changing the whole equipment paradigm. Whatever the hell was of Soviet or Russian origin is going back to Ukraine, and they're arming themselves with a new set of equipment which is Western in origin. South Korea, in mid-term defense plan 23-27, announced on 28th of December last year, South Korea will be spending close to $269 billion US dollars in the next 5 years, which would be an annual increase of almost about 6.8%. And I've just spoken about countries where traditionally there has been no conflict actually. We haven't even touched Africa and Asia, where the conflict is perennial and perpetual. So the structure of global defense industry consists of mutually self-supporting nations and is characterized by multiple supply chains involving hundreds of suppliers. I'm not sure if the global defense industry is geared to meet this surge in demand which I just spoken about. Furthermore, black swan events, like pandemics, COVID pandemic, the Western sanctions against the Russians have already exposed the vulnerability of global supply chains, thereby affecting the operational preparedness of most of the armed forces. This churning in the defense industry and defense supply chains is leading to increased anxiety among security providers and strategists alike throughout the world. If I were to sum up the emerging trends in the area of defense capabilities, I would say that, firstly, there is a huge possibility of disruptions in the global supply chains due to unexpected surge in the demands and likely disruptions which could be caused due to events like pandemics, political or military crisis. The capabilities and intent, secondly, of major arms exporting nations may witness major realignment in times to come. Nations by themselves are also looking at diversifying their capabilities to cater for a long conventional kind of a war and for a short duration high-tech kind of a conflict. Technology, especially its disruptive character, is changing the nature of combat, thus putting armed forces under increased strain to modernize and innovate. Obsolescence management is becoming a challenge for most armies. Lastly, I can visualize a huge demand emerging for military equipment and hardware, not only in Asia but also in Europe. In such a situation, actually, the indigenous defense ecosystem is the safest bet for us because it guarantees assured supplies. Self-reliance and reducing import dependency is important for India to maintain its strategic autonomy and shoulder new responsibilities commensurate to its size and its economy. Even the whole economics of it actually makes sense because in India, it makes physical sense because in India there's a huge market. We got a recurring requirement and the numbers are always huge. Apart from the challenges, there's also, I see, as a big opportunity emerging as part of the global defense supply chains and about which we must become a part of. In order to meet the challenges posed by conventional and non-conventional threats, I believe that Atmanirbharta is the only mantra. Atmanirbharta, in my view, looks beyond the domain of production, procurement and supplies, or what is referred to as Make in India. I think there is a need for deeper introspection into this world itself, that Atmanirbharta. The world means more than self-reliance. In fact, actually it would mean self-realization. Look at the word itself, Atmanirbharta, the first part, Atman, actually it focuses on yourself, understanding yourself. So self-realization, self-actualization actually is a part of this word, Atmanirbharta. So its remit is beyond self-reliance in defense manufacturing. It is evolving an Indian thought process, Indian ideas, Indian concepts, Indian strategy, and Indian weapon system to meet challenges that are specific to our nation. We need to draw inspiration from a rich history and diversified culture to ensure that our strategies, operational art, and tactics are simulated by Indian thoughts, ideas, and are suitable to our environment. Defense manufacturing or self-reliance is an important concept. Of course, I told you that the remit is far beyond actually being self-reliance only. But then self-reliance is an important part of Atmanirbharta. At the same time, I must imply that self-reliance does not mean that we work in isolation from the rest of the world. The goal of self-reliance can only be achieved through active participation of domestic and global, civil as well as government defense sector, working together to make India a defense production hub. The size of our armed forces, standing at 1 million plus strong, juxtaposed with a huge inventory of simple to complex equipment, provides the very viable and attractive market for an opportunity for all to take part in it. A journey needs to evolve from actually make in India to make in India for India and for the whole world. Now let me talk about a few policy initiatives that have been taken by the government in this regard. The government has adopted a whole of nation approach and has undertaken several policy initiatives brought in reforms to encourage indigenous design, development and manufacture of defense equipment. Some of these initiatives are the simplification of industrial licensing system, with a longer validity period, increase in foreign direct investment FDI limit to about 74%, notification of 4 positive indigenization list, almost with about 411 items, earmarking funds for research and development and providing financial support to MSMEs and encouraging participation by the local industry, earmarking 75% of our capital procurement budget through domestic industry, and last year we did achieve it in the financial year which is just gone by, and encouraging the private industry in defense manufacturing and providing them with a level kind of a playing field. The government has also established dedicated defense industrial corridors in Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh. Investment worth 2,200 crores have already been made in Uttar Pradesh and about 3,800 in the Tamil Nadu Defense Industrial Corridor. The Defense Acquisition Policy 2020 introduced a slew of conceptual, structural and procedural reforms in the acquisition procedure, which has created an environment in which industry is playing a vital role to meet the operational and security needs of the armed forces. It encourages ease of doing business and emphasizes on simplification, delegation, reduction in timelines, and making the process as industry friendly as possible. There are a couple of other initiatives which have been taken jointly by the Ministry of Defense and the services themselves. Innovation for Defense Excellence, IDEX, was launched to foster innovation and technological development in defense, aerospace and engineering, and engaging MSMEs, startups, individual innovators, R&D institutes, academia, etc. Under this particular program, we've covered a long way actually. We've identified almost about 256 odd challenges we've given to the industry to innovate and give it to the services. We've introduced this Defense Innovation Startup Challenges, DISC 1 to 9. A couple of them were specific to aerospace industry, some were for cyber. The Navy has come out with their own. We have this DISC Prime, in which the funding was increased for this people who win this competition from 1.5 crores to almost about 10 crores. And grants of almost about 2,000 crores have been given to all these innovators who have won competitions or met these challenges which the services have identified. And that's not all. Secretary DRDO is here. They have also introduced this Technology Development Fund as an initiative to promote young entrepreneurs And as on date, this scheme has almost about 165 technologies which are being internalized and has provided funding to almost about 254 crores. Features such as Dare to Dream, Project Monitoring Group, and Shared IPR makes TDF, Technology Development Fund, an attractive scheme to enable our industry to contribute in greater measure to defense modernization at a rapid pace. Now we'll talk about what has been the success of these kind of initiatives that the government has put in place, or what services have actually put in. It's very heartening to see that the government vision has been supported by the DPSUs, private industry, MSMEs, as well as the three services. Today, our defense industry is already manufacturing wide variety of military hardware such as tanks, armored vehicles, guns, fighter aircraft, helicopters, warships, submarines, missiles, radars, EW systems, and much more to meet the requirements of the defense forces, as well as for exports. This has led to an increased share of domestic procurement, which has been on the uptrend. In 2018, the share of domestic procurement used to be 54%. The same has increased to 68%, about which I just mentioned, and 25% of this 68% actually has gone to the private sector and not to DPSUs. Towards enduring sustenance of the existing inventory, the Directorate of Indianization in the Army, Naval Innovation and Indianization Cell, the Indian Air Force base repair depots have Indianized more than 96,000 products and spent more than 600 crores on this. This aspect of Indianization of spares, maintenance, repair and overhaul, MRO, midlife upgrade and life extension of the existing inventory of the armed forces will find major attention and impetus by the services in the next few years. What I initially spoke to you about, that IDEX and TDF etc. challenges, they were more looking at innovative kind of things. They were not looking at in-service equipment and the maintenance of that. I think that now the focus will be on maintaining this particular equipment through Indianized kind of means. It will have its own challenges, but that's where the focus would be now. I believe that defense manufacturing is the new sunrise sector that will witness a major growth in the near future. To elucidate my point, I take the example of the 4 positive Indianization lists. As of December 2022, out of the 411 items which I mentioned, contracts have been awarded for 63 and acceptance of necessity has been accorded for another 127 items, which have a combined value of more than 3,44,000 crores. These PILs, in my view, are expected to generate business over 9 lakh crores over the next 10 years if we are able to produce all this, what I mentioned in the PILs, through the defense industries, our own domestic industry. During the recently concluded Aero India 2023, it was heartening to note that the defense aerospace industry has come of age. As many as 700 domestic companies participated in this particular event. Overwhelming response and innovative solutions by the startups and innovators was indicative of the positive effect of policy measures undertaken by body and the services. This was a good forum which brought together policymakers, users, development agencies and production partners on a common platform. This has also given rise, to defense exports, about which now we'll make a brief mention. So these government initiatives such as ease of defense industrial licensing, relaxation in export controls, line of credit for foreign countries to import defense products, realignment of the offset policy has given impetus also to defense exports. We have set defense export target of almost about $5 billion by 2024. Today we have more than 100 items which we are exporting to almost about 85 countries. The value of all this for this particular financial year has reached to almost about 16,000 crores. And that's a major change. And 80% of this actually, whatever defense exports has been done, has been by the private industry and not by the defense PSUs. But traditionally, the requirement of military has driven innovation, and the same has found civil application later. Internet, radar, digital photography, satellite navigation, and many such innovations were initially designed to meet the requirements of the armed forces. However, owing to the pace of technological changes and its adaptation, there is a paradigm shift wherein the academia innovates, industry produces, and the military adapts. Therefore, in order to catapult a nation into a hub of innovation, manufacturing, self-reliance, and becoming a net exporter of defense equipment, the troika of academicians, industry, and military practitioners will have to work in close sync with each other. Our defense industry is on the runway, gathering speed to take off and reach greater heights. Our combined goals can be achieved only through working together, investing in defense R&D, and encouraging innovation. There's an old saying, think big, start small, and be prepared to upscale. To conclude, I leave you with what the Honorable Prime Minister has said during Defense Expo 2022, and I quote, "You innovate, take a pledge to be the best in the world, and give shape to the dreams of a strong, developed India. You'll always find me there." By this he meant the whole of the nation will be supporting you, they'll be behind you. With these thoughts, I wish big success to the conclave and look forward from hearing more about the proceedings as we see our nation grow from strength to strength. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for that enlightening speech, sir. We all felt very, very proud, even prouder to be Indians, in fact. It was the year 2008, and I was in Nagaland with the Assam Rifles on deputation there. I was selected to come to Delhi to lead the Assam Rifles marching contingent at Kartavya Path, that time the Rajpath. I had 2 fractured legs, but yet it was a long road. On that time Rajpath, we did it. So we will have a very illustrious general of the Indian Army, the Director General of the Assam Rifles, Lieutenant Pradeep Nair, who has had a vast experience in the Northeast, who will speak on the long road to peace in the Northeast. Sir, please, I welcome you.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Respected and revered veterans and some very senior ex-retired officers under whom I had the proud privilege to be here. The other veterans, luminaries from various industries. It's a matter of great pride and honor for me to be standing here this morning to speak to you about the Northeast. And I need to thank Chanakya Dialogues and Gaurav, Major Gaurav, Arya in particular, for having invited me over. In my vast experience in the Northeast, in fact, this is my 21st year, there are quite a few things that I've learned. And the first thing that I want to tell you is, even before I set course, is I don't in some way agree to this caption which says "Long Road to Peace," and I'll tell you why. But before that, let me come to the Northeast. I just want to show this map for people who are not aware. That I'm sure there's some of you. So these are the 8 states in the Northeast. If you start from the west, Sikkim, Arunachal, Assam, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, and Meghalaya. This part of the country was always in the news for the very wrong reasons. Considered remote, poorly connected, insurgency prone, and always called as a disturbed area. The people of this area again looked different. They spoke languages which were very different. Culturally, they were totally different. History of this region was hardly ever taught to us in our school books. And geography of this place is beyond comprehension even to people who are sitting here. Let's all admit that. So the area in public mind space was very limited. However, there are 2 things I wish to highlight here. First is that for about 150 years, this region was at the forefront of development. till independence, that is when a cartographic insertion happened. A new country got created, East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. And that's how this rest of this part of the country got cut away. And from this Siliguri corridor where you see this arrow, just a 22-kilometer stretch. I also want to show you a map of the physical map. And what I wish to highlight here is there are actually only two very broad plain areas. One is the Brahmaputra Valley, which you see in the north in Assam, and then Barak Valley, which is in the south. Of course, you have plain areas in Manipur and Tripura also, but fundamentally these are the two areas. So let me also say that while this was considered remote, it's not remote anymore. You may say a long road to peace. We are at that road now. The future is here and now. The change or the changes that have happened in the recent past here are phenomenal. Both of scale and the pace of changes have been immense. So this is how I've structured the presentation. Don't get too worried about the number of points. This is the slide having the largest number of bullets. Hereafter, the other map slides are just showing you the maps. So I assure you, I don't attempt to put you off to sleep. Let me begin with the history part. Okay, this is where it is. Like I said, there's not much known about the history. I will just flag 2 or 3 important historical events in the Northeast. And let me begin with the Ahom dynasty. How many of us here know that the Ahom dynasty in the Northeast, Plains of Assam essentially? Yeah, thank you. This dynasty ruled for 600 long years. And in this 600 long years, let me highlight the battles that they fought against the Mughals. They fought the Mughals for 67 years. And in 67 years, there were 18 attempts made by the Mughals. The fiercest being in 1670, 1671, when Aurangzeb was ruling from Delhi. You had this huge force of 30,000 people, 30,000 foot soldiers, and about 18,000 cavalrymen who tried to attack the Ahom kingdom, which was headquartered at what is now Guwahati. And on the banks of Brahmaputra, this huge force was defeated by a force of less than 10,000, led by brave Lachit Barphukan. Not very many of us know this. The second important historical milestone that I want to flag is of the third or the Anglo-Manipur War of 1891. Now, this battle or this war is seen also by many historians as a culmination of the first war of independence, which was 1857, also called by the Britishers as Sepoy Mutiny. So 1891 was culmination of that battle. 1891 was also the culmination of assimilation of the entire Indian nation as we now know. So what started in the Battle of Plassey in 1757, it ended in 1891. Again, this is a perspective which is not known to many. This is the geographical context again, just for people who are not aware. Just see where it lies. And some important issues are there on the lower left side. 263,000 square kilometers, which is just about 8% of the geographical area of the country. Population, just about 4%. International border, 98% of the borders are with other countries. There are 5 countries: Nepal, Bhutan, China, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. So only 1 to 2% of geographical area is all that this area shares with the rest of the country. Some other features that I want to tell you here is about the demography particularly, that 68% of the population of the Northeast resides in Assam. In terms of tribes, you all associate Northeast with having so many tribes. Assam has about 20% population of tribes, while Mizoram has about 96%. In terms of population, the density of population in Assam is about 340 people per square kilometers, while in Arunachal Pradesh is as low as 13 people per square kilometers. There are a total of about 220 ethnic groups, more than 250 languages, each very diverse from the other. And for religions, all the religions that are there in the rest of India are also here. I want to also touch upon the strategic relevance before going further. Now this map shows you the ASEAN countries, all tiger economies of the 80s and 90s. So if you have to make established trade with them, while much of the trade happens along the sea, but trade is not all encompassing. You need people to people contact, you need people to move on the roads. And if that has to happen in the ASEAN countries, it is through the Northeast. Now look beyond the Northeast. Today, if you talk of starting from Obama's pivot to Asia, then AUKUS, you talk of the Quad, then you talk of Asian century. All that can happen only if you have a stable Northeast. Now let me touch upon the insurgencies that have happened here. Right. You all know of multiple insurgencies that happened here, beginning with the Naga insurgency in 1956. From there, you had insurgencies in Manipur, in Mizoram, in Assam, in Tripura, in that order. But all those things are now a thing of the past. Peace has come to a very large extent, and this graph in some way will show you the incidence of violence, how much they've reduced. From a peak of about 800 to 900, which existed a few years ago, today it has come down to about 158 acts of violence. In terms of casualties, again, you see where it was 150, 160, thereabouts. The last year it is only 14. And when I say casualties, it is all encompassing. It is the civilian population, it is the militants, and it is the security forces. Now, all this has happened because of the large-scale operations undertaken by the Indian Army and Assam Rifles. And I wish to give credit to both. Today, as the Director General Assam Rifles, when I stand here, I can tell you there are 1,182 lives which have been laid down since independence to secure the Northeast. I'm not even talking about the figures of the army. They are as much, probably even higher. But more importantly, today what has happened is also that the people have, a realization has come the way of people that it is only peace that will take us forward. I now come to certain Government of India initiatives, and let me begin with the strategic rail links. Now, if you see on the slide, I'll not go into the details of the places where the new railway lines are coming, but let me tell you, there is a strategic railway lines, multiple of them which are coming essentially into Arunachal, and the cost of all these projects is more than 50,000 crores. In another 4 to 5 years' time, you'll see the kind of difference that it makes to our strategic calculus. In addition, we already have 4 railway lines going into Bangladesh. There's another which is coming from Agartala to Akhara, which is further west. This will transform trade that happens between India and Bangladesh. There are 2 things which the government primarily did. One was the creation of the Northeast Council in 1972, and then later a separate ministry called as the donor or also development of Northeast region. This ministry got created sometimes in 2004. Now, these two institutions are fundamentally the ones that have been helping peace, not just peace, development happen in this region. Some of you would not know that 10% of all budget of all ministries is allotted for the Northeast, and any unspent part is supposed to be utilized the next year. The donor ministry, which I spoke of, that has launched multiple schemes, and these are related to electricity, marketing, handicrafts, finance, medical, all of them. I'll not go into those details, but yes, these have made a lot of difference. Let me talk of some of the road links that have come up. Okay, these are the roads that are being developed here. Again, what I wish to tell you is there are some very important highways which are coming up. The most important to my mind is the Trans-Arunachal highway, which will cut across all the mountains of Arunachal, go from east to west or west to east as you take it. This is going to be about 2,500 kilometers long. And something similar is now also planned for Nagaland. You have a highway which is likely to come from Mon in the north of Nagaland to Awanku, which is to the south. Pardon me about this slide. Okay, I also want to touch upon these two highways. One is the trilateral highway. This will connect up Imphal. It will go till Thailand, Bangkok. But see the possibilities that it opens up. It will not just connect Thailand, it has the potential of going right up to Malaysia, and then the other countries of Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, all of which are going to be tiger economies in times to come. So this is the potential for trade that will happen, and of course the people to people connect, which I spoke of. Then is the Kaladan multimodal project. This is another important one which is going to get completed in a couple of years' time. Okay, I'm sorry. I finally discovered that I have to point it towards you. Soldier usually doesn't point anything towards the innocent masses. Okay, so besides the roads and railways, I also want to touch upon the bridges. And here I'll touch upon the bridges on the Brahmaputra. Now, it will be quite surprising for some of us to know that this river, which covers almost 916 kilometers in Assam, used to have only 2 bridges till a few years ago. Today, you have 6 bridges on Brahmaputra. One of them is an engineering marvel at 9.15 kilometers, the Dhola Sadia Bridge, also called as the Bhupen Hazarika Bridge. There are waterways which have been developed along Brahmaputra, as also on Barak, which will in a very large way address transportation of goods and commodities. Air connectivity, today you have 17 airfields, commercial airfields operating in the Northeast, which is almost double of what existed till about a decade ago. Just from Guwahati, there are more than 100 flights that take off every day. The entire Northeast, it is more than 200. Mr. Raj Chengappa is here from India Today, so I want to also show a slide of a survey carried out by India Today. I'm trying to keep it short. But what I'm trying to emphasize here is look at the phenomenal achievements that have happened in the last 1 year itself. Best governance for small states, Arunachal. Most improved big state, Assam. best small state for education, Meghalaya, most improved small state for economy, infrastructure, governance, and entrepreneurship, Manipur, and best in health, inclusive development, and environment is Mizoram. So 5 out of the 8 states have got this to their credit. So when I said the future is here and now, this is what it was. Okay, now let me come to the last part of my presentation. In so far as what do I see, how do I see Northeast developing in future? While I said there is a lot that has happened, but there are certain important issues which I want to flag here, which I'm sure the government would have taken notice of. And the first point, of course, is good governance. The previous slide that I showed amply depicted to you that it is a consequence of good governance that all this has happened. Next is maximizing the human capital that is there. There is tremendous potential that exists between or amongst the people of the Northeast. Today you see the youth of Northeast all over the country in services industry, but going forward I see them in other industries also. Capacity building, not only is it the responsibility of the center, but also the states. And I'm happy to tell you that all states, irrespective of which government is in power, is taking very serious steps to increase or improve the capacity building. Tourism, of course, the Northeast is known for tourism, and I would want to highlight one fact here. I would want to compare the countries which are in the immediate vicinity. Vietnam, Cambodia, Indonesia, they all draw the same number of tourists that we do. Thailand draws tourists which are 2.5 times ours. And for those of you who've been there, you would see that there's nothing very phenomenal there, which is not here. We have a great potential, particularly in the Northeast, but this tourism has to be in some way restricted, because the people there feel, and which is also true, there is a lot of degradation, pollution that happens when the number of tourists goes beyond a certain capacity. But notwithstanding, there is a necessity of improving the access, improving the infrastructure at the entry points. Probably we need to do a tourism education itself there, and also encash on the heritage, cultural, wildlife, and religious tourism that is there. Medical tourism is again another thing for which there is great scope. There were not many people who used to come from Myanmar, not because of the bad situation, they aren't coming anymore. The next point, which I think is one of the most important points I want to highlight, is the assimilation of the Northeast by rest of the country. So very often you'd hear this word mainland India, mainland India. And when I see it from the perspective of the people of Northeast, they feel, why are we not mainland? What is lacking in us that we are not called mainland? We are as mainland as the rest of India. So I would request all of you here, when you go back hereafter, please don't call the rest as mainland India. That is as mainland as the rest of India is. Please try and assimilate their cultural, linguistic, ethnic, and culinary specialities. These are different, but you need to absorb them. While I'm speaking of the people from the Northeast coming here, there is something which we in the Assam Rifles have started this year. We are also getting students from rest of India to come to the Northeast. They stay with us. They understand what is Northeast. Now this is, when they go back, it is the students or the children who are able to educate their parents as to what they saw. Normally it is the other way around. So in some form, in some way, we need to assimilate the rest of the country also with them. In terms of infrastructural development, I told you it is happening at a pace that it has never happened, but we surely need to take care of ecological and environmental considerations. We need to go beyond creating infrastructure only in urban areas. We need to go to the remote areas, the villages which continue to be poorly connected, because unless you reach there, the accessibility to people and resources shall never happen. Utilization of water resources. While you would all be aware that it rains very heavily in the northeast. In fact, the state where I'm coming from, Meghalaya, records the highest amount of rainfall. Yet you would be surprised to know from the months of December to about February, there is a problem of water. So there is a need for addressing this issue also. Rural electrification and rural water supply, those are areas that need to be looked into. The next issue I want to state is education and skill development. Again, here you would be surprised to know that on multiple occasions, countries in the vicinity like Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam have expressed desire to send their students to the Northeast. We have got our acts together. There are lot many educational institutions opening up. Recently, you had AIMS Guwahati also being inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. But it's not only about creating new educational institutions. To my mind, it is also the accreditation of these universities. And when you say accreditation, you need to go beyond infrastructure, beyond the HR, that is the teaching faculty. You need to look at the process and the outcomes of these educational institutions. The next issue that I would suggest is looking at the horticulture and agro products. We all are aware that what has happened and what have we achieved immensely in terms of organic foods, coming as it did from the pioneer there, that is Sikkim. Today, most of the other states are also in a large way getting into organic farming and exporting their vegetables and fruits. But for this, you require last mile connectivity, you need cold storages and supply chains which will help this happen. My next point is development of the border villages. Most of them are remote, far-flung. Some of you would not know that there's a place called Vijayanagar, where to see a road, to reach a road, you had to walk 7 days. 7 days just to see a road. But now all that is transformed. You have a jeepable road, and it is expected by next year, end of next year, you will have a proper road right up to Vijayanagar. And Vijayanagar has got a different story again. It has a huge contribution of my force, Assam Rifles. And let me tell this in short. You all are aware of what happened in Siachen. In Siachen, we preempted the Pakistanis by 24 hours. We reached there just 24 hours before them. Something similar happened way back in 1961 when there were Chinese making forays across in Myanmar. There was a sizable group of about 3,000 people, most of them armed and Chinese, who were planning to get into this Vijayanagar, but was forestalled by the then IG. Then the head of the force used to be an IG. He led an expedition, walked for 3 months through thick jungles, went and established an Assam Rifle post, and that is how we showed our presence there. If you had not gone there in 1961, 1962 would have been a very different story. The Chinese would have come from there, and all our defenses along the higher reaches of Arunachal Pradesh would have been redundant. They would have reached Guwahati Strait. So this is another story which is fundamentally not known, but we are trying to showcase. So border villages is where this all started. Next issue is on green energy. A lot is being spoken about that. And I want to give you certain figures here. The potential for hydropower is 3,500 kilowatts, megawatts, 3,500 megawatts. For bioenergy, it is 276 megawatts. For solar energy, hold your breath. For solar energy, it is 62,000 megawatts. Megawatts is what the potential is. There is an issue of interstate disputes which happen. You would have read in the news or in the media of fights that happen between the police of various states. But I'm glad to inform that 2 states have already signed agreements, Assam and Meghalaya, and very recently Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. They've resolved all the border disputes they had amongst themselves, boundaries that is. Similarly, there is some dispute which exists between Assam and Nagaland and Assam and Mizoram. Going forward, this also I'm sure will get resolved. And all of this has got to do with Assam being the mother state. The other states got created post-independence. Healthcare, pharma and wellness. Again, there is tremendous scope for this given the multiple varieties of of the plants and forests that exist there. Sports and entertainment. Uh, I don't have to touch upon this much. In the Northeast, every house, every person in the house is interested in some sport, and so is the case with entertainment. You go to Nagaland, you go to Mizoram, every house will have a guitar. There is tremendous scope of picking up musicians from there. And sports, of course, there's no football team, there's no boxing team, there's no shooting team which can happen without people from the Northeast. And my final point is, again, being a military man, I want to bring out is the rehabilitation and resettlement of the militants who have surrendered. There are a large number of them in the last decade. There's so many of them who have come over ground. Right now, we do give them financial packages to settle them, but that's not enough. There is a necessity of getting them some skill sets, some education, so that they join the country's mainstream as normal citizens. In conclusion, the few issues that I would like to flag, and this is the first one, is at the cost of repetition. Please ensure the emotional integration of the people from the Northeast. They feel left out, but things are changing, and I'm glad it's changing. And it can change further only if people, you people, I see a large size of youngsters here, if you people at least decide to go and spend 2 to 3 years in the Northeast, just see the change that it will make, just see the transformation that will happen to you. The achievements of the Northeast youth itself has to be applauded. I think they've done phenomenally. They've gone beyond sports today. They're not just again in the service industry, they're in other industries also. The overall development of Northeast is essential. It's a precursor for our Act East policy. And I've already showed you the strategic relevance. If you have to act if you have to act East, it has to go through the Northeast. If you have to make great forays in trade, you have to first make that happen in the Northeast. And finally, at the very beginning, Mr. Talwar did speak of growth, of 40 trillion growth that he sees. I think by the time we reach there in 2047, you will see it will be Northeast which will be the driver of change. It will be the harbinger of change, and it is the Northeast which will help us take there to a very great extent. Thank you. Jai Hind.
So thank you very much for bringing out those relevant points, and especially when you mentioned about how we can integrate Northeast into our mainstream India. I would like to now call upon our next special address by Dr. Samir Kamath, the Chairman, DRDO. Sir, please come. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Gaurav, Arya, and the team from Chanakya Dialogues for organizing this conference. To be honest, I came prepared for a dialogue, not a monologue. So what I will do is, I'll keep my initial views 10 to 15 minutes, and then the audience has any questions, can interact. So the topic given to me was DRDO Future Ready. I think the audience here is full of veterans, so most of you are aware of what DRDO has done so far. So I will not get into what we have achieved so far, what have been our successes and some failures also. But my focus will be on how we are going ahead. As General Chauhan mentioned, it's our vision, or our Prime Minister has set all of us a goal that we should become a developed country by 2047. For that, we have to become Atmanirbhar, and to become Atmanirbhar in defense, it is very critical that we become Atmanirbhar in defense R&D. It's well and good to produce defense equipment in the country, but if you don't have control over the design, if you don't have control on the technologies which get into the system, you are not going to become Atmanirbhar. So as a first step, getting defense manufacturing in the country is a very good idea. But unless we achieve Atmanirbharta in defense R&D, our goal of becoming truly Atmanirbhar will not be met. So let me just give you some facts. Currently, we spend about 5.5% of our defense budget on defense R&D. You look at USA, China, Russia, they all spend between 10 to 15% of their defense budget on defense R&D. So the first step which we need to address is whether we are spending enough on defense R&D. Historically, defense R&D was restricted to the government sector, so it was mainly being done in DRDO. But I think 2 years back, the government has announced that defense R&D is now open to the private sector. So this is the right time that we have to look at how we can create an environment where the whole of nation approach is used to promote defense R&D. So in DRDO, we are taking steps. We have started with baby steps, but I'm sure as we go ahead, over the next few years, we want to create this ecosystem where there is seamless interaction between DRDO, industry, and academia to create this environment and take the country not only to Atmanirbharta, but to also leadership in defense R&D. So let me highlight some of the things that we have already started. Now, in all our projects, we involve industry right from the design and development stage. We call this as DCPPs. The industries are called our development cum production partners. They work with us right from the beginning of the project. This not only helps us in getting or in developing systems which not only meet the functional needs, but the aspects of manufacturability, the aspects of maintainability also get addressed at the design stage itself. We hope that with this, the time it took from the development of a prototype, the time in which that equipment got produced will get reduced significantly, and our services will get a much better product at a much faster pace than what they have been getting. So this is one initiative that we have taken, Be Future Ready. General Chauhan also mentioned that there are several schemes which MOD has started for promoting innovation directly in industry. In DRDO, two of the things which he mentioned, Technology Development Fund and Dare to Dream. These are the two schemes that we are running in DRDO. Technology Development Fund, I would like to correct what General Chauhan said, is being used for two different things. One is to indigenize component subsystems in the systems which the services already have in their inventory. Especially, you are all aware, the Russia-Ukraine war, getting spares for Russian equipment have become a challenge. So this scheme, if any industry wants to indigenize some of those subsystems components, the TDF willing to fund those. It is also used for developing innovative cutting-edge technology. We have recently increased the funding which is available under this scheme from 10 crores to 50 crores. And I'm happy to say that it is beginning to produce very good results. We are finding that some of the MSME startups are very creative, and if properly mentored, given proper hand-holding, I think they can bring a dramatic change in our industrial ecosystem. We have also started or enhanced. We were always interacting with academia, but now we have enhanced it significantly. We have opened 15 centers of excellence in most of the prominent academic institutions in the country, such as the IITs, IISc. We have identified domains for each of these centers of excellence. And unlike the earlier academic interactions where the projects were being proposed by the academic institutions and which were then getting sanctioned after evaluation, what we are planning to achieve in these centers of excellence is have a clear roadmap in each of these technology domains where we want to reach after 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and plan programs which will help us in achieving those goals. Another innovation that we have done in these centers of excellence is we are calling it DRDO Industry Academia Centers of Excellence. So we are involving industries in these projects so that the translation of the R&D which happens from low TRL levels, and as we transition to high TRL levels, the industry can then take it forward and get it produced. So this is another way we are trying to become future ready. Another interesting concept that we are trying now is we have opened 5 young scientists laboratories within DRDO. So these are laboratories where all the scientists, including the directors, are below the age of 35. And these have been opened in areas which have the potential for causing significant disruption in the way warfare will be fought. So these are like artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, cognitive technologies, smart materials. So we have already opened these 5 young scientist laboratories about 3 years back. And we want these young scientists laboratories to act as hubs for innovation within an ecosystem which is more traditional. DRDO labs being part of a government setup, we have limitations in terms of the GFRs have to be followed. We have to follow the government rules for recruitment. We don't have the flexibility which is needed in an R&D organization. So we are expecting these young scientist labs, we are trying to give them special powers so they can act as innovative hubs which can lead to our ultimate goal of becoming a technology leader. Some other initiatives that we are taking is skill development. As our industry, defense industry grows, there will be significant need of trained manpower. So we have opened up our laboratories. We are taking a lot of students for doing their training. We are providing our facilities for students to do their master's and PhD work. We have also opened up our facilities for any industry to use in a very transparent fashion. We have a scheme, we have a collaboration with Ministry of Education, where 500 PhD students can choose a topic in defense and get their PhD work done with a guide from DRDO also in their PhD. So we hope that we will create a much larger manpower pool available to do defense R&D in the country. I have full confidence that with these changes and with the potential available with our youth today, we will succeed. However, I have one bit of worry. In our country, we are very risk averse. Especially any government funding, whether it is to DRDO, and now in case we are going to fund industry, is looked at very suspiciously. When you do cutting edge R&D, you are going to fail sometimes. Everything is not going to succeed. Everyone talks of the DARPA model, but if you look at DARPA model, hardly 20% of the projects they fund succeed. But those 20 have significant, the output from those are such that one can ignore the failures of the 80%. I think in our country also, we have to become less suspicious of failures, more accepting. Actually, if you ask me, you learn more from your failures than your successes. And they become stepping stones for your next success. But this mindset has to change if we really have to succeed in our goal. So as an organization, DRDO is changing. We are trying to become more professional. We are trying to integrate the industry and academia in whatever we do. We are also trying to promote independent R&D in academia as well as industry. And we hope that this will bear results. So with this small intervention, I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Hello. Sir, my name is Anil Khaitan. Just wanted to ask you a question that
Sure.
I think in the last 2 years, Government of India has liberalized the FDI policy in defense. 74% through
Yes.
the automatic route, 100% with the government permission in high technology areas. So has that scheme been successful? Are we getting foreign investments into R&D?
Really, not much investments have happened in R&D. Some manufacturing has come in, but really not much investments have come in for R&D, the FDI route. Yeah, please.
Sir, I am M.K. Gupta, co-chair in the Defense Committee of PhD. I just want to ask you one question. Some people had observed a little delay in acceptance of the proposal given in the TDF. So what is the current, any limit given, within which time frame will be accepted?
Yeah, we are
or
trying
rejected?
to reduce it to 3 months, that any proposal which comes to TDF will get a decision. So if it's rejected, you will know within 3 months. If it is accepted also, you will come to know
Thank you.
within 3 months.
Thank you.
Yes.
Namaste, sir. I am a grade 10 school student, and my questions to you are A, how do we efficiently utilize youth to contribute to the Defense Research and Development Organization? Second, does DRDO plan to develop human resources as scientists or researchers, which I think will be the most important contribution for development? And lastly, as school students, how do we help? How do we get involved for our career or for the better development of the country?
So let me answer your second question first. As I said in my intervention, we are promoting students to come work in DRDO labs during their BTech, during their masters, during their PhD. We are also opening up our laboratories during Technology Day, Science Day, where school students can come and see kind of work that is happening in DRDO laboratories, so that you can gain inspiration and decide to take up a career in defense R&D. In terms of what was your third question? So I think school is too early a period to get involved in actually doing things, but this is the time you should learn about what can be done and generate an interest in yourself, so that when you go to college is where you can really start contributing to defense R&D. And for your first question, so we have a scheme called Dare to Dream. In this scheme, we throw up challenges where any individual or a startup can provide a solution to that challenge. So these are really open-ended challenges, and your creativity, your thinking ability can be reflected properly. And if you win the award, then you are also given an opportunity through the TDF fund to actually convert your idea into a solution or a product.
So, Bipindra, yes. So, to your right, sir.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, please.
So, People's President APJ Abdul Kalam, in one of his lectures, had flagged that India should become a pioneer in some future defense technology at some point in time.
Yes.
And he had flagged hypersonic technology as one of the possibilities at that point in time.
Yes.
So, I would like to understand from you, sir, what are the big new emerging future technologies that the global R&D institutions, defense R&D institutions are working on? And is there any one particular emerging technology, new technology, future technology that you think DRDO could become a pioneer at some point in time?
So hypersonic technology continues to remain a critical technology for the future. So in DRDO also we are working on hypersonic glide as well as hypersonic cruise vehicles. I will not call them weapon systems as yet because they are still at a stage where they are not ready for being converted into a weapon system. So these are still technologies. There are a lot of disruptive technologies which are going to change warfare, as I mentioned, quantum technologies, quantum sensing, quantum communication, quantum computing. These are going to play a disruptive role the way we fight warfare. Space, both space situational awareness, space-based surveillance, and space eventually will get weaponized. Those are going to be very critical, and everyone is at a fairly close level, so we have a good potential to become leaders. Quantum technology is also fairly new, so we have a potential to become a leader. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, though not a new thing, how they are going to be incorporated in your defense systems. You can get substantial advantages if you can master some of these things and incorporate it in your systems. Directed energy weapons, both lasers, high power microwaves, they are going to be a major potential source for us also to achieve leadership and for us to get advantages which can be significant, especially if you can put them in space. Another area where not much is talked about, but it is already being used extensively, is cyber warfare. It's a continuous process. It's a warfare which is going on day in, day out. It doesn't depend on a war being fought actually. So cyber defense, cyber deterrence is going to play a key role. Underwater awareness, because submarines are going to play an increasing role. So underwater submarine detection, underwater deterrence for submarines to come in are all going to be increasingly. There are several other technologies, but these are some to think of top of mind.
I think that was the last question we had taken. Thank you very much. Sir, thank you very much for your time, sir. Really grateful to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kamath, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us former Chief of the Army Staff, General M.M. Narwane, who would speak to us on argument for a leaner army. Sir, please come on stage. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to Major Gaurav Arya, the Chanakya Forum, as well as the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industries for having me here. I have spoken at PhD Chamber of Commerce events earlier also in Calcutta as well as in Delhi, so I am in home ground. It's very nice to see many old friends, colleagues, seniors, and of course, so many of you all who are interested in this topic. The subject is argument for a leaner army. But I would like to go back a few steps. We cannot jump to this straight away. What strength of the armed forces we require would depend on our threat perception. And based on that, what is the combat potential that we should have of the armed forces, the Army, Navy, and Air Force. It is not that one fine day you get up in the morning and say, let's knock off 20,000 from the army. No, it doesn't work that way. You first have to know what you're dealing with. What is the strength you require to deal with it? And then see if things can be made more efficient. Then see with lesser numbers, whether of men and material, can you achieve the same task that has been given to you? Can you still have the same combat potential? And yes, within that, it is possible to have a leaner army. But as I said, you can't jump straight away to a leaner army. And if we can have a leaner and meaner army, then I think we can look at it under three heads. One is housekeeping, one is transformation, and one is technology. When I talk of housekeeping, it is what we do at our homes. Over a period of time, we tend to accumulate stuff. And therefore, from time to time, we also get rid of it. Similarly, in the armed forces, in the army, many times new projects come up. And for those new projects, new organizations come up. Some strength is given there. But when those projects come to a close, sometimes those organizations, strengths, formations continue. So from time to time, it is required to see that these ad hoc organizations or strengths that were built up are also sent back or disbanded. But that will, of course, be a very small drop in the ocean. When we speak of a leaner army, there is no magic wand. It is not that you'll wave a wand and suddenly 10,000-15,000 people will disappear. It will have to be approached in a very deliberate and detailed manner. And whatever cuts have made will have to be based on some logic and rationale, not just for the sake of doing it. And for this, I will attempt to show that whatever we are trying to do has some rationale behind it. We next come to transformation. Depending on the changing character of war, there would be occasions to review our organizational structures. And when we review these organizational structures, we would find that there is a way to amalgamate certain units, formations, and through this amalgamation, achieve some sort of reduction. I am primarily talking about the integrated battle groups, or the IBGization as it is being called. In olden days, when both electronic and surface communication was poor, there was a requirement of having multiple headquarters at regular intervals. Therefore, you had a brigade, a battalion, a brigade, a div headquarter, a corps headquarter, a command headquarter. I remember the range of a radio set at the battalion level was only 8 kilometers. So obviously you had to have another headquarter 8 kilometers away. All that has changed now. Today you can talk from the army headquarters to the forwardmost post. But does that mean all intermediate headquarters are redundant? No, because everyone has some role to play. But definitely in this long chain, one of these headquarters can definitely be optimized. And therefore we thought that the brigade and div headquarter could be merged and be made into an integrated battle group. Based on logic, we keep talking about shortening the OODA loop, the observe, orient, decide and act. This is one way of shortening that loop by reducing one level where processing is taking place. And if we do that, in each of the cores, we have 14 cores, and in each of these cores, if we go in for the IBGization, by and by, and merge the div and brigade headquarters, then we could save potentially between 2,000 to 2,500 men per core as part of this process. We have 14 cores, so that becomes about 28,000 people strength that can be reduced from the overall strength of the. So this is just one example of transformation. Similarly, technology. There have been so many technological changes, but in spite of these changes, we continue to operate in our old methods, our old organizations, and old authorizations. Let me give you one example. For carriage of stores in mountainous areas, where roads are less, we have always been relying on animal transport. That is your mules, Kachar Mark 1. And we have about 6,000 mules deployed in various forward areas, and another 6,000 in reserve in our remount veterinary depots. As Eastern Army Commander, whenever I went to my corps, 3, 4 and 33 Corps, and I asked them, how many times have these mules actually been used? Out of the 13 sections of mules that you have, how many have been used? It was maybe 1 or 2. Because roads have come up now, where earlier mules used to go. Things have changed. Now you have drones. You have drones which are capable of carrying an equal amount of load. Don't require a mule. That's why they're called mule drones. They can carry 20 kilos each. What could be done, or what needed to be done by 2 or 3 mules can now be done by 1 drone. Do we still require those 6,000 mules? Or can we do away with it? 6,000 mules means equal number of handlers, 6,000 handlers. Their ration, water, khana pina, the expenditure on that. The accommodation of the mules with their stables and everything is sometimes even better than that of the men. No, I'm telling you, go to Binaguri and see. No, I'm not joking. It's all expenditure and wasted. It is not just a case of bringing the strength down, but through bringing the strength down, we are also bringing the expenditure down. So these are the kind of things that we have to look at. And this change will have to come from within. Everyone has to decide that yes, with the technological improvements which have taken place, I can do away with this much. I would not like to go too many details for such a mixed audience, but I think every unit of the Indian Army can easily, because of the changes which have taken place over the last 20, 30 years, each and every unit of the Indian Army can easily reduce 10 to 15 men. 10 men you reduce from each infantry battalion, you have 400 such battalions, 4,000 less. Can we become leaner? Definitely. But that will call for the change to be from within, driven from within. And everyone will have to accept that because of these changes, we are being able, with that lesser strength, to continue to be able to do our tasks as effectively as we were doing earlier. So these were the 3 points which I wanted to place before you all on how we can become a leaner and meaner army, but while maintaining the same levels of effectiveness and combat potential. Thank you, and I'm open to questions.
If anyone would be having any questions, you can free to ask. Otherwise, yes, sir, please. Sir, General Ranjan, sir. Sir. General Hassan, sir.
Thank you, General Naravne. Always a pleasure. Meet you and listen to you. While agreeing entirely with what you say, absolutely. My only suggestion and advice would be one thing which we always followed in the armed forces and never forgot: back to basics. Don't tamper with basics when you're doing this reorganization and creating a leaner army. And for that, you got to do a tremendous introspection, which you have yourself mentioned. You have to do an introspection for it. But for the sake of cutting, don't tamper with basics. That's my only advice, because I think the wisdom of the ancients continues to thrive with us. And if we question that wisdom many times, we may tend to go wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I can't argue with you. You were my boss once upon a time.
Sir, General Ranjan, sir.
So, Major General Rajan Kocher, sir. I would like to ask you a question about the Agniveer schemes. Agniveer, a lot of debate has gone in the media on this scheme, and ultimately a kind of mathematical model was also generated, stating that we are going to reduce in strength over a period of time, and will it affect the readiness of the armed forces? I would like to seek your comments.
I don't think there will be any significant reduction in the numbers, but as far as this scheme is concerned, I would only like to highlight that in life, the only constant is change. So we have to change and move ahead. But equally, there is a saying that more things change, the more they remain the same. So let's put it that way.
Okay, we can have the last 2 questions. Anyone?
So, to your right, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
So, Bipindra from Defense Capital, sir. So, you were the Army Chief and you did go through the process of IBGization, as you put it. If you could just elaborate for our understanding, what has been the impact of the change that you were putting through, and how long is it going to take before we finally realize that particular state? And also, sir, jointness. That's the buzzword at this point in time in the 3 armed forces. How would jointness impact this leaner army ideas?
The process of IBGization is still underway. We have identified 2 of the corps to be the test beds for this process. Once again, these changes are going to take place or take effect over a period of 1 or 2 years. It is not that one fine day you're in one form and the next morning you're in IBG form. The transition itself, the posting in and out of officers and men from their various units, the relocations will happen as part of the standard moves from field to peace, which will also happen as and when they are due. So all these will take their own time. So we think that for one formation to transform into this IBG mode would take at least about 2 years. And even if we do more than one formation, that is more than one corps at a time, for all of us to get into this new form may still take a decade or so. But that is the way it happens. even when the PLA was transforming into something akin to this, they took more than a decade plus for that change to occur. I heard and read about that change when I was doing the higher command course in 2003. And that change came into effect about 15 years later. So that is how these transformations will happen. They're not sudden. And similarly, in jointness and in transformation, in the joint structures, and I know the topic of theater commands is very much a burning topic and uppermost in our minds. Even in that, the change will happen gradually. And as we learn, we will make mid-course corrections to make sure that while we are transiting one way to the other, at no point of time are we operationally compromised. As General Hasnain said, one foot will always be on the ground.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, thank you so much for addressing all of us with your kind words. I just have 3 points and I would love for you to address them. Firstly being, how about we integrate civilian contracts like we've seen in many other nations into our military for maintenance of infrastructure and ideals, so that the time of the troops is better utilized in their training and their advancement, not only in their physical capabilities at times of war, but also their entire self-well-being. Secondly, sir, I have a small doubt regarding the Agniveer scheme. As you were an integral part of the formation of the entire thing, wouldn't this affect the brotherhood between the troops during a specific operation? And thirdly, the last point being, how about an integration of AI or artificial intelligence for that matter into the military for simple basic commands and operations, so that the aim of having a leaner army could be achieved more easily? Thank you so much. That's all.
Well, we are trying our best to integrate AI into our systems. However, at the end of the day, there will always be a human in the loop, because the field that we are in, which results in death and destruction, cannot be left to a machine. There will always be ethical considerations which have to be kept in mind, and therefore the human element will always be important. As far as the Agniveer scheme is concerned, or Agnipath scheme, it is up to us to make it a success. And I do not think that there is any reason why any new recruit will not be accepted or will not be made part of the family that he joins. Before the 71 war, many courses and training periods were truncated. Jawans joined their units perhaps a month or 6 weeks before the war, and within 6 weeks, they were an integral part of the team. So there is no reason to believe otherwise. What was the first one? So definitely, outsourcing is a major component we are looking at, and a number of these outsourcing projects or systems have already been incorporated. In fact, one of them has been started by Raj Shukla. He is, I think, one missing in action. He was sitting here 2 minutes ago, where the entire housekeeping and the catering services at the EME school at Baroda were outsourced, and complete army manpower reduced from that. So things are ongoing. Of course, all of them take their time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those wonderful words, sir. It was very, very enlightening. Gentlemen, we have a video for you all, which the Chanakya Forum has got before you all, which I guarantee you all is going to give you goosebumps and make you feel very, very proud of our Indian Air Force. Touch the sky with glory. On that note, please let's have the video. Thank you very much for showing that video. We now are very privileged to have with us in the house Air Chief Marshal Vivek R. Chaudhary, who is going to be in a fireside chat with our Editor-in-Chief, Major Gaurav Arya. Sir, I request you if you could bring the Air Chief, please. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Air Chief for gracing this occasion, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's an honor and a privilege for our forum to have the opportunity to host you, sir. Before I start my question and answer session with the Air Chief, I'd like to say that, Operation Kaveri is happening, you're all aware. So, 40 kilometers away from the actual place where the war is going on, at night, the Indian Air Force landed its planes in a place called Khartoum and started the evacuation process of Indians, done very, very professionally. A very big hand for the Indian Air Force, please. And after this session, if you have any questions regarding the evacuation, you may like to ask the Chief. Right. So the first question is, sir, with your permission, sir?
Yep.
You've spoken about the Indian Air Force and how it needs to become an Indian Air and Space Force, sir. So are there natural linkages for this transformation? That's one, sir. Number two, do you look at the air and space medium to be one common continuum?
There's no doubt on the second part, where air and space are considered as one continuum, because anything that you launch into space has to go through the medium of air, and anything that comes back also has to come back through the medium of air. So there is no doubt in the fact that we have to consider them as one continuum. The similarities between the two domains are also far too many to be ignored. For example, the ability to maneuver in 3 dimensions, the longer reach, precision, which are typical characteristics of air power, are also evident in space power abilities. So therefore, it behoves on us to now look at the future and maybe even emulate some other nations what they've done to get the air and space power together under one domain, under one organization. So I think the future lies in accepting the fact that it is one continuum and we have to work in tandem with each other. Though there is no denying the fact that the space applications and utilities will be used across all domains, not just the air domain. The major users will be the military, the army, the navy, and all other civilian users will use the space applications. But the fact that space control and control of objects and assessment of their location, space situational awareness is all sort of an extension of the air domain awareness. Therefore, I'm quite certain, and I can say with a lot of emphasis, that they have to be considered as one continuum.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the Indian Air Force has recently revised its doctrine. And what are the salient changes and why was there need to revise a doctrine? Because many felt that the older one was working fine. So what are the new things that led to the revision of this doctrine, sir, with the Air Force?
Let me take you back to almost 3 decades ago when we issued our first doctrine, 1995. So that doctrine was meant to sort of educate internally within the Air Force the strengths of air power, how air power can be utilized, what are the typical characteristics of the air power, and how we can operate jointly with other services. Thereafter, a decade later, somewhere in 2007, we realized the need to revisit and revise the air power concepts because of the changing technology, the changing geopolitical situation, and so on. So we issued a second revision sometime in 2007. Till then, our doctrine were classified documents which are accessible only to people within the Air Force. So in 2012, we sort of updated the 2007 doctrine and put it out in the public domain for the first time. So it was available to all the national security apparatus, the practitioners of air power, the academia, everybody else had access to the air power doctrine. Now 10 years down the line, we have realized that there have been many catalysts for which demanded a change in or a revision of the doctrine. Firstly, of course, is the changing geopolitical situation. More importantly is the technology. The way technology has revolutionized the way modern wars are going to be fought is very incumbent on us to incorporate that in our doctrine. The third is the capability of the adversaries. We all are aware of the growing capability of the adversaries in our subcontinent, and we have to factor that in. And I think most important is the previous editions of doctrine did not cover the grey zone operations, or what we call no war, no peace operations. So this doctrine has a chapter dedicated to no war, no peace operations, and it also considers all the emerging domains of warfare with a lot of emphasis on space, cyber, and on multi-domain operations. And here I would like to highlight the fact that every chapter in our doctrine, almost every page talks about joint operations. So it's an Air Force doctrine, but it emphasizes on joint operations.
So again, coming back to the operational doctrine, it talks about how the IAF from an air power becomes an aerospace power. So in the backdrop of continuously changing rules of global warfare and technology advancements and all that stuff. How do you see the IAF adapting itself to the new operating environment in the future?
I told you, now the space domain will percolate and it will have its effects across all other domains of warfare today. Like cyber, it is all encompassing. It will have an effect on the operations and the capabilities of all the three services. There's no doubt that space utilities and applications will enhance the capability of the Army and the Navy. But for the Air Force, I can say that there will be a little extra enhancement in the capabilities purely by the fact that some of the roles and missions carried out by the Air Force, the air power, have now been taken over by the space power. To quote an example, our strategic reconnaissance capability in the 80s and 90s and 2000s was based on one strategic recce aircraft that we had, the MiG-25, the trisonic aircraft which fly stratospheric levels to meet the demands of the three services for reconnaissance. Now this role has been completely taken over by space. Similarly, we foresee that in future there will be some air power roles which will merge into the space power roles. Therefore, it is once again important that we understand the fact that we cannot divide these two into two separate powers, and we have to start looking at them as one congruous power.
So traditionally, sir, as far as space is concerned, it was always considered peaceful. People going to space, humans in space, humans landing on the moon, all this was with the backdrop of scientific inquiry, scientific achievement, exploration. Now we're talking about weaponization of space. That is another new factor which is coming up, weaponization of space. So my question is, sir, how do you look at this transition, and what will be its effects in future conflicts? Because now we are talking about actually fighting in space with our adversaries. How do you look at this?
While what you said is correct, that the space applications initially were developed purely for civilian use, and they have made a huge change in the way the applications can be utilized right across every field that you can think of. But I think you may not be wholly correct when you say that they started with civilian applications. So the first object which went into space, I think, was the V2 rocket, the German V2 rocket, which touched near space and came back. So militarization of space had started simultaneously along with the civilian usage. First, and there is no denying that everybody, militarization of space is happening there because of the capabilities of all the assets there. TNT, SR, application, everything is going to enhance our capability.
The latest one, sir. what capabilities does the Air Force need actually to play a pivotal role, sir, when we talk about the space domain? We have a current level of capability today. We are talking tomorrow about space doctrine. So what is the jump that you see? What is the Air Force civilian usage of space? And I think there will be an element of the military doctrine as a part of it. And here is where the Indian Air Force will be called upon in future. I would look at for taking part in space situational awareness, space denial exercises, or space control exercise. And I think with there is a lot of similarity in the kind of air control and air denial exercises that we do. So the expertise is there. What we need to now start looking at is continuing to build up on our human resources capital to gain expertise in this field. We have to admit that even within the services, there are not too many people who are well versed with space awareness and exploitation of all avenues that space affords us. So it is very important that while we work on a space doctrine, we parallelly need to work on educating a lot of people on space applications. Absolutely, sir. My question to you now, sir, relating to space itself, sir, and the aerospace force. The question is, how do you see the future structure developing, especially with respect to Indian Air and Space Force and the DSA? So you have a DSA also, sir. How do you see that? So the DSA, as you're aware, is a tri-services establishment, an nascent agency as of now, which tries to aggregate the resources available within the three services and serves as a link between the Indian Space Resource Association as an organization and the new entities that have been formed now after the space policy. Also, I mean, I'll allude to the Indian space policy which has just been issued. So a lot of significance now to interact with the NSIL or the InSpace. So all this functionality will be done by the DSA. When you talk about the Indian Space Force or Indian Air and Space Force, I would like to just draw a parallel to some other nations in the world. American Air Force, the French Air Force, they all started with having a space command initially, akin to what we have got, the Defense Space Agency. And then as it grew, it merged into their air forces to become the French Air and Space Force. United States Air Force thereafter then created a new branch of the military called the United States Space Force. So it's a new branch completely, but that is many years from now. We had started this first step of setting up the Defense Space Agency, and we are putting our weight behind it to ensure that it grows as our prowess grows in the space. So we talk about multi-domain operation, and we have seen an increasing role of the space domain. I'm coming back to space again and again, sir, because that is of an area of interest, sir. Can you bring out the key roles of space in modern warfighting and how it will continue to be the ultimate high grounds? The fundamental utilization of space for military use right now is in three domains: the ISR, position, navigation, timekeeping, and communication. All these have seen a quantum jump in the capabilities in the last 1 decade. Like I mentioned to you, we were dependent on aerial assets for carrying out recce. Today we have space-based assets which are giving us submetric resolution. What we need to do now is enhance the revisit times, enhance the persistence, enhance the number of space objects in orbit to give us a continuous surveillance over the desired area of interest. So that is one area. The second is, of course, communications. Initially, we were just looking at long-range communications through the means of satellites. Today, our aircraft are equipped with software-defined radios. Huge amount of data exchange takes place. But primarily, it is line of sight in the air. Now, with the use of space-based assets, we can extend this to a global reach where two aircraft can exchange data through the means of a satellite communication. So it's only up to our imagination as to how we can exploit the available capabilities and the futuristic capabilities. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that I come to the end of the fireside chat. to the Chief. Should you have any questions, please feel free. And my only request is, please ask one question at a time, because if you ask A, B, and C, then it becomes very long. So kindly stick to one question.
Bipindra here, sir, from Defense Capital. So this Russia-Ukraine war kind of being described as the first commercial space war. Do you see, I mean, with the space sector opening up for the private sector in India, do you see the private sector playing a key role in the aerospace command or the aerospace force, the air and space force that you're talking about at this point in time? And what will be the kind of role that the private players would have in that scenario?
I think the democratization of space through the new policies issued in the last 1 or 2 years is the biggest revolution that has taken place in our environment. So it definitely has opened up the avenues for private players to come in, and now sky is the limit, or space is the limit, to see where we can integrate their capabilities with our requirements.
So please take the mic, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Major Krishnan, a veteran. When you spoke about the new Air Force doctrine, you spoke about joint operations. And one of the advantages that we expect will accrue from joint operations is elimination of duplication of effort and assets. And also, secondly, we expect that assets should be allocated based on the area of responsibility and the domain in which the force is expected to cause effect. So how differently does the Indian Air Force use attack helicopters from the way that the Indian Army uses attack helicopters?
Firstly, I would not look at assets when it comes to ultimate goal of what the armed forces are meant to do. I would like to look at the effects. What effects do we desire? If the effects are to carry out extensive air interdiction, or to carry out deep strikes, or to carry out any other thing, then we'll decide what are the platforms to be used. And exploitation of the platform is always based not only on the capability but also on the situational, the situation that occurs at any given time. It is very dynamic. I cannot say that I will lock in this asset only for this particular role. It will not be used for anything else. It's a criminal waste of asset. And mind you, it is not, I'm not talking about Air Force assets or Army or Navy assets. It's a national asset. So in our concept of operations, which flow from our doctrine, we have given guidelines as to how to capitalize on all the assets available with all the 3 services to deliver a strong punch where required. So it is the effects that we are looking at and not on the assets. Yeah.
If it is an effect that we are focusing on, a platform like the attack helicopter would be close to medium interdiction, which role is predominantly done by the land forces. So I'm trying to understand how differently would the Air Force apply the same to, and what different effect is expected to achieve?
I would really not like to discuss tactics here, because it tantamounts to discussing tactics, how I'm going to utilize the attack helicopters. But suffice to say that the platforms have got adequate capability to be used in every role, every terrain, and not just for medium interdiction. There are plans afoot to utilize them in roles that possibly you cannot imagine. I would not like to disclose my cards here.
Good afternoon, Air Chief. I am General Saxenath, former DG Army Air Defense, and thanks for your insight. I want to draw a point on the counter hypersonic capability. The Chief is well aware how the hypersonic threat is growing in our domain and how we need to slowly develop the counter hypersonic capability, in which your insight on the air and space force becomes very handy. And in that, the global look-see capability in trying to detect the hypersonic weapon the world over is integrating the space sensors with LEO sensors and also having a distributed architecture of surveillance based on drones, based on high altitude platform systems, and connecting upward to the satellites. So as the chief just brought out, are you looking into this area of capability building and connecting it up with the kill means which the DRDO chief hinted upon as to directed energy weapons, which are today very heavy, very bulky, and not able to be effective in the time frame and in the area where the hypersonic missiles and glide vehicles, the whole world is struggling on it and going forward. So I just wanted to have your insights on both these concepts of detection and kill of hypersonic weapons. Thank you very much.
I think, so you're well aware that what are the steps afoot for the detection part of it. The detection capability merging with what we presently have in the Indian Air Force, along with the other agencies within the country who have got ability to detect geo and the space-based objects. So the measures are afoot to now integrate them into the integrated air command and control system of the Indian Air Force, so that we have complete airspace and space situational awareness is within our. And defense against hypersonics, you know, globally there is nothing as of now. The whole world is seeking answers to how to defend against a hypersonic weapon, and I think can leave it to the DRDO to be able to answer as to what plans are afoot. But we are definitely taking it up as one of our future.
Thank you for the insights you've given us. My question relates to the business of structuring joint theatre commands. Continue to be a sort of subject that the three services are grappling with. What do you regard as the Air Force's key interests in this particular exercise? And if it were left to you, what would you sort of pin down or fight for as your specific theatre command, or a theatre command in which the... Thank you.
I think I've answered this question to you some time back, maybe last year.
I'm
You asked me the same question.
I'll be asking this question for many years to come, I think.
Yeah. I think I will give the same answer again and again, that it is work in progress. And primarily we are looking at, again, more than unity of command is unity of effect.
Sir. Thank you so much for the recognition, sir. Good morning, sir. It's an honor to be in your presence. So recently, the chief of the United States Space Force mentioned that there are threats beyond the planet, which of course he meant were countries creating defensive and offensive capabilities to target satellites. As the conversation flowed, I did refer to what Major Gaurav Arya was saying. How are we going to prepare for Space Force, which is a very different domain as compared to land and sea? And secondly, what does the Indian countermeasures have, since we do have enemies who wish to target our communication?
You are aware of Mission Shakti of 2019, where we have demonstrated our capability to carry out launch. However, this is the first step that we have taken. In future, what we should look at is, instead of having purely land-based offensive systems, we should have space-based offensive systems. This will reduce the response time, have probably a greater effect, and threaten more adversaries than what a land-based can do. So that is the future lies in having space-based offensive platforms.
All right, last two questions, please, only, because I think we've already taken up too much of the chief's time. Please.
Good afternoon, sir. It's really overwhelming to sit between among the distinguished guests here. So it's a personality question. So are you a Top Gun guy or an Iron Man?
I think that's the toughest question, sir. That's the toughest one.
That is the toughest one. I'll leave it for you to decide. Yeah.
All your videos, it was an amazing video, so there's a question for that.
Thank you.
Anyway, last question, please.
Good afternoon, sir. A very enlightening session. I'm Bharat from Delhi. Sir, a very serious question which I want to ask you is, what about the welfare of the army men, they go through lots of trauma. Men in uniform. So any policies for them? Are we looking into that?
Of course, it is always that one of our top priorities. Welfare of our troops remains foremost in our minds at all times. In peace, during ops, whether they are in service or whether they are our veterans. So we have for the veterans, all the three services have got robust organizational structure to meet the requirements. For example, the Air Force, we have an Air Force Association, regional chapters in all the states, and we have directorates of what we call Directorate of Air Veteran, Directorate of Army Veteran, and so on. So we definitely take extra steps to ensure that the welfare of the veterans is taken care of, and of the serving troops. The part of it's a responsibility of the commanding officer, the officers who are commanding troops and stations and bases to ensure that the welfare is taken.
Sir, with due respect, I think much more needs to be done. Thank you, sir.
I will look forward to suggestions from
Yes, sir.
what can be done.
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think. Like to take one more, please. Last question.
So, since we have been talking about space so much, weaponization of space is not a new concept. As a matter of fact, the Soviets had a very formidable system called FOBS, Fractional Orbital Bombardment System, which was operational from 60s till the 80s. Only the strategic arms reduction treaties brought it down. My question is that our friends in the East, the Chinese, took a defunct ship called Varyag and they converted it into their first aircraft carrier called the Liaoning. Can we at least ensure that they don't do this to something like FOBS? Because the Russians, I'm sure, would sell anything right now. And if that happens, we have absolutely nothing to counter it.
So, what do you want me to say? that is where the future is. I mean, yeah. Thank you,
All right,
Samir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Honor and privilege, sir, to host
Thank
you.
you, Gaurav.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Ready?
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I really thank the Air Chief and Major Gaurav Arya for such an insightful session and taking on all the questions to the point so well. I can see the audience moving, so on that note, Major Arya has given me the discretion of giving a small 5 to 10 minutes break. Should we do that? All right. Come back here after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Navy Chief is in the house, so if you're going, please make it 5 minutes, because after 5 minutes, the Navy Chief is going to be. Thank you very much.
Down, please. We'll be starting in exactly a minute's time. And the ladies and gentlemen who are outside having tea, may I humbly request you to please come inside. We'll be starting in 60 seconds, 59 seconds now actually. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chanakya Forums has brought a very fine video on the Indian Navy before you all. May I kindly request the PCR to please show the video on the Indian Navy, please. You can put the lights off. And I think people have come inside now. Yes? That video definitely gave me goosebumps. I'm sure it gave you all goosebumps, right? On that note, may I now welcome, we have our Naval Chief, Admiral R. Hari Kumar, to be in a fireside chat with our Editor-in-Chief, Major Gaurav Arya, on the evolving maritime threats, a very pertinent subject. Sir, please, may I request you to escort the Naval Chief. Thank you very much.
So first of all, sir, I'd like to thank you for gracing our platform. Matter of great honor and privilege for us, sir.
I must also thank you for this opportunity to come here. The first time I'm coming to this, PhD chamber.
And I hope not the last, sir. We'll keep on troubling you, sir, in the future also. Ladies and gentlemen, Navy is something that I personally feel, and these are my personal comments. Navy is something that has defined power for thousands of years. It's not something new. For thousands of years, ever since man started the process of either trading or fighting wars on the seas or on water, Navy has been an extremely important part of our civilizational heritage. But what we have seen lately is that the government of India has really pushed towards modernizing the Navy. Seen an aircraft carrier being launched. People are talking about another one which is in the works. And there are so many other capabilities that are being built as far as the Indian Navy is concerned. The Chanakya Forum team is highly privileged to have the Chief of Naval Staff, and the topic that we are going to discuss today is Indian Navy in the 21st century, evolving maritime threats. So may I start with the permission, sir?
Yeah, please.
So the first question, sir, that in the recent past, significant financial commitments have been made by the government of India, especially for Indian Navy for the purpose of capital asset acquisition, sir. What are the emerging threats that have enabled these financial commitments?
Firstly, I want to tell you that the financial commitments that you saw in terms of shipbuilding projects which have happened is part of the capability development process. It is not something which has just happened just because of a particular threat or so. In fact, there has been delays in getting our contracts through earlier. So, the government had worked to make it happen. So that's how we got a couple of these, 3 of these contracts through in quick time. So shipbuilding, that is a part of capability building process which has been on for some time. Coming to the threat aspect of it, I would say that we are now in a highly contested present and moving towards a fairly uncertain future. What we see is a web of threats, I would say, conventional, non-conventional, as well as many other threats which we have not foreseen earlier. So it's a kind of a web of threats that is emerging. So talking of conventional threats, we are aware of our adversaries, adversary nations and their capability development and so on. The Navy's role is to protect, preserve and promote our national interests wherever they lie, especially in the maritime domain. So we assess what are the threats, what are the challenges and what are the maritime interests that we need to pursue, and we therefore see that on a daily basis there is a certain amount of contestation that is happening at sea. It is well below the threshold of conflict, but the possibility of full-fledged war can now be ruled out. So, in a sense, if you look at it right from the Roman days, the essential requirement of national security, stems from that saying, "Sivi pace parabellum." That means, if you want peace, you must prepare for war. So, therefore, preparing for war remains a core activity for the Navy, and we therefore get the combat part of it. So that is the conventional threat. When you talk of non-conventional threats in the maritime domain, there are plenty. It's, I would say, piracy, armed robbery. Even yesterday we had a piracy incident on off the coast of Yemen, where we had 9 Indian crew and 2 armed guards on board. They were able to be rescued with the help of multinational forces which are present there. But we had coordinated, the activity as well as facilitated the treatment of one of the guards who got injured. So I would say piracy, armed robbery, IUU fishing, that is illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, smuggling, all sorts of arms, drugs, human migration, all these activities, and they know no borders. So at sea, it is it's a common threat for almost all the countries in the region. So this is something which is an ongoing thing. So and further in our area, we are prone to natural disasters, and humanitarian assistance requirements also come up at very short notice. And a typical example is Sudan. Everything was going perfectly fine, and all of a sudden we had this conflict there, and we are required to evacuate our nationals. So this non-combatant evacuation operation is another thing that has been happening rather frequently. Another, I would say, all-pervasive and all-encompassing and an intrusive and a silent paradigm that is happening is in 3 respects, I would say. One is the emergence of niche technologies, which have got application both in the civil as well as the military domain, which can be harnessed by both state as well as non-state actors to progress threats. Second is the cyber part of it. Cyber is an enabler. We are all hooked onto it. We have to use cyber. It affects every aspect of our life, but it brings in a lot of vulnerabilities. And the third and the most important part in this intrusive paradigm and silent intrusive paradigm, I would say, is the aspect of weaponization, I would say, of the cognitive domain. So, there is the ability to use social media or, various types of tools, techniques, and to target people and to shape the cognitive domain by various inimical actors. So when you look at the overall threat that is that is emerging, it is a complex web. It has got all traditional threats, it's got non-traditional threats, which I talked of in the maritime domain, as well as these silent and intrusive paradigms. And therefore, we factor all this in making our assessments. We do our planning accordingly, and this feeds into the capability perspective planning and the capability development and the force structuring part of it. And I would like to say that it is being done in a joint manner. We also assess as to what are the capabilities that are available in the nation with various agencies, and then we see what are the gaps, and then what is it that we need to fulfill. So whatever falls into the domain of the Navy, that is what we take on. For example, I would just say we have very close linkages with agencies like the NTRO, the 3 services, the other 2 services as well, and see what is it that they can bring to the table, and what is it, where is the gap, and wherever the gap is identified, that is what we take forward as the into the capability development process purely for the maritime domain.
So my next question to you is something that has been hotly debated, and especially in the media, sir. This is about the 3rd aircraft carrier. And it's also understood that the primary threat that we face today in terms of our adversaries is China. So what is this, sir? They have 3 aircraft carriers, we will also have 3, then they have 5, we will have 5. Or they have 10 nuclear submarines, so we will have 10. What is the end game? Is it going to be writing checks after writing checks? So where does this stop? What is our end game?
I would say that we are not looking at matching platform to platform or aircraft carrier to aircraft carrier or submarine to submarine, etc. That's not the intent. I just said earlier that navies primarily look at national interests, and for us, protect, preserve, and promote national interests in the maritime domain. That is the guiding principle. And our national interests are spread far and wide in the Indian Ocean, be it our exclusive economic zone or offshore platforms or ships, which the merchant ships which carry out trade. In fact, as I would say, as Mahan had said, the need for a navy rises with the need for peaceful shipping, and dies with it. That means if you don't have any trade, if you don't have any merchant shipping, then you don't really require a navy. So, to ensure security in the maritime domain, you need to have assets. Now, coming specifically to what you are talking about the aircraft carrier, I would say the aircraft carrier forms the centerpiece or the asset around which the carrier battle group is structured. Now, it is a tremendous capability to have. It brings in the ability to project air power at sea for air defense. It brings in a lot of roles that you can achieve, whether it is sea control, whether it is power projection, control of the sea lanes of communication, destroying the enemy's war waging potential. So there is a lot of it that, and it's a unique capability. It cannot be brought in by anybody else. A main difference between land-based air power and what carrier battle group brings is the mobility that it has got, the versatility, and it is a persistent air cover that it provides for the rest of the fleet as well. So, and it has got a mobility of about 500 nautical miles, roughly about 1000 kilometers in 24 hours. It can be in one place and then move rapidly and deploy itself somewhere else. So, it's a unique capability. That is why if you look, among the nations that have an interest in maritime power and to protect their maritime assets, they do have a carrier. About 5-6 of the leading navies do have a carrier in their inventory. Now you may ask me, what about a choice between aircraft carrier and a nuclear submarine, paisa, all those things. Each of these bring their own, capabilities, and they are not, either or. I would say, if you look at the Indian Navy, we are trying to become a balanced force. A nuclear submarine brings a different set of abilities. It brings stealth, the ability to stay for very long underwater without the need to surface. And when it forms part of the nuclear triad, then it again it is I would say not easily detectable and cannot be targeted easily. So therefore, it is, I would say, a more survivable part of the triad as well. So a nuclear submarine brings a different set of capabilities, whether it is sea denial, and similarly, we have a good mix of conventional and nuclear submarine. So therefore, with that, we are able to provide a different set of capabilities and missions that it can achieve. So if you ask me, do we need more carriers, or should the carrier be offset against a nuclear submarine? I would say we need to be a well balanced force. We need to be a navy that meets the aspirations of the nation. We are the 5th largest economy today, and it is said that we may become the 4th largest economy in a couple of years, and we are heading towards being the 2nd or the 3rd largest by 2047. So what does it imply? When you say that you are becoming a very large economy in the world, that means you are exporting and importing goods. And when you are exporting and importing goods, it has to come through the sea. 90% of the goods by sea, by volume, have to come through the sea, and about 68% of our goods today comes through the sea by value. And in the foreseeable future, I would say that transportation by sea will remain the most efficient. Studies have shown that between road is to rail is to sea, the ratio is 1:10:100. That means for the same amount of energy, you can transport 1 kg by road, 10 kgs by rail, and 100 kgs by sea. So that is the economics of scale that you achieve when you transport through the sea. So therefore, so long as we are becoming a larger and larger economy, our trade goes up, and therefore I would say even the our GDP goes up, our budget goes up. I'm sure that the defense pie will also go up, and therefore there will be a need to protect our interests, and the need for more and more assets to pursue our national interests. As they, it's quite evident that we will have our diaspora in various places, our industries in various countries, various locations, and so how do we support them, in times of crisis or those things. So I would say that a couple of good books that those who are interested can read. One is The Splendid Exchange by Jay Bernstein, and another one I would say is by Bruce D. Jones called To Rule the Waves. It has been recently published. It's a very, very clear expose on how the importance and how maritime domain and the maritime power and what you get from the sea, leads to the growth of nations.
So the CDS was here, and in fact, he gave the keynote speech, spoke very passionately about Atmanirbharta, ability of an indigenous arms or weapons manufacturing ecosystem. He says that this is one of the missions. He spoke about it. My question to you is, sir, Indian Navy solidly stands behind Atmanirbhar Bharat. Do you think that our manufacturing is strong and robust enough to deliver platforms that can address evolving maritime? Do you think the local defense manufacturing organizations that do it, are they strong enough to deliver on that?
See, the Navy has been the forefront of Atmanirbharta, and we have been pursuing this over the last at least 5 decades. We started in 1962 or so with a small, patrol boat, and since then we have evolved, making, small LSTs, then landing ship, bigger, medium-sized ones, then corvettes, frigates, destroyers, and finally we culminated in the submarines, and now culminated in the commissioning of the aircraft carrier. I feel that this thrust towards Atmanirbharta has come at the right time. We need to see examples and the lessons that we have learned from the Ukraine war. Ideally, this should have happened many, many years back, but the thrust of the government towards Atmanirbharta is absolutely right. We need to have we need to have strategic autonomy, I would say, in this sense. And also, this is a great economic opportunity for us to develop our defense ecosystem, defense industries, so that not only can we make for ourselves, but we can also help friendly foreign countries. And as our Honorable Prime Minister has said, the self-reliance in the defense forces is very important for India of the 21st century. And we are convinced in the Navy. We have been building ships, as I said, for a long time. And any ship that is constructed has got, while under construction, I would say it's got three components. Broadly, when you look at it, to float, to move, and to fight. So in the float component, we are at 95%, I would say. The entire steel is indigenous now, DMR 249 Alpha and Bravo. The steel has been developed in country by DRDO, Midani, and Navy, and Steel Authority of India. So every single warship hereafter will be built with steel that is made in India. In fact, we have now gone on to make another submarine grade steel as well, DMR 301. Which will facilitate in making submarines which can go even deeper, probably, and more stronger steel. So since steel is steel, and the the components that are involved in it for construction of the float component of the ship and submarine is now completely available. So it's about, I would say, 95% there. When you talk about the move component, that means the propel and to propel the ship, various systems, control systems, shafting, propellers, whole lot of things are being made in India. I would say we are about 65% there. What is lacking is the main propulsion, be it diesel engines. We have been manufacturing diesel engines under license, but now we are moving on to make these in India. So there's a make case that has been approved for, I think, a 12 megawatt diesel engine. We are looking at gas turbines being manufactured in India. We are looking at gas turbine generators being manufactured in India. We are looking at electric propulsion, which is the next generation propulsion. Also, the larger motors, etc., which are required, being developed in India. So this is as far as the move component is concerned. And in fight, we are somewhere around 55%, I would say. The long range missiles, etc., good part of the sensors are being made in India. I would say, you look at BrahMos, the gun ammunition, say sonars, torpedo tubes, torpedoes, they all, being made in India. But there are certain areas where, especially in guided weapons and things like that, where we are still dependent on some radars and so on. So the effort is to achieve as close to 100% as possible in the years ahead. We as a Navy have given a commitment to the national leadership that we will be a Atmanirbhar Navy by 2047. Just as the national leadership is saying that we will be a fully developed nation by 2047. We have given a commitment that we will be a fully Atmanirbhar Navy by 2047. So that is what we are working towards. So I am convinced that there are adequate policies in place, initiatives in place. There's a roadmap for the armed forces. The industry has also got incentive for making in India. So we are hoping that we'll have a Make in India, made for India, and niche technologies that are made exclusively for India. So that is what we are looking at, and trying to encourage the defense industries to make for us.
The fourth question is slightly interesting because I'm speaking about the Pakistan Navy, sir. I say Pakistan's Navy has moderately developed over the past decade. The Chinese Navy has been growing by leaps and bounds. So there are two adversaries, East and West, generally, sir. Now my question is, how does Pakistan fit into our threat perception profile, given that PLA Navy ships and submarines dock at their ports frequently, sir? Whether it's Gwadar, whether it's Karachi, sir, we have them going all around and docking there very frequently. So how does the Pakistan Navy fit into our threat perception?
Actually, PLA Navy ships have been docking into various ports, not just Pakistani ports alone. They have been docking, they have been visiting Bangladesh, they have been visiting Myanmar, they have been visiting Sri Lanka, of course, Oman, and various other countries. So they do visit. It's perfectly fine that they can visit. But as you said, the visit to Pakistan and a possibility of their ports, etc., is something that we are eased off and we keep a watch on. Pakistan Navy, I would say, between I would say Pakistan and China, they have common strategic interests, and therefore countries which do have a common strategic interest, they will align either both economically as well as in terms of military requirements, etc. They have been getting a lot of support for their military hardware. In our assessment, they are likely to transform into a 50 platform force in about 10 to 15 years time. There are 8 new submarines which are under construction. They got new corvettes, new frigates. They are all being inducted and various stages of construction, etc. So they are modernizing their force at a rapid pace, and from where they are currently about 20 to 25 platform force, they are moving on to become a 50 platform force. A lot of maritime patrol aircraft have been inducted or are in the process of being inducted. So they are modernizing at a good pace. As far as China is concerned, I would say in the last 10 years, they have commissioned about 148 ships and submarines. So quite a large number, and the construction is still on. In fact, the aircraft carrier, the third aircraft carrier construction is on, and which is much larger. And also a lot of new destroyers, larger destroyers, and so on. But while this construction and the commissioning is on, we feel that it will, sort of plateau at some point in time. It cannot continue forever at the pace at which it goes because of various other constraints. While I would say numbers has a quality of its own, quality also matters. As I said, we are keeping a very close watch on the developments in the Indian Ocean region. We put in a lot of effort on surveillance to develop our MDA, our Maritime Domain Awareness. We know, or we at least the effort is on to exactly know who's present and what are they up to, okay, on a 24/7 basis. So that is our job, which is what we pursue. We deploy our aircraft or UAVs, the HALEs, ships, submarines. So we keep a close watch on all the developments that is happening. So there is a large presence of Chinese vessels, I would say. about at any point of time, we have anything between 3 to 6 Chinese warships in the Indian Ocean region. Some obviously at the close to the near the Gulf of Oman or in the anti-piracy patrols. But there are also those which do come into the eastern part of the IOR for shorter durations. And there are these Chinese research vessels which are ever present in different numbers. Sometimes there are 2, sometimes there are 3, sometimes there are 4. They come for durations, for undertaking research activities in international waters. And there are a large number of fishing vessels which are always present in the ocean region. So you find there is a there's a large presence of Chinese units in the Indian Ocean region. So we try to keep track of it, and then we refine our plans, actions that we are required to take. And this also feeds back into the capability development process and post-structuring to tweak the type of units or capability that we need to develop.
So my last question to you is, sir, that how's the Indian Navy adopting new technologies like artificial intelligence? And what initiatives are being taken to partner with institutions of excellence and private entities for research and development?
We say that our motto, I would say, is to be a combat-ready, credible, cohesive, and future-proof force. So, in terms of future-proofing, we need to look at the technologies that are likely to come in. So, as you said, AI, say directed energy weapons and space-based applications, different types of sensors, multifunction radars, hypersonic missiles. So and BDA. So these are all new things that we are looking at. So we have created I would say a slightly future-looking organization. We call it the NIIO, Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization. It basically encourages innovation. It acts as a sort of a organization which reaches out into the industry, to the startups, to MSMEs, and generates ideas and technology which are of use to the Navy. So, so one of the things we had done last year in July was to conduct a seminar called the Swavilamban Seminar. So, in this seminar, we had said that we will give out 75 challenges to the industry and to the startup to develop technology or products that will be of could be inducted into the Navy. And it was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. And what a response we got for the 75 challenges. We got more than 1,100 suo motu proposals as well from the industry. So we went through all of that. It took some time, and we had shortlisted about 135 startups and MSMEs to take various initiatives forward. And since then, we had signed numerous contracts. In fact, we are just signing the 100th contract in a few days from now. 2 technologies are already getting inducted. One is a firefighting bot and one is a firefighting compound. And there are various other prototypes which are likely to be completed before August this year. We have set a timeline of 1 year. So, so it's been a great success. We link up with the closely with the Government of India and the MOD initiatives like IDEX and the TDF, which is a Technology Development Fund. So and also we have a endeavor which we have named as Sprint, that is supporting pole vaulting in R&D through IDEX, NIIO and TDAC. So that is the acronym for this sprint. And this has paid dividends because we are looking at technologies which we induct at that through the MSMEs, which can be a game changer, which can be inducted into our platforms, and which will help us in in fighting the battle in a completely different way, in a transformative manner. So that is what we are looking at. As far as AI particularly is concerned, we have started a Indian Navy incubation center for AI in Bangalore. They are also now currently running 38 projects with the industry. Since Bangalore particularly has got a lot of software firms there. They are engaged with various startups, etc., to how to use AI not just for maintenance and logistics and things like that, but also in the op role. So a number of use cases have been made to harness AI, and they are working on it to see how it can translate into technology that can be ported onto our platform. So while we are looking futuristic in all these things, we are also looking at our HR be transformed into, I would say, not tech enabled, but I would say tech infused sort of warriors at sea. So this is how we foresee that we should be able to look at the future.
Thank you very much, sir. The questions from the audience?
Yeah, sure.
Now the Navy Chief will take 2 questions from the audience, please. And
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Vaibhav Gupta from MKU. My question is, does the Navy actually, have a roadmap of leapfrogging and, giving adversaries a good punch, and how this roadmap can help us as Indian industry to help the Navy, to leapfrog and in terms of technology and capability, so that we can also align to the vision of Navy in their indigenous effort. Thank you.
We have a capability, technological requirement roadmap, which has been shared. It's not been fully put in the public domain, but it's available for for genuine industry partners of a country. Roadmap for the unmanned systems was unveiled, was in fact approved by the MOD in 2021, and that is again available with us again for distribution to to genuine industry partners. A lot of work is happening on that. Some technology like say hypersonics and difficult technology, I would say, like laser, high power laser and things like that. We are working through the DRDO because we feel that is a technology, those technologies require a lot of investment. It may not be feasible for the industry to really put in that sort of resources. So there we are working with the DRDO and those sort of things, whether it is hypersonic missiles or anti-ballistic system, ballistic missile systems and things like that. So they are working on that. But rest of the technology, as I said, whether it is developing a 127 mm gun or a follow-on for the 76 mm gun or for torpedoes, we are working with industry. All this, there is a very clear roadmap which is available. So you just have to link up with our NIIO organization and take it. So we can't publish everything in the open domain. That is the.
Thank you very much, Admiral sir. I'm Wing Commander Bakshi. I have a question to ask regarding our joint operations, what we are talking of. Yes, it's a very common subject, joint operations. But when we talk of terms of jointness, there has been jointness at one time where our pilots were flying with the Navy, and I have also trained the naval pilots in the air-to-air firing at Kalaikonda. And there are a lot of commonality of equipment, fighting equipment. Is there any thinking of advancing this thinking, putting in the policy, exchanging equipment, especially with pilots, more pilots, fighter controllers being placed on aircraft carriers, etc., and common radar equipment, and there are a number of weapon systems which could be common. So, is there any thinking of advancing this policy and strengthening this policy so that there can be better use of resources at an optimal level?
Yes, sir. I would say, definitely that is the way ahead. And the HQ Ideas has been tasked with this thing of looking at joint case QRs for equipment that we are inducted or are getting inducted. For example, the software defined radio, which is a very important component of our net-centric warfare that we are talking of. Common waveform so that it can be ported into and used by jointly by all of us. Basically, I think the first requirement that we should be able to communicate together. So joint waveforms have been developed already. We're going to have these software defined radios. It will take probably a little bit of time, and every single equipment now that we are developing or procuring from of course we are looking at largely procuring from India itself, will see whether it is applicable for more than one service, and that is the way we are progressing. For example, I would say the Navy is looking at the twin engine deck based fighter being made in India. It will have a lot of commonality with the Air Force, next generation aircraft that is being made. A lot of equipment will be similar, but exact aircraft may not fit into a aircraft carrier. So therefore, there will be certain differences. Similarly, what we are looking at as a DBMRH or deck based multi role helicopter, that will be a variant of the helicopter which is being looked at for the Air Force and the Army in the same category. So, so we are definitely looking at commonality so that maintenance becomes easier. In fact, when you are looking at the UAVs and HALEs and MAILs, etc., it is going to be a common platform which can have sensors fitted which suit each service. So, so that is how we are looking at when you are looking at training. Even on the carrier, we have had Air Force pilots flying with us, but you are aware that it takes a certain amount of time for training and becoming ops on that. So we have had I think in the squadron at least 1 or 2 pilots over a long period of time. So that is how, and now in fact we had our fighter pilots training at the integrated, the training area of the Air Force.
Laikonda, they were there, sir.
No, now they have in Gwalior, there is a integrated firing training area. So they have qualified. For the first time, we got, I think 2 or 3 pilots who got qualified.
Thank you, sir.
The last question, sir. Yes, sir, just one last question.
I am Brigadier Ratan Kumar, sir. The Navy Chief used a very interesting term, the weaponization of the cognitive domain, sir. We all kind of reckon that there is something like this that is now happening, and it is happening all the time. Certain unpopular steps or orders had been issued in the past when I was in service in the Army regarding use of the social media, which I suppose is one of the weapons probably you have in mind. What strategies does the Navy have to protect its sailors from the deleterious effects of these weapons of cognitive domain, sir?
It is, it's not an easy task, I can tell you. It's a big challenge. We got our policies on the use of social media, and certain things have been banned, and it's not, and of course a lot of apps have been banned nationally as well. But there is no other option but to try and educate your personnel. because these are all individual, I would say the rights of an individual. He keeps a phone. We don't permit a smartphone in the, within the security premises, which itself raises issues of morale and things like that, because we have our sailors staying on board a ship, which is a combat platform, and therefore, he doesn't have access to social media, and his own, communications get affected and so on. So we are trying to find ways and means to ease this this problem, and it's a problem not just for us; it's a problem for all navies worldwide. Because today's generation are hooked on to instant communication, and they cannot live without social media. So, the use of social media to affect your mind, shape your opinion, to, we have seen it all over happening in our country. Various examples are there. So, we do not have any specific strategies that are laid out, but we have been working on educating them. We have something called a divisional system where, we have every 11 sailors is under an officer who is supposed to know him well and interact with him and mentor him and so on. So the constant effort is to talk to them, mentor them, and talk of the ill effects of social media. I would say in many cases social media is really antisocial. So tell them about the effects of this, and try and educate. There is, and of course, so this is one of the challenges which is there. There are no easy solutions.
Yes, sir. Because then there'll be too many questions, so we'll be at it for another hour or so, sir.
No, I'm okay.
Would you like to take one last question,
Yeah.
sir? Okay, I said last, but I'll say last once more. This is the absolute last question.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is regarding the Chinese spy ships that have recently anchored in Hambantota, Sri Lanka. How we are dealing with it, and how real is the threat regarding security?
See, it's all these research vessels, and they all have ability to track and have ability to collect electronic signals and so on. So while they are free to operate in international waters, when they operate close to our areas of national interest, then it becomes a challenge. So therefore, we have to work with our neighbors, with our friendly foreign countries to convey the challenges. We keep a close watch on all the activities, and we have our ships which monitor them very, very closely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this enlightening session, sir. Gentlemen, we'll have a short break for lunch. I know many of you would be hungry, but let me tell you all the good news is at sharp 2:15, we have a session by a very illustrious general, the general officer who spearheaded the surgical strikes. Yes, so let's ensure that we are here a couple of minutes before that, because sharp 2:15, the general officer will be here on the stage speaking to you all. Thank you very much. That good idea, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have all settled down now after the heavy lunch. We are indeed very, very privileged and honored to have with us General Hooda, who is the general officer who commanded, who led, who spearheaded the famous surgical strikes which you all know of. Well, he's here to talk to us and give us a special address on the radical ideas on the line of actual control. Sir, may I please request you to please come ahead. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Gaurav, for inviting me here. The only complaint I have against Gaurav is that he served a very sumptuous lunch. I think we just forced a large number of people to sort of go for their afternoon naps after lunch. So, I've been asked to speak on radical ideas on the line of actual control. And if some soldiers and officers who are serving on the LAC hear this, they say, all these radical ideas are only given in air-conditioned rooms sitting at Delhi. So not so much radical ideas. I think what I'm going to talk about today is how we can better improve our management of the LAC. And so I will take that as a focus. But before I come to that, so what is the major challenge that the soldiers and the officers on the LAC face? And the major challenge is actually the challenge of geography. So if you look at the line of actual control in the central and eastern sector, runs along the Himalayan watershed, the highest mountain range in the world. Even at Ladakh, where you actually have to cross the Himalayan watershed to get to eastern Ladakh, even there is a challenge because the amount of snow that dumps on the Himalayan watershed in Ladakh actually cuts off Ladakh for almost between 4 to 5 months in a year. So there are major sort of challenges, and because of that, our road construction is very limited. It has to go through narrow valleys, climbing right up from the plains to the heights on the watershed. On the other side of the LAC, you have the Tibetan Plateau, where it's much, much easier to construct roads, construct infrastructure. Just as an example, the Lhasa-Ningchi 425-kilometer railway line was constructed in took about 6 years to construct. What we're hearing now is major highways, major railway lines that are going to come up, across the Exai Chin. So while we might do whatever we can on infrastructure development, and a lot is going on, I think the reality is that we cannot match the kind of infrastructure that the Chinese are going to be able to build in Tibet. I mean, that's the reality. We might do whatever we can. And so the problem for us is how to match that kind of mobility, how to match information gathering from the other side, because the Chinese have the ability to very quickly move forces, very quickly sidestep. And so our major challenge, frankly, lies in our ability to detect, discern the intentions of the Chinese, and to be able to react. And so these are the 2-3 areas that I'm going to talk about. The first thing we need is a very effective surveillance and intelligence architecture. Because there is a limit to how many troops you can put along the LAC. There is a minimum number that is required for sure. but it isn't as if you can just keep pumping in troops and troops along the LAC to be able to meet where the Chinese are going to come in from, how they're going to mobilize, how they're going to move. And so you need a very effective intelligence and surveillance architecture. And so what will this surveillance and architecture, for example, look like at the core level? And it needs to have 3-4 components. So you need a network of interlinked sensors. So you have ground sensors, you have acoustic sensors, magnetic sensors, along likely lines of transgression by the PLA. So that's the first requirement. There are a very dense sort of network of interlinked sensors. What you have today also, and what I'm going to talk about some aspects of technology, the technology that's available today and just sort of needs a little bit of development and then deployment. So you have something called smart dust. So these are sensor modes, 20 micrometers to a maximum of 1 millimeter size. And it's like a dust, very difficult to detect. And this is what can be deployed either aerially through helicopters or even by men. And that's quickly deployed along where you think there are routes of transgression that can come. It will be very difficult to detect these sensors and where they are. Behind them, probably what you would require is elevated platforms where you can mount your sensors, electro-optical radars. Now, these could be elevated, physical elevated platform, or you can have balloons, and that's also been tried out. Elevated balloons, somewhat in depth from the LAC. Behind them, of course, we are all talking about drones, etc. An array of drones which can be launched very quickly to see where the transgression is, where we need to move and how we need to get there. Connecting all this, you require a very effective communication network. And there are different sort of means of establishing these communication networks these days. There are traditional communication networks. We are also having what are called light fidelity technology today, where information is transmitted through light, and that can carry much sort of higher amount of information on that. And you need this network not to be hierarchical. It can't go from one formation to another formation. This information will come to a battalion, from battalion it goes to a brigade, brigade it goes to the division. You need a completely non-hierarchical network, and information from all these sensors actually feeding into an analysis hub. So all the information that is gathered by these sensors comes into an analysis hub where the data is analyzed. You use artificial intelligence, and everybody's talking about how AI can be used. And the AI then decides where this information is required to be fed, which means who are the people who are going to react to this information. And that's where your analysis hub then feeds this information very quickly, whether it's to a company location, whether it's to a battalion headquarter, whether it goes to a brigade headquarter. And that kind of decision making, that very quick decision making that is required to be done, I think is only feasible if you have machine learning and you have artificial intelligence actually driving these decision making. So that's the kind of infrastructure that you will require probably at a core level. An array of sensors, an effective communication network, and then a data analysis hub, which is then feeding information down to people who are supposed to very, very quickly react to it. What about information and intelligence in greater depth? So what happens, how do we actually keep note of what is happening in Tibet, for example? How do we know where there is a large movement of troops that is taking place from China across Xinjiang and across Tibet and coming close to the LAC? And of course, you have your traditional means of surveillance, which is your aircraft, which carry out photography. You have your satellites, which give you visual pictures at various times. But I think we need to start looking a little beyond these traditional means. And let me give you one or two examples. So you have today around the world satellites which are tracking air pollution globally. Now imagine a convoy of 1,000, 1,500 vehicles traveling on a road in Tibet, where the air pollution is very low. you are going to have a high density of air pollution along those routes. So is there some way that you can utilize this information? Can you have satellites which is tracking this? Because that's a clear giveaway that a very large movement of troops has taken place. Let me give you one more example, and I don't know how practical it is and whether it can be applied, but just as an example, I mean, how does Google Map track traffic? It's basically the number of telephones that are moving along that route, how slowly they are moving, and that's how it calculates sort of traffic density. Is there some way of applying these technologies which are today available in addition to your traditional forms of satellite imagery, etc., to look at information which is in greater depth and which you can then utilize for making sort of analysis and assessments? And all this that you are having, and again, I think we need to go back to the AI and look at some predictive tools to say, look, this is the kind of movement that has happened. These are the indicators. What does it predict for you? For example, 2020, since January 2020, we knew that there is a large movement of PLA soldiers that has taken place and has gone to their traditional exercise areas. That information was known. It was being reported by newspapers as early as January 2020. I think what we did not know was thereafter what. And therefore, if we can make use of artificial intelligence to look at various indicators and make sort of predictions about what these indicators mean, how could, for example, the PLA thereafter react. These are some of these things that we need to look at if we want to really strengthen our surveillance and architecture grid. Once you've got the information, you need to be able to rapidly react to that along the LAC. And so what is the kind of equipment that is required? I'm not saying this is the only equipment required. What I'm trying to suggest to you is that in addition to your traditional military hardware, what is the kind of military equipment that is required for soldiers to be able to react very quickly to any kind of situation? And obviously the first thing is we need more helicopters. You cannot just keep having, as I said, keep pumping in troops all along the LAC every meter, every 100 meters to say that we require these so that we can react. I mean, there's going to be a limitation to numbers. So obviously you need helicopters. You need all-terrain vehicles. We've been experimenting with these from when I was there in 2015. We were carrying out trials of all-terrain vehicles. I was asking somebody today in the audience, and he said, it's 2023, we are still carrying out trials of all-terrain vehicles. I mean, it's something that we know is needed very quickly. Our ability to move in small teams is extremely, extremely important. And for that, you require all-terrain vehicles. You don't need thousands of soldiers to move. When you find that something is happening, a small group of soldiers can immediately sort of and very quickly react. So I think all-terrain vehicles is an absolutely, absolutely essential requirement. It is my personal view, and the DRDO chief is not here, thank God, that light tanks is going to be a waste in Ladakh. You don't need heavy equipment. The infrastructure that you'll need to create, the ability of light tanks to move, the fact that what we've seen in Ukraine would, 5 small team ATVs mounted with advanced anti-tank missiles be a better bet in Ladakh rather than moving in tanks. You will also require autonomous vehicles. You cannot go everywhere every time on your own. And so, and I'm saying these are technologies that are not something that are 50 years, 100 years into the future. You already have self-driving cars, etc. You need autonomous vehicles. You need adaptive camouflage in order to hide yourself where you're moving, so that you cannot be picked up. One very sorely needed thing is energy efficient technologies. A big problem that we practically faced was you have all these, you have all this equipment where you require battery charging. There is no electricity in the forward areas. You are completely reliant on generators. How long are you going to run the generators just for charging your radio set batteries, your night vision device batteries, your radar batteries? So you need energy efficient technology very, very badly along the LAC. And you need advanced technology in infrastructure building. Our road building, our construction that we do for habitat, for defense works, takes enormous amount of time. And I think somewhere where people can step in with technology that can help build your infrastructure quickly is an absolutely essential requirement. And my last point, need to altitude. Extremely operate at full effect. You need something to power the, and again, these are not some are not available. You need wearable devices that can map parameters. You need telemedicine, nothing new. I'm wearing much of it. Not very costly, and every have a automatically need to start looking at skeletons. Again, this is not need lightweight augmented reality. And my last point, that we need the part are actually at our soldiers well. I've just all-terrain vehicle last 7 years testing, trying it out. So we need procurement process. Than what we currently have. The US Air Force was asked, what are the of artificial intelligence? Said my priority areas AI to actually make our and as we look at adoption of high technology into the, and again, this is something that we talked about. Please understand, a procurement process take 5 years. Technology by the time it comes. So there is a need to start seeing. Just to sort of sum it up, I think, as I said, there are really no great radical ideas. Just some ways in which technology that is already tied to intelligence network, at intelligence depth areas, getting kind of equipment that we need, both great efficient and to be. These are some of the ideas I had. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for this very crisp, precise, and a very informative talk. The gentlemen, before we go ahead with our panel discussion, a very interesting panel discussion, we have a small message in the form of a video message by our sponsors, PLR Systems. Could we have the video, please? You can dim the lights.
Make in India initiative, Adani Defense and Aerospace has formed a joint venture with Israel Weapon Industries, Israel, to manufacture an entire range of modern small arms in India. Adani Group has established India's first private sector small arms manufacturing facility at Gwalior, MP. Modern manufacturing infrastructure, competent manpower and adherence to international quality standards has ensured flawless end products for the defense and police forces. The plant boasts of India's first fully integrated small arms barrel manufacturing facility, advanced machinery, testing labs, functional firing and proof test facilities. A 25 meters underground shooting range has been especially constructed to extensively check the weapons with the motto of delivering precise, lethal, reliable weapons to the forces. Our product line includes the PLR-9 9mm striker-fired pistol, Tivra 9mm submachine gun, Jeet 5.56mm carbine, Arya 5.56mm assault rifles, Abhay 5.56mm assault rifles and 9mm carbine, Prahar 5.56 and 7.62mm light machine guns, Achuk and Lakshya sniper rifles. Adani Defense and Aerospace manufactures the entire range of these small arms, and the state as well as the central police forces have already added these weapons to their armory. At Adani Defense and Aerospace, our focus is to produce the finest weapons that help the brave heart soldiers of our country safeguard the nation. In sync with Adani Group's vision of nation building, Adani Defense and Aerospace is committed to play a pivotal role in helping transform India into a destination for world-class, high-tech defense manufacturing facilities.
You can give a big hand to this video, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a very interesting panel discussion, and I have to thank Major Gaurav Arya for making my work much simpler by getting such names, such heavyweight names, which would require no introduction at all. Unka naam hi kafi hai. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be moderated by none other than Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain. We would have Mr. Tilak Debashir, Mr. Rajiv Sinha, and Mr. Sushant Sareen on the panel. Sir, may I request you please to come up on stage. Thank you very much, sir. Start from.
Right. Good afternoon, Jai Hind. Good to see the attrition having reduced. Some people have actually come back from their slumber after lunch. So good to see that. Pakistan ka naam hi kafi hota hai normally to bring back people. No. I must compliment Major Gaurav Arya on this entire program. But on this particular session, for having got a collection of such great heavyweights here, very correctly, what Major Ali said was absolutely correct. Their competence speaks for itself. The fact that they are here and the fact that this subject is being discussed for 45 minutes or so in a panel discussion has one special significance. In the last 10 days, I must have written, I know, so much on Pakistan, primarily trying to focus on one thing. That look, we still have an adversary called Pakistan. Lots and lots of people in India tend to think everything is now northern borders, everything is China, all the problems are in the maritime zone, etc. While you don't realize that an imploding Pakistan, a weak Pakistan, a collapsing Pakistan is the worst thing that can happen to us. And therefore, inclusion of this panel was very, very important in this discussion, in this whole session. Now, we've got just 45 minutes with us to do it. I intend to break it up by giving 5 minutes each to our very eminent speakers, to make their points. They will be able to make 2 or 3 points and emphasize on that. Thereafter, I have a set of questions for them, about 1 or 2 sharp questions for them. And I intend to wrap it up with 10 minutes available to the audience if we can afford to do that. Because at the end of the day, on Pakistan, unless you have a Q&A session, an interactive session with the audience, is actually incomplete. So we'll start with Mr. Tilak Devashar on my left immediately here. And I shall be a very, very strict timekeeper. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Let me begin with the fundamental question that I posed in my first book, Pakistan Courting the Abyss, that was published in December 2016. And I had asked, is Pakistan then ungovernable, or is its leadership incapable of governing Pakistan? Now, the question was relevant then, it's even much more relevant today. The thrust of my argument was the acronym that I had coined, that is the WEEP factor, standing for water, education, economy and population. And I demonstrated that Pakistan faced an emergency situation in each of these 4 areas a decade ago. And today, it should have been in the Disaster Management Board, but there were no signs that it was. And these are the long-term elements that eat the innards of a society and of a country, and if not rectified in time, would lead the country closer to the abyss. Now, if you add this WEEP factor analysis with what is happening in Pakistan today, which is the current situation. Now, you all know what is happening in Pakistan, so I will not go into the details, but just a thumbnail sketch. There is a political crisis with constitutional implications, there is a judicial crisis, and a confrontation between the judiciary and the legislature and the government. There is the worst ever floods that Pakistan faced. There is a security crisis with the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan and with the Taliban in Afghanistan. And there is this massive economic crisis, and the Atta people getting killed to get Atta is the worst manifestation of this. Now you add this to the WEEP crisis and you know what is happening in Pakistan today. So where does all this impact us? The second part of the question, how does it impact us? A couple of points that I'd like to mention in the short time that is available. First, in dealing with a toxic state like Pakistan, we have to monitor what happens there very, very carefully. You cannot let your eyes off the ball. And what is happening, we must wargame both the best case scenario and the worst case scenarios. Unfortunately, I don't see that happening in too many think tanks in Delhi and other parts of India. We must do that. Second, our analysts and thinkers will have to get out of their complacent, conventional wisdom mode that Pakistan has survived such crises in the past and therefore it will survive these crises also. It may. I'm not disputing the fact that it may survive. But we have to be nimble in our analysis and we have to be prepared for what may or may not come. And that is the kind of advanced preparation that I think we must need to do. Third, the normal Pakistan playbook in dealing with domestic crisis is to shoot its way out of trouble. Because a hungry Pakistan and a radicalized Pakistan will be a very angry Pakistan. And this anger, potential anger which can implode, will not be contained by the security establishment in Pakistan. And therefore, the playbook is to divert it outwards. And outward means divert it towards India. You will find that from August 2019, there has been a series of drones that have been dropping IEDs, arms, ammunition and currency on Punjab and in Kashmir, trying to rekindle the Khalistan situation. Attack in Rajouri. So we cannot let our guard down and our security grid has to be strong. Fourth, Pakistan will get even more dependent on China. We need to monitor that as the situation starts to deteriorate even further. Fifth, what is happening in Pakistan, it is unlikely that the government over there would expend any political capital on Indo-Pak relations. Therefore, the focus has to be on management of relations to ensure that relations don't deteriorate even further. And finally, there are two diametrically opposed trends that are happening. There are some people in India who feel that given the crisis in Pakistan, now is the time to push an aggressive policy towards it. Strangely, on the other side, in Pakistan, there are some writers, including armed forces personnel, diplomats, and a lot of vloggers who say this is the time to have better relations with India, especially in terms of trade. Now, how this dynamic plays up will be very interesting to watch. To conclude, and to answer the question that I had posed in my book, Pakistan has become a country whose challenges seem to be beyond the capacities of the current leadership to be able to resolve. The current leadership neither has the vision nor the ability to do so. And therefore, we have to be very careful of what the leadership does, how he does it, and where does Pakistan land up in the next 3 months, 6 months, and a couple of years down the road. Thank you. I'll stop now.
Thank you very much.
I think I've stuck to time.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me at the back? Right. Thank you very much. You stuck to your time. Absolutely. Very disciplined. The reference from Mr. Devashar's excellent intervention, which I would like to focus on. Read an article which has appeared yesterday in Pakistan by an Air Force officer called Shehzad Chaudhry. It will actually amaze you. Shehzad Chaudhry is a man I used to meet the last 10 years. He was so aggressive towards India. But off late, and with this latest article yesterday, it is all nothing but peace that they are talking. So is there something happening in Pakistan which we are not being able to put our pulse to? While there's a terrorist attack in Punch, at the same time there are people talking peace. Where does this whole thing stand actually today? Over to Mr. Rajiv Sinha. No introductions required, an expert on Pakistan, been on it for many, many years.
Hello. I think the reality of Pakistan has been very clearly exposed and explained by Mr. Deveshar. But the problems are not new, but the new thing is that they've all hit Pakistan at the same time. That is an important thing. We see a level of polarization in Pakistan that has never been seen before. Earlier, the judiciary and the army or the establishment worked in tandem with each other, and each would support each other. Today, that relationship stands broken. So, in case, and that has created a constitutional crisis. So, in case there's a problem, then there'll be no constitutional fig leaf for any unconstitutional act as earlier, as it can be explained by the doctrine of necessity. Further, as far as the politics are concerned in Pakistan, even if there are elections held tomorrow or the next month or the next month, I don't think any political party has come up with what then, thereafter. And I don't think, as I pointed out, anybody has the capacity to take Pakistan out of the mess that it is there today. So we'll only see the problem continuing and the can being kicked down the lane further. Then there was this reference to, indirect reference to religion. That is true. A radicalized Pakistan is going to be a very angry Pakistan, and where will their anger go? It's going to come east to it. And I think all political parties are equally guilty in maintaining and using religion. The PTI talks of Riyasat-e-Madina. I don't even know they understand what that means or what can we do with it. Similarly, PMLN, it talks of removing interest rates under Islamic banking systems. How can they do that? Where is the money for it? How will they manage it? No idea, but to earn brownie points, they all use religion. Then on the side of the army, in Pakistan, it's an established wisdom that the army has a legitimate supervisory role in politics. It is a cementing factor. But unusually, it is facing criticism from, and also differences amongst officers. But is not split down the middle, which is the reason why it's still there. And the problem is the Pakistan Army today is supporting a government that is not able to do anything and is not willing to support a government which has support. Because that government which comes out, which wants elections, if it holds Punjab, then obviously the situation will become very difficult. What does that imply for India? I think the most important thing for us is we have to manage to war game both the worst case as mentioned by the Deveshar and the best case scenario, and monitor the developments very, very closely so that we don't miss any of the commas or the full stops, and ensure that we are prepared for any action. And as we have seen, the Pakistan state is always using non-state actors with deniability. So that aspect is going to continue irrespective. Even if we open trade with Pakistan, I don't think we let our guard down. We need to be careful and manage the relationship. And that's a key element in Indo-Pak relations. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent. A very short, sharp, intervention here, which focused on the internal aspects, the ungovernability of Pakistan and the likely effects of that manifesting on us. Sushant Sareen is a long-standing critic. He's the man who actually virtually coined the term the dim. Imran Khan being called the dimwit, the dim. And, loves using it on television all the time. I'm not sure whether he would like to meet Imran Khan in a dark alley anywhere in the future ever.
You should ask him if you would like to meet me, sir.
But he's the man who's, you see him on a more aggressive, more offensive kind of a posture that India needs to take. That's been his USP mostly on television. We would love to hear from him what he thinks of Pakistan today in this current state of weakness, and what should India be looking at, doing about it. Over to you.
Okay, just by way of clarification, I didn't take a hard line. I wasn't born with a hard line on Pakistan. I actually evolved into it. I was, believe it or not, somebody who thought peace was possible until better sense dawned on me. And I don't think that is possible anymore. But I think it's very clear for India, rather than bothering about what's happening in Pakistan, in the first instance, I think we should be very clear about our own capabilities and our own capacities. No matter what happens in Pakistan, there's very little we can do to save Pakistan from itself. And I don't think we should do anything to try and even attempt that. Because there is this Mother India complex in India that we must save Pakistan, and I don't think we can do it even if we wanted to. Coming from that standpoint, I think what is happening in Pakistan today is perfect for us. Frankly, there is no best scenario and worst case scenario. There's only a bad scenario, a worst scenario, and a worst scenario. Unfortunately, in Government of India, and I'm speaking in the company of three of people who've been in government, the worst case scenario is so horrible that nobody in the government even wants to think of it. And their attitude is deny that this will never happen, which is okay. But I think a weak Pakistan is a far better option for India than a strong Pakistan. An unstable Pakistan is a far better option for India than a stable Pakistan. A poor Pakistan is a much, much better thing for India than a rich and a prosperous Pakistan. And please perish the thought of a friendly Pakistan. That is, in simple terms, it's an impossibility. The voices of reason which you hear from across the border, I've been seeing them for the last 30 years, I can assure you. You all occasionally have these voices of reason coming from there. They don't count for anything. They don't make policy out there. And these same voices will take a 180-degree turn the moment the time suits them. So my point is that you have a Pakistan where you want it. The question is, how are you going to protect yourself from whatever happens in Pakistan? And that is an endless war, whether you like it or not. Anybody who thinks that you can kiss and make up and there'll be peace for all times to come, there might be interregnums of peace to be followed by war again. And I don't necessarily mean an all-out conventional war, but since there are a whole lot of service people out here, what you are into is an endless war. And you have to be mentally and psychologically be prepared, both as a country and as a security force, for an endless war in Pakistan. Now, whether you are fighting that endless war against a disparate group of people across the Radcliffe line, or you are fighting it against proxies of the Pakistani state, is a matter of detail. And we can come to that later. But I think that is where we are entering. And that is the war of the future, whether we like it or we don't like it.
Thank you, Sushant. Normally you're not as disciplined as this, because I find in most seminars you would have probably taken off and carried on. But it just shows.
Sir, last night you warned me that I don't have much time, so I
thank you, but thank you. Very, very sharp, very good intervention. If I may start the round of questions to them, short, sharp ones. We haven't heard the term TTP so far in this discussion. And that's the flavor of the times today. The Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, which has suddenly come back into reckoning. Last 2 days, lots happening on the Western Front, lots and lots of attacks taking place, etc. Is the situation internal security? This is my question to Mr. Devashir. Is this internal security situation in Pakistan such today that it is taking it into the abyss even further? And with the experience of Operation Zarb-e-Azb 2014 to 18, is it likely that there is going to be another operation which is going to be launched against the TTP now? If that happens, should we be sitting comfortable on the line of control in India, that nothing much can happen to Kashmir, nothing much can happen on our side here, because they are far too committed to internal security in Pakistan?
I think those need to be divorced. First, on the TTP. See, the TTP is doing to Pakistan what Pakistan had done to the US. That is, they gave Taliban shelter and sanctuary in Pakistan and used to send them out to attack the US. Today, the TTP has got shelter in Afghanistan and they are coming in and attacking Pakistan. The reason why Pakistan is hesitant to carry out an operation against the TTP like Zarb-e-Azb is that they have got the hinterland and you don't have the US drone strikes. The US drone strikes took out the top leadership of the TTP, whether it was Naik Muhammad or Baitullah Masood, all of them. So what do they do with an operation? If they go into Afghanistan to attack the TTP camps, it's going to be a long war of attrition with the Taliban, and who have got a whole host of suicide bombers, and I think there'll be mayhem in Pakistan. So Pakistan is really between a rock and a hard place. What does it do with the Taliban? And let's not forget, the Taliban have not recognized the Durand line. They have said it's a disputed line and they even uprooted parts of the fence. So Pakistan is on the defensive even there. So, and I think, yes, to answer your question, the TTP situation is a serious situation. To a large extent, Pakistan is to blame because they started talks with them, which allowed the TTP to regroup. They released a large number of prisoners who came down into Swat. So now the TTP is fairly established. They don't have any territorial, they haven't declared any free areas, but it's definitely over there. On Kashmir, I think Pakistan has that capability because these are not conventional troops. These are non-state actors. So, you have one incident here and one incident there, basically to keep you on your toes and also to tell the people that the insurgency is not dead. So, irrespective of what happens with the TTP and the Taliban, you cannot let your eyes off the ball as far as Kashmir is concerned and as far as the security grid is concerned.
That means, in other words, whatever be the situation in Pakistan, a one-off strike in Kashmir to remind the Awam, to remind the world, to remind the population in Pakistan itself, will continue in some form or the other. That brings us back to Afghanistan as such. You see, Rajiv, the three issues of Pakistan, main security issues of Pakistan, which have always been identified are, one is Kashmir on the eastern front, one is Afghanistan on the western front, and the third is the internal security issue. Now, of late we are seeing that the western front and internal security are becoming dire challenges for Pakistan today. Tell us a little bit about the new Afghanistan angle. The Taliban having turned 180 degrees around, the Durand line issue being questioned suddenly today, the support to the TTP. What exactly is the Taliban looking for in AFPAC, which is going to affect the Pakistan security adversely?
The Pakistan brought Taliban back into Afghanistan, and there were celebrations, as you've seen with Faiz Hamid sitting in Serena Hotel and sipping a cup of coffee or tea with there. So that was a celebration. But unfortunately, the celebrations turned horribly wrong. Taliban is not doing what Pakistan or the GHQ expect them to do. They have turned the wisdom upside down. They've provided shelter to the TTP. Despite Pakistani pressure, they have not denied them sanctuary. In fact, they are there along the border, though there are, of course, stray reports of some TTP members being shifted into the hinterland, but that's not major. The other thing is that the Taliban now understand how to use pressure and get concessions out of Pakistan too. So, as you mentioned, the TTP has been allowed to operate. It moves across the border into Pakistan, can hit anywhere with impunity anywhere in Pakistan, as they have recently demonstrated with their operations across. That they can hit at will at a place and point of their time and time of their choosing. The second is the fact that the Durand line is something that's not been recognized. The Taliban have just not talked about it. They do not want to recognize it. In fact, there have been clashes between the Taliban and the Pakistani army across the Durand line, where the Pakistani army has been trying to kind of move in further into Pakistan, into Afghan territory and occupy land, which has been rebuffed. So that is another aspect. Another aspect we must look into is the share of the Kabul River water, which is another very, very, very important factor. We must understand that Pakistan is a water deficit state and gradually becoming even a bigger water deficit state. And if the Taliban do build dams across the Kabul River, the flow of water will further reduce. That will only create more friction between the two sides. So yes, the role the Taliban plays will have a major impact on on the two front situation that Pakistan will face. One is the eastern side and the other is the western side. So to avoid that, Pakistan was hoping that if we get Taliban in the west, our western front will be quiet, but that's not happened. But interestingly, along the LOC, the ceasefire is held so far, which is an interesting development. I don't see the ceasefire being violated anytime in the short term. I don't know the medium long term. I will not like to look into that. But yes, we need to understand that Pakistan will not give up the use of its non-state actors to remind the world that Kashmir issue is a major issue for it. And the Awam also, that Kashmir issue exists and Pakistan will continue to support it, directly or indirectly, however it looks at it. So yes, the fact that Taliban have come to Afghanistan in Kabul is a major security concern for Pakistan today.
Thank you for that. In other words, would you say that, this is just a follow-up question for you. Would you say that the deteriorating relationship between the Taliban and the Pakistan leadership is actually leading to a dilution of the strategic depth which Pakistan always has sought from Afghanistan?
Well, let's not use the word deteriorating relationship. I don't think it's a difficult relationship where both sides are pressing their own interests in order to secure their own interests. As far as the strategic depth is concerned, I think it's very clear now in the manner in which the Taliban have been behaving that I don't think Pakistan can take the Taliban for granted in terms of what it wants to do and how it wants to do. So the strategic depth is in question, definitely, at this point in time.
Thank you. Sushant, a follow-up from that. What is the larger Taliban game? Is there an ideological aspect to it? Because some analysts feel that the Taliban is actually looking towards the domination of the entire AFPAC. You know, now with the Americans having gone, not likely to come back in 20 years, even if there's a major incident, Pakistan in dire straits economically, everything for internal security angle, etc. This is a golden opportunity for the Taliban to actually show itself manifested as the actual leader of the entire area from an Islamic caliphatic angle. What is your comment on that?
I think it kind of links up with the question of strategic depth. It was always a misnomer that Pakistan will get strategic depth in Afghanistan. Actually, it's the Taliban who've got strategic depth in Pakistan. And their strategic depth has only increased in Pakistan. But I think the Taliban ideology is nothing if it's not an expansionist ideology. It always was. It was this topi which the Americans wore on their head and on a lot of other people's head, which they put to say that, no, the Taliban are, these Afghan nationalists who will only Afghan-centric. They have no ambition beyond Afghanistan. That was utter nonsense. I would use some much more colorful language, but this is not the place for it. But the fact of the matter remains that it was all Islamist ideologies are expansionist ideologies. Right? And General Saab, you know this better than anybody else. You've studied this a lot more than most other people have. So what the Taliban, but they will go about it in a very systematic manner. They will not do it in the way the Islamic State tried it. They have already got a state, which is Afghanistan, and they are going to continue to spread their influence wherever they can, following that old adage that, you have the watches, we have the time. So this is a millenarian ideology, millenarian philosophy, which is only going to expand. Pakistan is ripe for the picking as far as these people are concerned. They have the networks out there. They have a weak state to contend with. they have a lot of people who have already been brainwashed into thinking, look, in Pakistan, a lot of people say that, yeah, the Taliban are not bad guys. We don't agree with how the Taliban do things, but yeah, technically they're not such bad guys. So there is that ambiguity inside Pakistani heads as far as how they perceive the Taliban. So it is a country ripe for the picking. And this is a country where now the elite consensus has broken down. This is a country where there is a crisis of the state taking place. So it is natural for them to expand into Pakistan. Similarly, if you look at all the terror groups or insurgent groups from across the region who have been given sanctuary in Afghanistan, whether it's from Tajikistan, whether it's from Uzbekistan, whether it's the Chinese groups, the Pakistanis, of course, including some Iranian Sunni extremist groups, right? The Jaish-ul-Adl and others. Now, for the Iranians, for example, there can never be a meeting ground between a Shiite Iran and a hardline Sunni Taliban. There will be tactical accommodation, there will be those adjustments, but there can never be peace between them. It's impossible. It hasn't happened for 1500 years. It's not going to happen now. So I think this will continue to expand. And I think that is what the bigger picture in front of India, going not in India, everything is the next 3 months when the next election happens. But if we were to look a little further down the line, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, then I think we should factor in these particular elements in our national security strategy and then take countermeasures for that.
Thank you very much for that. That was excellent, actually. In fact, our thinking is so restricted that we look at the LOC or what's happened on the Punch-Bimbergali road or something like that. These tactical manifestations will continue forever, every 6 months, a year or so. It is this larger picture. And therefore, a follow-up question on that. Do you think that the next cycle of global terror, which is waiting to happen, at the moment global terrorism is on the back foot completely, it could happen in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, anything. Is this the area from where the next cycle of global terror will emerge? I particularly ask this because the vacant spaces in Afghanistan and apparently vacant spaces in Pakistan all seem to be showing as if they are getting more and more occupied by these elements.
Well, this has been the epicenter of terrorism even during the first cycle. The whole global terror, war on terror started from this region. Very often people forget that when the Taliban took over, and again, never trust the Americans or the Brits when they write on these issues because they talk utter nonsense most of the time. But if you look at what happened, every terror group from the Philippines to Morocco had a presence in the Afpak region. They would all carry out their operations in their various theaters, whether it was in East Africa, it was in the Sahel region, it was, you name the part of the world, but they all found their origins in the Afpak region. They all went out from here. They all, originated from this region. That was the first wave. The second wave is bound to happen out here because can you tell me any other safe haven for most of these guys? And when you link it up with what Mr. Deveshwar writes very eloquently in his book, the Pashtunwali culture, that you will give refuge to whoever comes out there, especially if he is an Islamist who is running away from quote-unquote persecution, then this does become terror central once again. And this is the safest of safe havens because who's going to come in out here again? Everybody is run with their tail between their legs and nobody wants to come back here again. So this is bound to be the epicenter of the next wave of terrorism, which we are already seeing the green shoots of.
Thank you very much. To Mr. Deveshwar, obviously, you can't have a discussion on Pakistan without involving the Pakistan Army, the great Pakistan Army. Lots and lots of things are being spoken about today about the Pakistan Army. For the first time, we are finding divisions within the army which are being spoken about. Otherwise, the Pakistan Army is always known to be a very united kind of a force. We suddenly find that General Asim Munir is being harangued, kept to a side. Perhaps the influence of Faiz Hamid, the ex-DG ISI, both are DG ISIs incidentally, Faiz Hamid has a following within the Pakistan Army itself. There are regimental followings which are taking place. Is this the first manifestations of a realistic division of ranks within the Pakistan Army that we are looking at? And if this happens, what will be the political effect within Pakistan?
You know, I don't buy that. A lot of it is PTI propaganda. Trolling Asim Muni, saying he's a retired lieutenant general, should not be chief. And, you know, people are saying, look, the Pakistan Army, in many respects, is like the Indian Army. The chain of command, the discipline holds. The Army chief is the man in uniform, he is the chief. Faiz Hamid is retired. A retired officer will command loyalty, but he will not command loyalty of troops who go out and shoot people. So I don't buy this kind of theory of division. Yes, there can be differences of opinion. Imran Khan has had a huge impact, especially on the families of serving army officers, on the veterans. But whether it leads to any kind of division, when we talk about division in the army, we're talking about disruption of the chain of command or the integrity of the army. Sorry, I don't see that. I don't see that happening. There can be differences of points of view. The Corps Commanders Conference issues are hotly debated. But once a decision gets taken, the army chief, you know, everybody falls in line with the army chief. I don't see any kind of Faiz Hamid or anybody else trying to pull the rug from any army chief. So I don't have that.
Given the fact that what you are saying is maybe completely right, that it's a unified army that you are seeing there, what is the Rubicon? Which is the line which divides the Pakistan Army from stepping across and getting hold of things in Pakistan? Because they are very reluctant at the moment. They don't want to be seen moving into a failing situation and failing even further. So given the fact that Pakistan really has not too many political options at the moment, is there a fine dividing line at which you think the Pakistan Army will finally have to take a decision to step in?
You see, a decade ago or 2 decades ago, the army would have stepped in. You see, the very famous, what Ayub Khan told his son, Gaurav Ayub, he says, you've served in the army. Once the army chief makes up his mind to stage a coup, only God above can prevent him. So any army chief would have gone ahead and staged a coup. But the reason he can't do it today are several. Given the conditions in Pakistan today, what is it that the army will bring to the table to pull Pakistan out of the economic morass? The army doesn't have that kind of expertise. So that is one. Yet at the same time, calling itself as the defenders of Pakistan's ideological and territorial frontiers, I think if situation deteriorates to the extent that there is street violence, which the police cannot handle, if the PTI comes out in large numbers, if the judiciary, as it is, the Chief Justice is way out of line as far as the Constitution is concerned. Can you imagine a situation where he preempts the legislature passing a bill? He says even if the bill comes into existence, it is stayed. This never happened, but there is no kind of preemptive jurisdiction in the army. So if things deteriorate to that extent, so if the crisis deepens in respects, you know, constitutional, in terms of street, in terms of law and order, it is then that the army, everybody will look only to the army as the last standing institution which can save Pakistan. So it may happen. I don't see this happening at the moment because the army will not be able to govern Pakistan, you know, because they just don't have the expertise to govern this. But just one other point, you know, if I can, the question is, you see, also let's not forget the ISKP and the Al-Qaeda are incubating. The UN reports on the Taliban Sanctions Committee have said several times, and even the MI6 or MI5 chief said that the ISKP is now ready to launch attack outside of Afghanistan. So I think, yes, it will be terror central too, and it will emanate from Afghanistan. The point that Sushant is reinforcing his point, because the Taliban have so far not demonstrated full capacity to either act against the ISKP deliberately or they are incapable of acting against the ISKP. So that's the thing.
I'll come back to you, Rajiv. This issue to Sushant, because you've spoken on this quite often. Would you like to take on this particular aspect?
You know, I'm a little skeptical about all this blowing up of ISKP. There's no pun on the word blowing up of ISKP. But, you know, I think it's been exaggerated. I've always believed it. I'm not saying it's not a potent organization. I'm not saying it does not have networks. But, and when a British tells me that look, ISKP is really dangerous and has got these capabilities, I am very deeply suspicious, because knowing what the British operate, it seems to me they are making a case for recognition of the Taliban. And that is why because I haven't seen any real evidence of the ISKP ability to hit beyond some parts of Afghanistan, actually most of Afghanistan, and for that matter, parts of Pakistan, where again, for reasons very well known, because there's been a lot of overlapping between the cadres of these guys. In some ways, the Al-Qaeda seems to be a far more potent organization at this point in time, in terms of its footprint, in terms of its propaganda, a far more potent organization, and which is continuing to grow silently under the radar than when you compare it to the ISKP. So I am a little skeptical about the ISKP's abilities to strike beyond the AFPAC region. And when the Brits tell me that they have this capability, I'm even more suspicious.
Rajiv, to you the last question. Of late, we've been once again a lot of revisiting of Bajwa's famous old statements. You remember, in fact, Sushant has also spoken yesterday. I was seeing one of your YouTube videos. You were talking about the Bajwa doctrine, the very famous press conference which he had given, media conference which he had given in Rawalpindi at one time. So, a lot of emphasis coming back to say that Bajwa was the one who always spoke about the weakness of the Pakistan army, its incapability to take on the Indian army, also his overall working towards peace, some back channel messages being sent to the Indian army leadership and things like that. What do you make of this? Today, do you think in the state of weakness that Pakistan is, was there any truth to this? Is there any truth to it today? And is it likely to manifest? Is this some kind of an outreach that the back channel elements in Pakistan are trying to make to India?
The Bajwa doctrine is nothing but the Pak army doctrine. It's been named the Bajwa doctrine because it's propounded in his time. I think Bajwa was a realist in more ways than one, a rational real man who kind of understood the limitations of the Pak army. And when he spoke to Hamid Mir and 25 other journalists, he wasn't trying to tell them that the army is incapable or is not, cannot, or the army systems are not working. What he's trying to say is, listen, today we are in a mess. We are in an economic crisis which we need to get out of to progress and take the country forward. So it was in that sense that he meant that. He was not trying to say that the army is finished, we can't fight, and we have to make peace with India. No, I don't think he ever meant that at all. Yes, he probably meant that a certain air defense system was not working, or a certain artillery system was not working, or a tank was not working, or whatever that may be. But it was not as if the army had come to an end. No, it was not that. Yes, in his time, the institutional view was, I think it's in view of the problems they face, it makes more sense to open up gradually, especially trade links with India. And that is why the back channel outreach to India, which is real. And unfortunately for Bajwa, it was Imran Khan who backed out. He thought if he went along with the idea, he'd be accused of selling Kashmir. So it was Imran who kind of let him down, and it couldn't go forward. But the point is, now the question being asked is, will Asim Munir take it forward? Now, Asim Munir has been in the hot seat for about 5 months now. 5 months now. The time required by a chief who's come into that powerful position in very trying and difficult circumstances. And in fact, his appointment also had been made controversial by the PTI in the manner it was done. So I think we must look at the fact that what did Muslim Munir do? The regular thing. He went and visited the LOC first and made a statement: the Indian army, the Pakistani army, is well capable of defending Pakistan, and the Kashmir is an important issue for us. Thereafter, what did he do? He, like Bajwa, also met the business community in Pakistan, assuring them, "Don't worry, we are here. We will try work things out." That's what Bajwa did too. So he has been following the institutional line of action He has not done anything different. And I think he feels more confident today that he is more stable today. That's why if you notice, he kind of, his first foreign trip was to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, a very normal thing to do. Thereafter went to the UK, important aspect because ideologically, the Pakistani elite is more Western looking than Chinese looking. They all send the children to study in the UK and US. They don't send them to China. And thereafter, his now latest visit is to China, which came later. So I think he is following the line that the institution has laid out very clearly and Disney. And I think he has become more confident on himself. And if I may, okay, no, I won't get into that. But I think, no, it'll be a wrong thing to do that. But I think Muslim Munir has become definitely more confident in himself. And in due course, we might see a further unfolding of the so-called Bajwa doctrine in due course of time.
Interesting. Very.
Or the Munir doctrine.
Munir doctrine.
Which will become the Munir doctrine for you. Yes.
We've got about 3 minutes with us still. And I think I can dare to attempt getting 2 questions in. Okay, I can see one hand here, straight. Yeah. After. Quickly. Okay, just one second. Let Major Gaurav Arya ask while the mic is with him at the moment. Then we'll come back to you. Just be ready.
So my question is to Sushant. Sushant, for very long, Pakistan has always said that, this entire geopolitical mileage that it's drawn was because it was close to Afghanistan, shares a border with Afghanistan. And whenever somebody wanted to get to Afghanistan, they had their ports, etc. Now the same thing has become a liability. Now I'm asking you, and my question comes directly from your comment that the Taliban's ideology is an expansionist ideology. Radical Islamist ideology is an expansionist ideology. Now, Srinagar is not very far from Kabul. I'm not going to ask how long do we have, but that's what I want to ask. I mean, how soon is it?
We have as long as we have the will to fight.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. You lose the will to fight tomorrow, even Amritsar.
No. I'm saying not about the will to fight. I'm saying you have a buffer in terms of Pakistan, a physical buffer.
Look, okay, so I have a problem. Yeah, you can, if you're really a sucker for punishment, you can't call it a buffer. But that buffer has been responsible for the deaths, sir. Please give me the numbers you people have served in Kashmir. 30, 40, 50, 80,000 people in Kashmir? 80,000 people in Kashmir have died because of that buffer.
No, Sushant, my question is, if the Afghans decide to come east...
Yeah, how are they going to come in? Are they going to march in? They're going to do what the Pakistanis have been doing, right? Maybe up a couple of notches. So yes, you have to game that, you have to prepare for that kind of a fight. You have to take the fight into that particular territory.
Absolutely, that was my question.
You have to have punitive operations, but also remember that punitive operations do not end this problem. The Israelis have been carrying out punitive operations for the last 70 years. It hasn't really ended what is happening out there. Okay. So if we think that this thing is going to end simply because we are carrying out punitive operations, it's not going to end. Which is why when I speak about an endless war, I speak advisedly, and I actually mean it's an endless war. So you have to be prepared for it.
You have to be prepared for it.
And you don't have to bother about whether the Afghans will come in or somebody else will come in. This is your territory, you can defend it endlessly.
This is exactly what has emerged from this entire discussion. This is an endless war. And you can't start doing these kind of things of paying total focus towards a particular border in India and relegating this, thinking of redeploying your elements, etc. The next war will come to you faster than you can think. And that's the lesson which should really emerge from here. The Poonch attack should be an eye-opener for all of us, that we need not take our eyes off Kashmir at any time. Thank you. Yeah.
The same thing. I was just asking about the Afghanistan being interested in Kashmir. You clarified on that. Second point is it the time to solve the Kashmir issue? Because we have been always reacting, but not acting. So we have been always involved in what they will do. Is it not time to finish this issue? Because economic crisis, how long can Pakistan last?
May I ask you if you can qualify what you mean by finishing off the problem?
I myself am not very clear. But the point is, it has been a bug in the thing, and all our focus.
Sorry to take up the question from the panel. Your question is exactly what I was trying to answer in the last 7 days.
Sure.
And I was responding to a lot of people who were suggesting this thing itself. And I said, you tell me, do we drop a nuke there? We can finish it off. But ultimately, pragmatic, smart nations have to look at smarter ways, and those smarter ways don't come overnight. So this is a long war. As Sushant has very correctly said, this is a long war. We will have to find smarter solutions than just the idea of dropping a nuke.
And please don't look for solutions to problems of which there are none.
Thank you, sir.
I think the problem has been solved.
Yeah, the problem has been solved, the solution hasn't been found.
I mean, our side is no problem. They have a problem.
Okay, I think we've
lady,
gone over
young
time, but they've
girl.
got one question we can take. Okay. You'll have to get a mic quickly. Yeah.
I remember listening to this conversation, and there was a mention about water security. So what I was thinking about was about how the Kashmir issue could become more relevant in the years to come with the Indus Water Treaty and other things, and the headwaters of the Indus running through Kashmir, and of course with China being the larger hydro hegemon. Could we probably look at that as something which is going to become more important when it comes to the Kashmir issue, just not looking at other aspects?
So, you see, the Indus Water Treaty has held, despite the wars, the problems and all that, has held since the 60s till today. A lot of people say we should break the treaty, but how do you store the water of the Indus? You know, the Indus in India flows through steep gorges and it comes out into the plains in Pakistan. How do you, so that is one aspect of it. Second, the noises of the Indus Water Treaty are coming more from Pakistan because they have messed up their water resources. You know, today, because of so many other factors, I can't go into, time it doesn't permit, but the Indus during the summer months does not even reach the sea. You know, south of Kotri, there is no Indus, because seawater intrusion has happened. And why the Kabul River is important is that Kabul River brings in 17 million acre-feet of water into the Indus at a time when the Indus itself is running dry. That allows Punjab to produce a separate crop. If dams are built, and the World Bank in India is funding those dams, if dams are built on the Kabul River, at least 4 to 5 million acre-feet of water gets stopped on the Kabul River. That is why Pakistan is so worried about any dam construction activity over there. So yes, Kashmir comes into the picture because these rivers all originate, or not originate, but at least flow through Kashmir. We have not used our portion of the Indus Water Treaty of water still goes through the Satluj into Pakistan. The waters, the dams that we can build in Kashmir run of the river, we are still not able to do that. And therefore that water is going through. So I think the problem also is on our side that we have not efficiently managed whatever water was allotted to us. And Pakistan has a problem because they've mismanaged whatever water was available to them.
Thank you. I think our time is over. Unless the organizers want us to carry on.
Organizer busy in his phone, sir.
Gaurav, time is over. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Come, let's have a photograph. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion, sir. And I must compliment General Hasnain, sir, the way you moderated it and the way you maintained the discipline, the Fauji discipline in a non-Fauji this thing. I must say it was really tremendous, sir. Of course, sir. Of course. Credit to the speaker as well. Sir, may I now also once again show a video message, because earlier, just before the session, we showed a video message by our sponsors, PLR Systems, and it was so popular, and people want to once again see a video message by our sponsors, PLR Systems. So could we have the video, please? You can dim the lights. Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged to have one of the best cybersecurity experts in the house. Yes, we have Lieutenant General Rajesh Pant, who will speak on global challenges and local solutions. Sir, may I please welcome you on stage. Thank you very much, sir.
Point is on. Can we have the slides, please? Meanwhile, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really fascinating to see on a Saturday afternoon so many bright faces. Thanks to Gaurav. Maybe he'll just join us for having this extremely cerebral event today. I have been asked to speak for about 10 to 15 minutes on global challenges and local solutions. So we'll have a 5-minute Q&A towards the end. Can we have the first slide, please? This is not working from here. Let's start with the first slide. Yeah. No, come to the first one. Yeah. Can't start without quoting the Prime Minister of India. And if you see, some of you can't see what his quote is. It says, "I dream of a digital India where cyber security becomes an integral part of national security." It's a very important statement because national security today, as most of you are aware, goes beyond defending our borders and seas and the sovereign airspace. It also goes beyond energy, economy, society, food, water, and this is where he has realized the importance of cyberspace as a domain which needs to be an essential part of cybersecurity. The next slide. Can we have the next slide? I can forget the slides if you want and just keep on talking. So anyway, let me start by cyberspace and what we understand by cyberspace, because we are clear about the defending the land, air, sea. In the air, up to about 100 kilometers, the sovereign airspace. But cyberspace needs to be understood. It is the superset, as is shown on the slides, of the interconnected IT assets. And in this slide, I will just try to highlight a small difference between what we are calling as the national cyberspace and the national sovereign cyberspace. So, for example, you have some data, which is our own data, which is residing on an Amazon server, which is located outside the territorial boundaries of India. So that would be part of your national cyberspace because it's your data. But it is not sovereign because you don't have legal rights over the servers that are outside the country, because they come under the jurisdiction of some other nation. So that is where the difference comes, that the national sovereign cyberspace is that over which you have jurisdiction. So that means wherever your data is lying is also within the territorial boundaries of the nation over which you have legal rights. So there is a subtle difference which I thought needs to be understood. Next slide. On this. So why is cyberspace important? Is because that all your critical sectors today, the Digital India programs, you take any ministry, and especially after COVID, our dependence on cyberspace has increased so much that protecting it becomes extremely important. Let me start with the global challenges straight away. We can put off the slides. Don't worry, no problems. So let me start with the global challenges in cyberspace. And the first global challenge is geopolitics. Everything today is driven by geopolitics, and we are seeing it on ground. As to what the war in Eastern Europe has done, we've seen big tech taking sides, not only in the surface web, in the dark and deep web also. For the first time in my career, I am finding that even in the dark and deep web, the groups have taken sides. So there is an anonymous group which is now squealing against the Hydra group, and we can make out as to whose alignment is where. So geopolitics is the first major challenge, that it has created what is also being called as the future of the internet in terms of splinternet. So China has gone to the International Telecommunications Union with what is being called as a new IP. So they said that the existing internet protocol needs a change. So they have submitted a standard which is called as a new IP to the International Telecommunications Union. Why this is being done is because presently the internet is comprised of about 13 root servers. 11 of those root servers are in the United States, one is in Europe, and one is in Japan. So this is what has irked Russia and China, Iran, etc., that this is a very skewed sort of a distribution. So they have gone and applied for a new internet protocol. They've also said that we have a global system for data security, and the way they are creating the Belt and Road Initiative, and along with that laying the fiber and creating what is called as the digital Silk Road, you can make out that the internet is heading for a split, and that is a very dangerous sign, because that is going to make our job more difficult from the cyber security point of view. So geopolitics is the first point. The second is the lack of international regulations. It took the United Nations almost 20 years to create 11 non-binding norms of responsible behavior by states in cyberspace. I mean, the first United Nations group of government experts was formed in 2002. And from then, just last year, it has been approved by the UN General Assembly. And these are non-binding norms, mind you. as to how states should be responsible in cyberspace. There is a treaty called the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, which takes very, very long to implement. The letter rogatory also is a very long judicial process. So there is a lack of international regulation. Some years back, there was a manual, it was called the Talon Manual, that defined as to what is a cyber weapon, what are the thresholds above which we will call it a cyber war, but people have forgotten even Talon 2.0 now. So this is the state, the second major problem. The third problem would be the lack of attribution. Attribution means where are these cyber attacks coming from? If you come to the Shastri Bhavan that we have, there's a National Informatics Center is there. They've got a huge screen as big as this, which shows you apparently where the attacks are coming from. And you find that 40% of the attacks are coming from mainland United States of America. But that is not the case, because that is only showing you the last IP address. So the way the attacks are taking place is that they come in 3 to 4 hops. So he hires a server in a virtual server, VPS, in US. From there, behind that, he's in Netherlands. Behind that, he's somewhere else. And then ultimately, he's at the source of from where he's attacking. So it's very difficult. And why is he coming from the US? Because he's taking advantage of democracies which have strong privacy laws. So if I ask the Amazon server as to who has hired this particular VPS, it will take a very long time. In fact, you might remember that in the US itself, there was a case of bombing in the Boston Marathon, where there was an Apple phone that was found, and they wanted to find out the details of that phone, but the Apple company did not give them the details. They said, we have privacy laws. Finally, they had to take the help of the Israelis and get the details of that phone. So that is the next problem, the lack of attribution. Then, of course, we have that the crime as a service. You see, the criminals have got together. Seeing that there are no laws, there are no regulations at the international level, the criminals have got together and they have created crime as a service. So there is a very common syndicate called ransomware as a service, where ransomware, I'm sure all of you understand, these days the most popular attack is ransomware, where there's double, triple extortion. That means you first go and first you take away the data of the enterprise. Then you leave a backdoor also. Then you encrypt it. And then you ask for the ransom. So if he doesn't pay the ransom, you say, okay, I'll sell your data in the dark web. And even after all that, he's left that backdoor at the end. So this is called the triple extortion. So ransomware as a service, earlier there were only specialized groups carrying out these sort of ransomware attacks. Today, there is somebody called an access broker. He's already sitting inside the companies. In fact, he knows as to how much insurance that company has taken for cyber insurance. So if you go to him, he'll tell you from this company, you can get $10 million, from this company, $5 million. He knows the insurance amount also. So there is the access broker, there is the encryptor who will encrypt the data, there is somebody who will help you in exfiltration, there is a negotiator. You'll be surprised, we've had these couple of ransomware attacks, and you find there is a negotiator comes in between, who negotiates between the two parties. So it's a proper enterprise that is presently taking place in ransomware as a service. So this is a very serious aspect, because as per the World Economic Forum, cybercrime is today the biggest man-made risk to the economic progress of nations. And as far as India is concerned, if you want to grow at 6.5–7%, we just cannot afford these headwinds that are already taking place because of financial crime. So from the global challenges point of view, there is a need for international cooperation also. And finally, there is also a shortage of skilled workers, because the aspect of cybersecurity has become so important that suddenly we are wanting, even the small and medium enterprises are wanting skilled workers to help them out. So this is where the main problem is taking place, because the larger companies, I find, especially the banks and the larger enterprises, they have the deep pockets. So they have employed, they've got a security operations center, SIEM, SOAR, firewall, intrusion detection system, prevention system. They've put everything. But it is the 90% of the SMEs that are there in the industry that are facing the issue today. So these are some of the global challenges that we are faced with in cyberspace. So what is the government of India doing about it? Firstly, our existing cybersecurity policy is a 2013 policy. So a couple of years back, we established a task force. I was the chairperson of that task force. and we've drafted a new National Cybersecurity Strategy of 2023. It is presently lying with the cabinet for final approval, and that is a strategy which has a 5-year plan for the next 5 years. And we've tackled the entire environment of cybersecurity. The governance part has been tackled, cybercrime has been tackled, education awareness, the audits, cryptography, whatever is there involved in cybersecurity has been tackled as far as the strategy is concerned. Then the government has also issued a national security directive for the telecom sector, because in all our critical sectors, and we've got 7 critical sectors, including health and transportation and banking and financial services, etc., we've said that 2 sectors are supercritical, that is telecom and power. Because if there's no telecom, then there is no flow of information, and everything from digital India to education, everything stops. And again, if there's no power, then it directly affects all the things that I just mentioned. So to address the telecom sector, we've issued this directive, and which stipulates that any equipment connected to the National Telecom Network of India has to be a trusted product from a trusted source. And what is a trusted source? It is a company which we go into the background of that company. Who is the ultimate beneficiary? Does it have any connections with the military or the intelligence of that nation? And there are about 10 agencies which go into the background of that company and say, okay, this company is a trusted source. After that, when the equipment comes to us, then we go down to the active programmable semiconductors, basically the silicon or the chips, as to where are the chips coming from, because that is also a danger. It can be programmed to do something malicious. So again, we see whether the chips are coming from a trusted source or not. So with this, this was implemented from 15th of June 2021, and we've ensured that over the last year, almost 2 years, all the equipment that is being put in the telecom networks of India is a trusted equipment from a trusted source. Similar thing is now being done in the power ministry. They've taken the IT part from us, because in the power they have an operational technology and the equipment is different. The generation equipment, transmission, distribution, grid operations. So for all that, they are having a similar sort of a directive for the operational technology equipment. So this is how we've addressed the telecom and the power sectors. A number of bills are in the making. You heard of the Personal Data Protection Bill. The last 2-3 years, this discussion has been going on. Finally, the minister has said it is going to be introduced in the monsoon session, because a large number of amendments had been made in the previous bill, which started off from that Justice Kuppuswamy case, etc. But the Personal Data Protection Bill is going to be introduced in the monsoon session. Ministry of Electronics and IT is also working on a Digital India Act, which is going to supersede the Information Technology Act of 2000. So that is in the making. The Department of Telecom is working on a telecom bill, which is going to replace, and you'll be surprised, the Indian Telegraph Act of 1885. So the telecom bill is in the making. And you would have, I don't know if those who are interested in the cybersecurity field, recall that last year, 28th April, we, when I say we, means the CERT India issued a directive which stipulated a number of things. It said that in case there is a cybersecurity incident, you have to report it within 6 hours. You all have to be synchronized with the NTP, the National Time Protocol. All the VPS and the VPN providers here in India have to maintain records for 5 years. And the reason was obvious, what I told you, that people hire these VPS servers and from there they carry out attacks. And some of the VPS providers had left the country because they said we will not abide by this directive. And you could make out that these are the guys who are actually through which the attacks are coming. So certain directives have come out, and at a national level, we've got a massive program called the ISA program, the Information Security Education Awareness Program, which is carrying out the education and awareness, because we should not always be reactive post-incident. We have to prevent the incident. So preventing the incident is through education and awareness, it is through audits, it is through carrying out exercises. We carried out a national cyber exercise last year, and it is through carrying out what is called as vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, etc. So a number of these actions have been carried out. There is a very important appointment called the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, who's the guy who handles the cyber security. So far, at least in the government, what we saw was that the joint secretary of the administration was told, you will do the CISO's job, which was not fair because he did not have the knowledge. So now we've got all our CISOs, qualified people as CISOs, we're getting them trained and ensuring that there is this concept of crisis management plans, etc., being put into place. So these are some of the actions that the government of India is taking. The role of the private sector is very important in this because when we see our critical sectors, most of it is private. If you see telecom, all the big three are private players. So how do we handle that aspect? As far as I said, the major players are concerned, they have got good systems in place. But for the smaller players, we've given them free tools to carry out their audits and checks, etc. So these are some of the actions that the government of India has taken place. And finally, what I would like to say that post-COVID, basically, there are only two mantras for survival. One is personal hygiene and the second is cyber hygiene. And cyber hygiene impacts all of us because when I initially mentioned that we have these land, air, sea, space as the dimensions, I don't know how many of you go to air and space every day, but every day, the moment you put your neck down and open that smartphone, you are entering cyberspace. You must know the rules of cyberspace, how to handle social media, how to ensure that there is privacy maintained, how to ensure that your software is updated, the passwords, they should be of a certain length, etc. And all those aspects of cybersecurity that are being generally spread around. You hear these messages on the radio, etc. Because cyber crime has become very important. You will be surprised. I check up for the status from our government portal, cybercrime.gov.in every day. It is more than 4,000 every day people are reporting. These are the people who know that there is a portal, cybercrime.gov.in. Actually, every day there are about 10,000 people in India who are getting swindled by cybercrime. And the methods are various. You are aware of sextortion and phishing, and they just make you click and they make you scared that your electricity will get cut and people are losing a lot of money. So my last advice to all of you would be, please don't fall for these tricks. There is also voice cloning that I heard the other day. That means you'll hear as if your friend is talking, but actually it is somebody else. So technology has even reached that level. So that is my last advice to all of you, that please don't fall for cybercrime because that affects you personally, and they are targeting widows, they are targeting pensioners. There is a raid we went to, we found a list. They had a list of all the pensioners, they had a list of doctors, they know who's retiring and who's got money, etc. So, I mean, they are very targeted. They do their homework with social media, etc. and carry out very targeted crime. So, I think I'll end with that. And we can have a couple of questions, but just to summarize, what I've said is that the global challenges of cyberspace firstly emanate from geopolitics. There is lack of attribution, there is a lack of international laws and regulation. The criminals have got together as a syndicate, and all this is creating large loss as far as the nation is concerned. Last year we lost 2 lakh crores from cybercrime as a nation, which is why I said we just cannot afford these headwinds in view of the rate at which we want to grow. And at the government level, the nation has taken a number of steps from the draft National Cybersecurity Policy to the various bills that I mentioned, the Data Protection Bill, the Telegraph Bill, the Digital India Act, and what CERT, the Computer Emergency Response Team, has done, and various directives that have come out. And finally, I've just given you a sort of advice on how to be very, very careful in terms of financial transactions. Thank you very much. So we can take a couple of questions. Yeah, we can start from you, sir.
Thank you, General Sir. I'm Wing Commander Bakshi. My question is related to aspect of combat. The word cyber attack has come. Now, I presume that you can attack a military establishment of enemy country. Now, if the cyber launcher is not located in a military area, but in a civil area of a neutral country, can it be attacked? Or secondly, is the cyber launcher, is the cyber operator, if he's a civilian, is he a combatant or a non-combatant? So I would like to ask this question that suppose he's sitting in a neutral country, he's launching, but can I launch an attack? And is launching an attack legal against him?
So that's a great question, because what they say in Ukraine is that there are people who carry out a cyber attack, and after doing so, he just picks up his school bag and goes to school. So that is the asymmetry of. Please sit down. Please, you can. When I spoke of the global challenges, one of the aspects is asymmetry. Today, there are nation states getting attacked by individual hackers. That is the level of asymmetry. There are states like Peru and Papua New Guinea, etc., and Latin America, etc., the whole government has been put under cyber attack by just either an individual or a group of individuals. So, as far as the military aspect of cyber attacks are concerned, they can be launched from a third country also, as you mentioned, because the attribution, in fact, in all likelihood, they would be launched through servers in 2-3 countries. I mean, nobody is a fool to directly launch a cyber attack, because your last IP address comes straight away. And with every packet that you send is your destination IP and your source IP. So nobody does that. You directly attack a military installation. It will definitely go through 2-3 hops. And you mentioned a very important point. In warfare, there is now this concept of cyber physical systems. So it's not IT that is being attacked. It is power stations. You remember the 2010 Natanz attack as to how great a damage could be done because of a cyber attack. That's a very valid question. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think we are running out of time.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very enlightening, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you very much once again, sir, for a wonderful session, and it was an eye-opener for many of us over here. Ladies and gentlemen, now I welcome Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, who needs no introduction at all. You all know him, and he's going to be speaking on military diplomacy, the pen and the sword. Sir, please. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Jai Hind. I'm back as like a bad penny once again. And I can see that the attrition has still not taken place. Still, people are very much present. I was hoping that I'll be only speaking to about 5 or 6 people at the end of the day. But there seem to be many more at the moment. Anyway, this is a very, supposedly a very drab subject. A subject on military diplomacy. Is the sword sharper than the pen or the pen sharper than the sword? I'll try and make it a little more interesting for you by making it anecdotal rather than making it theoretical. But I got to start with theory because, you have people from all walks of life here who will need to be brought on the same grid to understand what is military diplomacy. Because as far as the common public is concerned, the military is nothing but throwing a couple of weapons at the enemy. Right? It's all about fighting, it's all about AK-47s, it's all about the kinetic domain, counting bodies at the end of the day, not realizing that warfare is not just kinetics. Warfare has a spectrum, right? Now you're looking at cyber. We just heard the whole beautiful presentation on cyber. Cyber has nothing to do with kinetics. It's a kinetic in a different domain, right? But you see the kind of effects it is happening, and it's very much a part of warfare today. Similarly, you will find in the spectrum lots and lots of activities. Diplomacy is one of them. Now, let me try and illustrate this to you. One of the best things happening at the moment is Operation Kaveri going on. Okay? And I haven't seen it myself, but I'm told of a wonderful video which has appeared yesterday evening of the Indian Defense Attaché in Riyadh standing. He's the one who's looking after this entire Operation Kaveri from that other end. Standing atop a platform and announcing to the people at the airport or wherever they are picking up the people from and saying, the Indian Army has come. Don't worry, the Indian Army has come. Can you find a better example of diplomacy? The message conveyed clearly, hum aa gaye hain. Hum hai na? It reminds you of the famous movie, Hum hai na? We are there. When we are there, you don't have to worry at all. That's the message which is being conveyed. And if the system does not utilize this capability of the armed forces, then you are wasting a resource. Every embassy, every place has got structured, has got a defense attaché, something like that. You got a MI foreign division here. These are all structured aspects of diplomacy. But going beyond that with many other things. Let me start by explaining to you. I was on a visit to Ankara many years ago, almost 20 years ago. And my flight was late. I was going as a part of the Royal College of Defence Studies delegation. And we landed in Ankara and my flight was about 8 hours delayed. 2 o'clock in the morning we reached. I had with me people from about 18 countries, developed countries, this, that. All of them reached bleary-eyed. No one to receive. There was someone from the Turkish government who had come to receive us. But I was like a VIP because I was being received by the Indian Defence Attaché in Ankara. Brigadier Ajay Talwar of the Mechanized Infantry was there at 2 o'clock in the morning to receive me. When the 18 officers who were with me saw it, they were from 18 different countries. When they saw this, they said, amazing. You mean to say you got an officer from your army here? I said, yes, absolutely. He's receiving me at 2 o'clock in the morning, shaven at 2 o'clock in the morning. It projected something different. Here is a different army. Here is a different country. That is military diplomacy in many ways. The projection, the right projection of your nation. And you'll be surprised that 2 evenings later, I was attending a reception at the British High Commission or the British Embassy there, because we had gone as a part of the British setup from London. The British High Commissioner, or rather the British Ambassador to Ankara, tells me, you know, Brigadier, that time I was a Brigadier, do you know, Brigadier, whenever I'm in problems, whenever I need some information which I can't seem to gather from anywhere else, whenever I need a little analysis, whenever I need something focused on a difficult issue, I only go back to one man in Ankara. I said, who's that? He said, the Indian DA. Amazing. You are the whole British embassy there. No, but he went back to the Indian Brigadier because he was the most knowledgeable man among the entire setup of embassies in Ankara at that time. This is what military diplomacy is all about. Projection of your image, correction, and helping resolve these problems. Let me give you one small definition of it. The profession, activity or skill of managing international relations, typically by a country's representative abroad, is called diplomacy. Right? And what is military diplomacy? The employment of military resources in a non-offensive manner to create or facilitate a positive working environment and promote trust. It is a subset of political diplomacy. On its back rides national strategic outlook. Let me give you another example. Why do you think Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have enjoyed such a strong relationship over years? Do you know that in 1978-79, when the Iranian Revolution took place, Saudi Arabia perceived a threat to the royal family. What's happening in the environment there, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan had taken place in 1979. They turned to one country, who were supposedly great friends of theirs, Pakistan. And from Pakistan came an armored brigade and an infantry brigade, and stayed in Saudi Arabia for the better part of the next 15 years. They embedded the relationship between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. The protection of the royal family was in the hands of the Pakistan army. I'm not giving you only the virtues of the Indian army, I'm saying world over, military diplomacy is a domain which is not spoken of so often, not recognized so often, but is well known and needs to be looked at much more seriously. Let me give you another example. I can keep giving you anecdotes after anecdotes on this issue. I went to Tehran as a part of an Indian delegation, not too many years ago. It was after the 5th of August decisions on Kashmir, 370. You will be surprised to know that in Tehran, our embassy itself, very happy to see my face. Said, you've come, so why don't you detach yourself from the delegation? I said, why? He said, we need you for something different. Let me know, what can I do for you? He said, we need you to speak to the Iranian media. Next 2-3 days, if you can spend time with the Iranian media, television, print media, etc. I said, on what subject? They said, Kashmir. Why? Why? There was no one with hands-on experience there to speak on this, to go to the media. And you know, Tehran is the propaganda capital of the ISI. That's where the ISI goes and talks the maximum. Because they know India-Iran relations are in the making, Chabahar and things like that. And they wanted to make sure that they go there, talk about the UN resolution, about India's human rights violations in Jammu and Kashmir and things like that. They said, so if you can speak, I thought this was a great opportunity. I went downtown Tehran, spent my next 48 to 72 hours only in television studios, with different print channels, with different print organizations, and interview after interview. You'll be very surprised to know, every question which was thrown to me in the interviews was as if it was drafted at Rawalpindi. That, you see, the perception was that no one knew what is Shimla Agreement. Shimla Agreement, bhul jao. Everyone spoke of Karachi Agreement 1949, which is something which we don't even talk about today. Now, if you don't have knowledge on this, if you don't have knowledge on these issues, you're not going to be able to speak on it. For us in the army, those who have been in Jammu and Kashmir know that what is exactly the Shimla Agreement. How was the LOC exactly created? What are the conditions on the line of control? What are the challenges? What is the meaning of proxy war? What is the meaning of sponsored terrorism? These terms are alien to people around the world. No one knows about it. Let me tell you one more small story before I end. This is all about my international travels. Spoken at Tel Aviv. Went to Tel Aviv as a part of the Herzliya Summit, counter-terrorism summit. This is one place where we can speak openly. Pakistan does not even have it doesn't have diplomatic relations with Israel. So unlikely that there's going to be anyone here to be speaking against India. So let's give the Indian standpoint nicely. Let's put this across to people, international community here. Let them all hear what the Indian stand on Kashmir is and other issues. You will be surprised. When my turn came up next morning to speak at 10:30, but before that, at breakfast at 8 o'clock, there were 3 Pakistanis sitting with me on the table. 3 Pakistanis were sitting with me on my breakfast table and sharing breakfast with me. They had reached there also. It just shows that someone was very proactive on military diplomacy on the other side of the line of control, who knew that we will be there to cultivate our point of view here in a very important summit. And here, it was important for them to counter our standpoint. So, what I'm trying to essentially explain to you, next 2 minutes only, is that there are domains and domains and domains which can be exploited by those who make political diplomacy, those who are career diplomats, have to understand that there are people and there are domains which can be used tremendously. For example, again, are you aware that our staff college, our Defence Services Staff College at Wellington, established since 1948, has got alumni after alumni from all over Africa, all over Asia, lots of countries of Europe, etc. Sudan is one of those countries which has constantly sent an officer as a part of our ITech program to India, to the staff college. If someone perhaps had made an effort, you may even have found an PSC officer of the Sudan army there at the moment, with whom you could make a contact. The reason why contacts between uniformed people make such a difference is, first of all, because you're uniformed. You are of a different culture, considered to be of a different culture, of a certain different training. There's a commonality of your thinking, and therefore people who are in uniform normally tend to flock together. It helps in the overall diplomatic posturing. Last part, if there's anything more which I have left to speak. Do you know that India, after having won the 71 war, how did our relationship with Bangladesh flourish thereafter? Not too great, not too strong. I went in 2015 to the National Defence College of Bangladesh to speak there. I was horrified to know I was the first Indian Army general to be speaking at the Bangladesh NDC. We should have had a general officer, an air marshal and an admiral speaking there every year. That's what we should have done. By our neighbor. A country we have helped deliver its independence. We didn't have to talk down to them. We didn't have to tell them that we delivered your independence. No, we were there with you when you were the ones who delivered your independence. That's the way diplomacy works. No, but we were wrong in our approach on that. Over these years, fortunately, amends have been made. Today we have a good, flourishing relationship with Bangladesh. I was very, very happy to go there, speak. I was supposed to speak at only one event, and I spoke at 5 events subsequently. In one particular event at the Bangladesh Institute of Strategic Studies, the Prime Minister sent her military advisor to listen to what I had to say. The Indian general has come from India. Just listen to what he is saying. And this was the time when Bangladesh was suffering from acute threats of terrorism, internal terrorism, from the Jamaat-e-Islami and things like that. I spoke exactly that. Nothing against in any other way. I wanted to convey to the Bangladesh government, the government of India, the thinkers within the strategic community of India are all with you. We support you. That was the message I wanted to convey. And that's the message which came out clear next morning in the media when I found that I was in the headlines speaking that. So it's important, it's a very important aspect. One doesn't realize it, that the pen sometimes, the mind sometimes, there are lots and lots of people in the armed forces who are doing tremendous work. I mean, this kind of cyber work which General Pant is doing at the moment, I can assure you there'll be n number of countries in Africa and Asia, etc., who would love to collaborate with him. Because that's where the future is. And that's where we should be moving. We should be assisting all those countries. And his organization can do wonders in a field like that. So as technologies move on, as India becomes more and more advanced, as we become a $5 trillion and a $10 trillion economy, let's not keep political diplomacy as the only diplomacy. Let's make sure that we look at other domains of diplomacy, among them military diplomacy being one of the primary ones. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for this wonderful session, sir. It was really an eye-opener for many of us. And now we'll have a short break, a short tea break. Do you want that or not? Or should we continue? All right. We'll have a short tea break, about, say, 10 minutes is good enough. So we'll have a short tea break of 10 minutes. And thereafter, we have a very interesting session by Mr. Atul Rane, the CEO, MD of BrahMos Aerospace. BrahMos, which is India's Brahmastra. So be here on time. He's going to start exactly after 10 minutes. So be here well before time. All right? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. And may I request you all if you could kindly call your friends or your neighbors or your partners inside. We are starting the next less than a minute, in fact. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all had your cup of tea and cookie. And after this refreshing break, we have a very refreshing session lined up by Mr. Atul Rane, the CEO and MD of BrahMos Aerospace. BrahMos, which is India's Brahmastra. Sir, may I kindly request you to please come on stage and deliver the special address. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, or it's almost evening, but it's good afternoon always to me for me. First of all, I'm not able to see what's there behind me. I'll keep turning around to look at it just to make sure that the guys there are in sync with what I'm speaking. It's nice to be here. Thanks to the Chanakya Forum to have a private industry on board for having a talk. You've been having a lot of the government officials here. I'm semi-government. Yeah, I belong to the DRDO, but BrahMos is owned by the government of India and the government of Russia. So we are a private limited company registered in India, which is something which is a very rare thing. I'll be touching upon that also as we talk, because the journey of BrahMos is a very interesting journey, which is akin to many of the things which have happened in the past, and which actually is attached to a few of the events which have happened in the past. Shall we go to the next slide? It's a very mundane slide. I mean, I have a few slides which are even more mundane than this, just a few lines, which are, because being a specific talk and trying to get forward a message, I thought I'll try to make it in a little different way. So there are some which have pictures, some which are just lines. But what I wanted to tell you is warfare is at the forefront of civilization. And all of us, of course, who read, if there is any activity as old as human civilization, it is warfare or conflict. I mean, I know naughty people would have had other ideas also, but yes, conflict has always been one of the things. And the race on the battlefield to be one up on your opponent, on your competition, is what has made the actual fighter or the warrior to become an inventor. And that was the evolution of warfare over the years. One of the small things which I like to have and which I like to keep is what happened in this 18th century, the early or middle 18th century, when the French and the British were actually fighting over the riches of the Indian subcontinent. They came up against Tipu Sultan, a much maligned man today, but he was actually the person who used the first, what we believe, the first rockets in warfare. The Chinese have created rockets, they have used flaming arrows, they have used flaming spears, but as a rocket, it was something, most probably it was Tipu Sultan who used it. And mind you, Tipu Sultan had a rocketeers division in his army, about 1,200 people. The Britishers, after William Congreve started, sometime in the early 19th century, they created their first official rocket brigade. So I'm just trying to bring that there is a history that the British took away from India and went back and created the rockets. Of course, I'm not going to go on a history of rocketry and what happened. That's well known. Next one, please. What we did is, within India, to stay ahead of stay ahead on the battlefield. Sometime in the 80s, the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program was created with Dr. Abdul Kalam as the chief or taking care of the thing. There were 5 projects in that. Essentially a technology demonstrator for the intercontinental ballistic, the surface-to-surface Prithvi, surface-to-air Akash, the surface-to-air Trishul, and the anti-tank Nag. It was very interesting that when these choices were made, it was made with the idea that these are technologies which we may have, we need to work on. It's a long-term thing, and these are weapons which we need almost immediately. But then they worked on this. The IGM-DP has been the workhorse of the DRDO for many years. I am one of the people who has worked in the IGM-DP right since my inception, and till I stopped working in the IGM-DP when the BrahMos program started, because BrahMos was not classically the IGM-DP. Next one, Hari, if you... that's the result of the IGM-DP. We have a huge missile showcase. And it's a very proud thing to say that, actually speaking, if you're talking about ballistic missiles, if you're talking about surface-to-air missiles, if you're talking about anti-tanks, we are totally self-reliant. This is because of the IGM-DP. There are a few other missiles which are added here, which are the extensions of the IGM-DP. And the IGM-DP has actually enriched the technology of our country, not just because we have missile technology, we are strong. It's not that. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is the industry has grown with the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program. BrahMos figures here as part of the missile showcase because, yes, BrahMos is largely an Indian missile. The next one. There was a little gap when I told you about the IGM-DP was being made. In the 90s, early 90s, 91, the Gulf War started, and the US unveiled the Tomahawk as one of their big weapons. Desert Storm, up to 2003, they used approximately 1,500 Tomahawk missiles. Of course, that was the first time when they did the teaming of the manned and unmanned with the F-116s and with the Tomahawks. The Tomahawks were used massively for Desert Storm, including the presidential palace, which they took out, missile sites and all that. But it has been seen even at that time as well as later on into the later 2001 Afghanistan, deliberate force in Bosnia, Odyssey Dawn of Libya. Massive numbers of Tomahawk were used, and it was very clear that cruise missiles is the future of warfare. That's what the Persian Gulf wars taught us, and it's very clear that the Tomahawks are still in use. Next, please. So then, obviously, we had the IGM-DP. We had, it was already on, it was already moving forward. But then it was very clear that India needed to work on a cruise missile. Now, should it be a Tomahawk-style cruise missile, or should it be something better? We started looking at our partners, who could be our partners. And I think it was but natural. India in those days was being pushed towards working with a partner who you can trust and who can offer something which can be of use to India. Next, Hari. In 1993, that's when I made my first trip to Russia. I was part of a small team. We were working with the Russians. They were helping us as on technical consultancy on a few of our programs. I was an Akash man. I used to work on the surface-to-air missile Akash. We were going there to actually finish off the work which we had gone to them asking for help on Akash. They unveiled the small missile, the liquid ramjet missile. And they said, why don't we start looking at missile around this? The Russians already did have one. They had the P-800 Onyx, which they had created with this engine. But then there were talks which started, and the joint venture BrahMos, next slide, was actually created in 1998 through an intergovernment agreement with Russia, where they created the BrahMos Aerospace to design, develop, and market an anti-ship, supersonic anti-ship cruise missile. Not a very large capital pushed in. It was put together, but the idea was that the joint venture was created, BrahMos Aerospace was created in 1998, and there have been, excuse me, a lot of pluses after this, a lot of gains, lot of things. I'm going to go into all of them one by one. Next one, please. The main thing is that we shared the technology. There were technologies already available with India, which we had worked on while we were in the IGMDP, and there were the technologies which the Russians had. We brought these to the table as process stock items. In other words, these items did not have to be developed. We didn't have to put money into this. What needed to be done was to just design a missile around these technologies. So there was sharing of knowledge, there was sharing of technologies. We were able to do things in time. Very interestingly, a company created in 1998 were able to do our first flight trial in 2001. We are talking about a supersonic cruise missile. In 3 years' time, we were able to create our first flight trial with hardware from both the sides. It's something like a record. And we got our first orders from the Indian Navy in 2004. So that is within 6 years, we had our first order, and we were inducted into the Indian Navy in 2005. So, and then the Indian Army in 2006. The speed at which the BrahMos missile was created and pushed into production and inducted was possible only because of a very interesting joint venture which was there. It's created what is known as, what I very proudly say, a world-class product. There have been spin-offs, not to the world, not to the common man, but spin-offs to our partner industries. I'll touch upon that as we come. But then everyone would be asking, what is BrahMos? I mean, there's so much of hype. Next one, Hari. We are a missile, universal as I use it. It's the same missile in the same form fit, which is launched from a ship, from the land, from underwater. Minus the canister, it just goes underneath an aircraft. In fact, I always say that we are the only country which has a single supersonic cruise missile on all three arms of the forces, a triad of supersonic cruise missile with the forces. This is actually one of the unique points of BrahMos, that it's the same missile which you're able to use in various modes. And next one, please. I would be showing a couple of videos to actually energize myself, and I have a story again about each and every launch of BrahMos from the beginning, from the first one till I think up to the 20th launch. After that, I went into a few other jobs, and I've come back into BrahMos only recently. But we are a missile which is lethal because of its supersonic speed. Supersonic speed from the moment of launch, I mean, it does take some time to reach supersonic speed, but that's only about 8 or 9 seconds. And we are supersonic from that point till impact. There's no other missile like this. I can tell you that. We are multi-platform. We are multi-trajectory. high, low, 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 that is sea skimming. Yes, in the early part of this millennium, we did say that there was no defense against a supersonic missile, let alone a supersonic cruise missile. Technology moves forward, so now there are defenses, but we'll not go into that part of it right now. I mean, maybe some other day we'll talk about the technologies of what are there. We do have a possibility of firing in a salvo, that is between one launch to the next launch from a single platform, if it's a multi-platform carrying thing like a ship or the land launchers. Time between two launches, 7 seconds. The same launcher has 3 or 4 missiles. We can target 3 or 4 targets at the same time, so multi-targets. What type of targets? Of course, we are an anti-ship missile. We have developed and improved ourselves over the years, gone through a lot of things. Do understand, India was on the wrong side of the MTCR for a very, very long time. The missile technology control regime did not allow transfer of technology to India on missile technologies for missiles greater than 300 kilometers, carrying payloads of more than 500 kilograms. Still, you saw the missile showcase, which actually we were able to do it, and then the world started saying, hang on, these guys better be part of the MTCR, otherwise they might be ready to proliferate. India has never attacked anyone. India has never invaded anyone. India will never proliferate technology without doubt, because it's the technology is with us for our defense. We will maybe export systems to help the defense of other countries in case they are threatened by their enemies or what they feel threatened with. But with time, we have become MTCR signatories, and hence the missile has improved in its capabilities. We don't go into what are exactly our capabilities and what exactly we are capable of. This may be because we are part of a company which is part of a regime which always says that why should we let the enemies even know what we have? But we are lethal, and everyone has been seeing what we are capable of. Our notification to airmen and the marine does give away sometimes what we are doing and what we are capable of. But it's a missile which is unbelievable. What we are going to show you next is one of the first launches of BrahMos with a warhead. With the warhead against a ship. Mind you, this ship, ex-INS Anrodh, was an Indian naval ship. After the impact, there was a chopper which went, and we were in constant contact with the chopper, and I kept asking, VP, tell me, VP, tell me. I mean, we were not even talking in normal protocol. He says, I don't see the target. I don't see the target. Then they found a Gemini, which was about 1 kilometer away, where we had some Marcos. They are the ones who took this video. He says, we spotted the Gemini, but we don't see the target. That means target is definitely down. 5 minutes, sir. 5 minutes for a ship to go down. The Marcos were unbelievably happy, and they said that, give me this weapon. I want to go. I want to go east. I want to go west. I want to take this out and show it to the world. But yes, we have done a proof of concept. We have taken our missile and gone underwater 30 meters and launched this missile, proving to the Indian Navy as well as to the world that the same missile in the same configuration, in the same canister, is capable of an underwater launch. We have done the design for putting it onto submarines. Now it's up to the submarine designers and the Indian Navy to tell us we want BrahMos. BrahMos is a conventional warhead. We have never ever decided to use a nuclear tipped warhead because we want BrahMos to be used to defend our country. It will be a weapon which can will be used by our armed forces if and when they desire and need it to be used. The strategic missiles will never be used. Those are deterrents. This is a tactical deterrent. This is a missile which will deter our enemies. Don't come near. We will be able to take out your assets at fairly long distances without your even being able to retaliate. And it's not nuclear. Yeah, we have a land-to-land launch. This is done from, in fact, very interestingly, Port Blair. I must tell you, these are all fairly old launches. These are about, I would say, the ship launch which you saw was about 20 years ago. These launches are about 10, 12 years ago. I was still part of the working boys of BrahMos. I spent time on this island just to see what it looks like and what it be like. So for me, this is, a very emotional time to even see this video, even though it's after such a long time. We have, as I said, we have worked on the air launch version. We have a wonderful squadron Tiger Sharks based in Tanjavur, the south of India, and a BrahMos missile on the Su-30. We are the heaviest That was a ship which was, 300 kilometers away from the launch aircraft. We are a gravity drop missile. We are not hot launched. So we fall by gravity and then start Next one, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that the BrahMos missile is the forerunning weapon of the Indian Navy. They have declared it as their frontline weapon. It's not very far away when the Indian Air Force will say that this is the weapon which we want for always. Yes, we are a heavy missile. The Su-30 carries only one. So this is the heaviest weapon which is being carried by the Su-30 today. It may be one of the heaviest weapons carried under the belly or under the wing of a fighter aircraft, but the Su-30 is refuelable. And that means the Su-30 can fly anywhere into the world. In other words, this lethal missile can be delivered to any point of the globe today. We did start off BrahMos with the idea that we would be we're a concept within the mind which would go into the market being the Indian Armed Forces. Time has gone by, we have done a lot of work, a lot of people interested, and we got our first order, an international order. In fact, the very first big order which the Indian government or the Indian defense industry has got for a major weapon system, January of last year, it was an honor to sign this contract with the Philippines Department of National Defense, 3 coastal batteries for the Philippines Marine Corps. We're in the process of executing this contract. The first deliveries will start by the end of this year, and the system should be operational fairly soon after that. We've already started the training of their personnel. We have started the work on the ground at their place. And very soon the West Philippine Sea will be a safer place for the Philippines. There are many more countries who are interested in the BrahMos missile. We are in talks with them. It's not easy to sell this missile. It's saleable only to countries who are acceptable to both India and Russia. We do need the permission of both the governments to sell this missile. That does limit the number of countries we can go to, but the southeast of Asia is acceptable to the whole world, because everyone does want to make sure that the West Philippine Sea, or all the sea which is there, is actually a free flowing, happily marketable, navigatable sea for the world. The Middle East and the Latin American countries are also interested, because there was a day when it was way back in 2001, end of 2001, beginning of 2002, when a European naval chief, we explained the whole concept to him in an exhibition at Langkawi in Malaysia. And he says, my God, you have a concept, will it really work? I was a young boy and I said, it will work, I'll make sure, and we'll make sure it works. We've actually proven that it works now. He says, I don't want to be on the wrong side of this weapon, I want to be on the right side, I want this on my ship. Well, he's never going to get it, because it's an Indo-Russian joint venture, but everyone wants this missile, and if they're capable of having it, it will be there. Next one, Hari. I will be going a little faster now. I spent a lot of time, but I wanted to make sure that all of you are aware that this is a actually live and kicking article which is actually working. We have done only 34 development trials. Our Indian armed forces have done their own user trials. In fact, we were just talking about it over tea. They keep doing trials, and to date, 106 BrahMos missiles have been launched. BrahMos missiles I'm talking about have been launched, and all of them have gone to their targets. In fact, there are a lot of other stories also, but that's a little different. From the day one, when we started the BrahMos Aerospace, it was decided that we are going to involve the Indian industry. This is the biggest gain which actually the joint venture has created. Industries were identified right at the beginning, and we had already created what we called the public-private industry partnership, which we wanted to use for production of the BrahMos missile. Today we have got even very small industries directly delivering items to BrahMos Aerospace for the integration into the missile. There are a few major public sector units and a few major private industries also. But more than 200 SMEs and I would say more than 600 industries altogether working as the part of the supply chain of BrahMos. It is what I call the BrahMos Missile Industry Consortium. This was actually created well before the clarion call of Atmanirbharta Bharat. But this is what the whole country is now trying to emulate and make sure that the industry within India is able to contribute to the production of all weapon systems in the country as far as possible. It's not possible for a country to be totally self-sufficient. Let's take it at that. But we should be as far as possible self-sufficient, and we would not be able to then fall into a situation which we have had at some time earlier. Next one, Hari, if I can, this thing. It's something which I call the BrahMos way. When we started, it was the only company which actually thought of, doing its work right from raw material to the integration of the missile. Everyone else who integrates missiles in our country today gets a lot of free issue material that is from someone or the other as a free issue material, or the FIM is very well known among all of you. It's been a strong, long-term practical vision with a belief in innovation. We have followed in those days the concurrent engineering principles because we are an old model. We are not part of the new thing. When we are going for our new things, we'll be doing it in a little different way. But the various visions which the leaders had before me and which I hope to hold a candle to in the future is the success of this joint venture. We have a long way to go. We have done a lot. We have a long way to go. We are funded by 2 different governments, yet we operate as a private limited company. That gives us the chance to work at speed, with absolute speed. Of course, the execution of the tasks and the autonomous operation actually helps us in doing things really fast. And that's why that speed at which we have been able to reach where we are right now. It's not easy for such a young company to have an order book, which we started with. I must tell you, the infusion of capital into the company was $300 million. Today, BrahMos has an order book of approximately $6 billion. And we hope that it would be about $10 to $11 billion in another 5 years' time. So it is a psychology, a unique venture which has actually moved our Indian industry into a higher gear. Next one. These are the mundane slides I was talking about, that it's just angrezi, but I wanted it to be there to actually explain that our industries have actually gained in a lot of ways. We have been able to create within our country different alloys which were never done within our place. We've got chemicals which have been created within India as part of the indigenization process. BrahMos has stood for indigenization right from day one. We started low within the missile. Today we are way ahead in the missile in terms of indigenization. Manufacturing technology in our country has increased. Next slide, please. There's been an actual, during the creation and working of BrahMos, there's been an actual networking of R&D, academy and the industry. R&D of our Russian partners, our DRDO, be it the young boys with me. There's been hand-holding of the industries right from the inception to the point of where they are able to give us our subsystems. Mind you, BrahMos Aerospace is a private limited company. It's an industry which does the integration of the missiles on our own. We get inputs of technology in terms of subsystems initially from our partners, but after that we have been self-sufficient. As I had already told you about our achievement in terms of finance, but I must also tell you that our shareholders, the government of India and the government of Russia, have not taken back a single penny or rupee from BrahMos as profit. Whatever resource or funds generation have been there have stayed back with BrahMos, and those have been plowed back into R&D. This is an example I want to give to the rest of the industries of India, be them either defense or even civil, that it is this which has to be plowed back into the R&D. We cannot keep expecting giveaways from the government that I want to do this, please give me a grant, please give me help. We need to get it done from within the companies ourselves as far as possible. We need to plow back our interest in R&D. Next, please. Everyone, I mean, I should have put this earlier, but I had left it towards the end. It's a proud moment, again, once more to tell you, there is no supersonic cruise missile in the world today. Whoever pretends to be a supersonic cruise missile is subsonic, and they become supersonic only towards the end of their trajectory, towards the end of their profile. All the others are, all of them are subsonic. Everyone would say, why? Then what's the necessity of supersonic? What there? Then I would ask the next question. Why is everyone making such a hue and cry about the hypersonics? Then obviously supersonics is just a stepping stone to hypersonics. There is no comparison of BrahMos. We are a triad. We have a triad of missiles, the same missile, the same technology on all the three forces: land, subsea, sea, airborne. Attacking various type of targets. All other missiles are only for either a particular type of launch vehicle or a particular type of targeting. Next, please. We have been an innovative model. We are a supersonic cruise missile. We have the universality. That's the innovation which our product is. We've been able to deliver with speed in the sense in terms of time. It's this organizational innovation which has been there, which has helped us to do our work in time, deliver in time, and whatever the users have needed, it has been there. We have created the military industrial consortium which has been required to develop and produce this missile. There has been a lot of technology innovation. It's been unbelievable. We have been working together. I have been working together, I must say, and my colleagues as well as the people before me who have already superannuated. We have worked our lives on this particular missile. There has been a trust created with our partners. It's no more a business. It's actually no more a business. People may say that do we or do we not work with such partners? Bring me another partner who can work like this with us, who will give this sort of a technology. I will say, yes, I shall work with them. But I will always remember that this is a partnership which we started with, and this is a partnership which can only grow. We do have had a lot of business innovation over the time. We have been able to look at a lot of participation from our users, and we have had a massive work on product support. In fact, we have a track record of giving product support to our users and keeping the system up without it being ever non-functional for less than 72 hours. 72 hours is the minimum downtime of any system which is there with our users right now. It's been next Hari, it's again looks like a very mundane slide, but it's just a small statement I want to say, is that BrahMos, the Indian-Russian joint venture, is a weapon system which has been created due to the shared visions of both our countries. We have harnessed the best of technologies, we have harnessed the best of scientific minds, we have in fact harnessed the best of business senses between us. We have actually proven that India can leapfrog from just being a buyer to a developer. And we are capable of moving from not only developing and producing, but we can even export to the world. This has been a win-win situation for both our countries actually, and more so for India without doubt. Next slide. Everyone does ask, what is BrahMos going to do next? You have done so much. We are going to be making a missile which is smaller than BrahMos. It's exactly the BrahMos, half the size of BrahMos. I call it the next generation. I don't want to leave the name BrahMos because it has become a brand name. It is a brand name all over the world. We are a trademark symbol now, so it can be used by anyone else as such. But the next generation missile, we would be carrying up to 2 missiles under the wing of an aircraft, be it the Su-30, be it the LCA Tejas, or any of the other aircraft, which means we are going to be force multiplying like very hugely. We do expect, I mean, this is the business sense which we are planning. It's a miniaturized BrahMos. Whatever's there today, it's the miniaturized one. And we have the hope that we would be able to bring this out to the world, into the world market within another 2 years' time. We have already finished work on the preliminary design. We'll be doing trials by the end of next year. Start production based on orders from our Indian Armed Forces and move forward from there. Everyone does ask, what else? Everyone does ask hypersonics. I do claim that this particular missile, everyone keeps asking, what is this you call the advancements, the improvements? Is it just range? Is it your capabilities? The enhancement, does it mean range only? Please understand, it's not just range which is important for a missile, it's the speed also. The current conflicts of the world have told us that supersonics may not be enough. BrahMos will be looking at a Mach 5, Mach 4.5 to Mach 5 variant as a stepping stone towards the actual hypersonic missile. Do understand, BrahMos is not a technology company. We are a venture which takes technology from both our designers, puts it together and creates an article over it. It's the technology bricks which we need from our partners. Once they give it to us, then we, partners being both DRDO and Russia, once they work out the technologies and they give it to us, we will be designing a missile around it. This is the future which we are looking at, and gung-ho, we are going forward. We are going to be going forward, and we're going to see a lot. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for throwing light on such wonderful, insightful topics which we had very little idea about. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a panel of 4 very learned, educated, highly experienced intellectuals who have one thing in common. Yes, they all belong to the Air Force fraternity, and they are going to be talking about aerospace power and India as a rising power in aerospace, in fact. So may I call upon Air Commodore SP Singh, sir, Wing Commander Swam Prakash Singh, Group Captain Arvind Pandey, Group Captain TH Anand Rao. Thank you very much for sparing your time, sir. And as I said, there's one thing in common. They all are from the fraternity of Air Force. Well, the most important thing is they are from CAP, Center of Air Power Studies. So they are going to throw such insights which many like me who had no clue about. Yes, please. Thank you very much, sir. You may take the mic, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Air Commodore SP Singh, a fighter pilot who spent about 34 years flying different fighters. And now I am in Center for Air Power Studies. And today with me, this team panel, I have Group Captain Pandey, who's an ISR expert, Wing Commander SP Singh, who's an air defense controller and expert in the drone warfare and airborne warning control radars, and Group Captain Anand Rao, again a fighter pilot, and he specialized in space. Now today, before I start anything at all, I just want that a lot of people to thank right in the beginning, and there are some challenges that I want to lay out. The first person to thank is Gaurav Arya, and it was given the opportunity, and thank you so much for the Chanakya Forum. The next person to thank is General Atosan. He's just left for making my job much easier. He talked about the military diplomacy. I'll talk about the military diplomacy through air. A little bit of it, I'll tell you. And the next person to thank is CEO MD BrahMos, Mr. Arun, who also made my job easier because I don't have to now talk about weapons you already heard about and you've seen the live demonstration of the destruction that weapon can cause and gives you the advantage over the thing. Challenges that we are already about 30 minutes late. That too at the end of the day. So to keep you glued to us and listen to us with attention and finish it in time, that is the next challenge. But I'll show you we'll finish in time so that you are not stuck in traffic. All right, now coming to this, how the Air Force panned out, the topic today of discussion is Rising India and Rising India Aerospace Power. And that is what the main thing is. Before I begin anything else, last thing I want to thank was my own Indian Air Force. because that they made today's job much easier by what has happened just yesterday night. On the night, yesterday midnight, there was a massive evacuation carried out from Sudan, which we all are aware. And this evacuation was the most audacious in my entire service career. I'll tell you why. The evacuation that was carried out was not normal daylight evacuation where the aircraft goes, there are people to welcome, lined up and then go. What happened yesterday, it had to be done in an airstrip, which was a disused airstrip. It didn't have any landing facilities. It did not even have the runway lights available. It did not have the fire safety hazard assistance. And it did not have any refueling capability. With all these odds against, we had to evacuate people. And look at the pilots what they did. They used the night vision goggles, IRFR, and landed perfectly on the night. Thank you so much for encouraging the Air Force. Garuds came out, sanitized the airspace around area. 120 people, Indians, most of them were pregnant women, senior citizens, and some children. They were all brought in, and within a short time, it took off to the skies and landed back safely. Today, they all are in India. That is what the capability today we have in Air Force, and that is what is Rising Air Force all about, and that is what exactly military deployment. It sends a very strong signal across the world. I'll tell you, when I was a youngster in 1985, I started my flying career. My first lecture which I had to give was on Osirak nuclear reactor attack by Israelis. It was one of the perfect attack carried by Israeli Air Force, and the next thing I heard was the Entebbe operation by the Israeli Air Force. I was in awe as to what kind of Air Force is this that carries out such absolute perfect operations and nobody can touch them. And today, I can tell you with confidence that we are well ahead of the Israeli Air Force today, and we have gone past that. That is the Rising India. The Indian Air Force has always come up to the challenges that are posed, and they are unprecedented challenges. Within 1 year of our independence, in 1948, we had the so-called Kabbalists about to take over the J&K sector, cut off the J&K from India, Kashmir Valley. And that is where the Indian Air Force came to rescue and gave a winning hammer. Air Commodore then, Baba Meher Singh, rose to the occasion, took his Dakota aircraft, flew the 1/6 regiment from Jammu to landed Srinagar airfield through the Pir Panjal ranges, which are higher than the capacity of the aircraft, through the valley, through all the dangerous routes he flew and landed them there. And the 1/6 regiment thereafter was able to save the Srinagar airfield. The best example of the joint operations and the kind of capability that we even possessed that time. From there, we have come a very long way. You all must have witnessed the Kargil warfare. Our army was stuck very badly. There was a lot of opposition. Enemy was sitting on the higher heights, and army didn't know how to counter. We were losing a lot of jawans. And that's where once again air came to rescue. Our Mirage 2000s, they carried out the precision attack with precision bombings and destroyed Tiger Hill and Mantodhalo. Both of them fell, and that was the end of the Kargil war, and we were winning. That is how the air power is, insurgent air power, and that's what we are going to talk about. Not only this, I have given you an example of the various warfare, where other roles the Air Force has always been participating, and the diplomacy that General Atal Hussain talked about. The most famous case is the vaccine diplomacy, where the 108 nations were given the vaccine by the our aircraft which moved to various countries during the period of pandemic, with pilots taking all the risk of reaching those nations and carried out. The world has acknowledged it, WHO has acknowledged the capability. Along with that, if you all remember what happened in Delhi, there was a huge shortage of oxygen, and the oxygen tankers were brought in from various countries and brought in short time. And that is what the capability today we have. And we are going to move even further. Brahmos already told you what weapon capability we have. I am also talking the capability otherwise in HADR mission. Whether it was the water shortage in Maldives, overnight we provided about 3,000 liters of tons of water, or the Ukraine, where the war started and our students were stuck, medical students, all of them were, not even one chap was left. Everybody was brought in. So this is the entire gambit of the Indian Air Force, Rising Aerospace India. And obviously, air is not the only domain, aerospace is the complete domain. For this, that's why I have the panel with me, and we are going to discuss few issues. Since space is the overarching over us, it's an umbrella, and it's right that we start from space and come down back to the closer air. So I will actually invite Guru Anand Rao to tell us that does he see the India becoming a global space power in the present day, the way space is growing, the space assets are growing, space is a focus. Today, you'll see large number of things happening in the space. A lot of companies have come in, private companies have come in. Ukraine war showed us that how it was used. Starlink was used for providing information to the Ukraine forces, how it was effectively used. There are large number of issues. So I will request Dr. Anand Rao to tell us about as to is India going to become a global space power and what do we need to do about it? Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think India is already a global space power. If you look at the global space rankings, India ranks 5th or 6th in the global space rankings. But it's not just the statistics. If we have to tick certain check boxes to say that we are a global space power. And what are these check boxes? One, I'll say launch capability. India does have a decent launch capability. We'll not go into how many rockets we can launch and what weight we can carry into space. But we are one of the few countries which has a launch capability, and that itself is an achievement. We can make our own satellites. That's a big achievement. We have a booming private industry which manufactures satellites and contributes to space services. We are using space services in a very big way, even in the armed forces. We have our own navigation satellites, the IRNSS. We have an indigenous capability for ISR, that is intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance through Earth imaging satellites. And we have our own communication satellites. So the entire gamut of space services, India has its own capability to be called a global space power. And beyond the satellites, we have also gone beyond the orbital space into deep space, where we have done missions to the moon, the Chandrayaan 1 and 2 and the 3, which is going to be shortly coming. And even to Mars. In fact, we have gone to Mars before China also. So all these activities say that we are actually a global space power. And now that we have reached here, we have to move ahead in this chain of hierarchy. And to do that, there are two very important things. Firstly, we need to have space technology, and we need to keep upgrading our space technology, and which ISRO is doing a very wonderful job in this. And along with that, we also need to have a space economy to drive the space technology, because both are complementary to each other. Space technology drives the economy, and the economy drives the technology. And both, a nation which has both these can be called to be having a space superiority. At the same time, it's not just enough to have space superiority, because there are threats and hazards in space. We need to deal with the threats of the adversaries, and therefore a certain measure of space defense capabilities are also required, which is also called a space control. So a nation which has space defense capabilities will be able to maintain the space superiority. And when you have both these, then there is a certain degree of space dominance that can be achieved.
Can you all hear me? Okay, I think this is very well conveyed to this, but I must bring it to the focus to the once again what the IF is all about. The military organizations are about the safeguarding the sovereignty of the nation, and IF per se is for targeting. That means what the Army and the Navy cannot reach, Air Force has a reach, can reach farthest of the targets, fly down there and destroy the targets. So the enemy backs is broken. Now for these things, for doing a targeting, what I understand is the most important thing is the information, that you must have correct intelligence, and that intelligence is gathered through various means. And the assets in the air which can give you the information are very important. They can give you timely information, they can give you accurate information, they can give you continuous update about enemy disposition. Now for these things, space assets become very important, and the ISR, intelligence, surveillance and recce, these three portions become very, very important. And for this, I will invite Group Captain Pandey to tell us something about as to with the two enemies, that is to our north, northeast and west. We have a large land area to be covered, as well as now the Indo-Pacific becoming a major challenge, where the last oceanic area is to be covered, and China is expanding its fleet over there. So what kind of ISR capabilities do we have, and how do you think we are going to utilize these facilities in the future war?
Thank you, sir. ISR has been defined as intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, and it takes us to the targeting part of Indian Air Force, as we are known for the targeting. Now, as we say intelligence, it is all-inclusive intelligence, which could be from air and which could be from space. As you know that we are growing from air power to aerospace power, so our aim is to take this capability from air to space. As of now, we have a lot of capability in air regarding collection of intelligence, all air assets, whether it is fighter aircraft, whether it is unmanned aircraft, or whether it is any other sensor which is available to us. Now we want to take this further to space so that we can have the enhanced range, or maybe we can, in military terms, we can call this as strategic depth. So when we call this as strategic depth, then as is being said, the air intelligence platform have a limited kind of range and capability. But then as we take it to the space, it increases multifold. So if we take this Pakistan challenge or China challenge or Indo-Pacific challenge, then certainly we cross this China challenge and this Indo-Pacific challenge and the Pakistan challenge. And once we take all these things to space, we have all the capabilities. Now, I'll give you some example of how this thing works. In Ukraine war, you must have seen, because it is the latest example which is now available. So how does this intelligence comes to us? So if you have heard that in Ukraine, you have attack wherein the Russian forces were attacked tracking their mobile phones. So this is also a kind of RF intelligence which is available to the forces by tracking the mobile phones. Mind you, all of you sitting here, including us, are being known, our location is known at every times, and that is why this problem of location and in sensitive areas, these mobile phones are not permitted. So this is the kind of capability we have. Now, once we know the exact location, we can easily task our aircrafts or missiles or whatever things we have to target the targets available, whether it is east, whether it is west, or whether it is Indo-Pacific. So this is the kind of capability we have, and we will continue to grow further as we grow from air power to aerospace power.
Thank you so much. I think this is the, we have come down to the crux that I was talking about, targeting. Now, Ukraine war has, if you all have been following, has opened up a lot of aspects of the air war which is going on. And it is not only space which has taken the dominant portion and all in the war, but the drones have come to play a major role. And drones have really become the major warfare instrument. Main thing is that they are very small, non-detectable, and they can be operated easily and very low cost option. The cost is also not much, and they can carry some weapons, they can become a kamikaze drone, they can go and hit the target themselves, and they can be controlled from anybody with little or learning. So unlike the air power where you require aircrafts to be trained, pilots have been trained for almost 5-6 years and they become operational, here it is not the right requirement. So very quickly can be trained. So similar thing, Indian Air Force has also got into this much earlier and it's into the drone. So I'll request Vinkaman especially to tell us, where do we stand in terms of drones for the Air Force is concerned in targeting, and how are you utilizing drones in India? What is the future? If you can just...
Thank you, sir. Journey of drone for Indian Air Force started almost 2 decades by now. And we have been dependent upon equipments from Israel. Recently, if you have seen in the last 2-3 years, there has been a top-down approach by the government and rather than the Prime Minister himself. And because of which we have seen a huge proliferation of drone in India. Government has released this drone liberalization policy in 2021. So this has actually opened market for the commercial use. That is one. And second is that there is a very huge awareness amongst the academia, industry and business people that drone is one equipment which can make wonders. Now, coming on to the military aspect of it, there have been a few wars in the recent past where drone has been used phenomenally, and more than that, the narrative of drone has gone at much higher scale. But it also has got both pros and cons. If we say that only drones will change the character of warfare or future war fighting mechanism, it is not. Drone could create a nuisance for one particular purpose, but drone replacing the manned fighters or drone replacing other potent equipments what conventionally a Air Force operates, that will not happen. Drone, there is another concept which is coming, and every Air Force is now trying to practice, is of man-unmanned teaming, MUMT. So that is one way where Air Force is also looking at, industry is helping us, that how these drones can be clubbed together with manned fighters in our combined offensive counter-air operations. So Indian Air Force is also working on that. For Air Force, another point what is important is that drone is used for ISR as described by previous speaker. Drone is a very potent platform to get that, because our manned aircraft cannot remain on station for long, whereas drone has the capability. Drone also has got certain characteristics as per height, that is they are high altitude drones, medium altitude drones, which is required for a continental size of country like us. Indian Air Force and rather Indian Navy also, Army, Tri-Services, we are procuring a whole lot of drones in these categories. And I think next few years we will see mass induction of these.
Very nice. Thank you so much. And actually, what you brought up a very important point is that drone itself will not be the only portion that will be taking part. They cannot replace the manned fighter and all. Obviously, Air Force has had to concentrate not only on the drones, but also on the fighters, transport, helicopters, everything which is a war-waging machinery. And during the war, during the operations, it will be a kind of net-centric warfare. So communication will play a major role. ISR, as brought up in player, space assets will play a role. And all of this will be combined together through a secure communication through weapons and carried out. Now this particular thing, so as far as the fighters are concerned, like till late, we were all dependent on the fighters from the various countries, friendly countries, that's Russia, USA, France and UK to some extent, and this is how we have been inducting. The latest induction was Rafale, which is once from France. Definitely, yes, it is good to have the aircraft from there, but what happens is during operations, once you have the war and all, you are fully dependent on the maintenance support as well as the weapons coming from those countries. So if they have different alignment at that time when you are in war, obviously your supply chain will stop. And this is what is the biggest bugbear. So for this, the entire initiative given by our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, Atmanirbhar, is the soul of this. And that's what has moved forward. Even IAF has taken leaps and bounds in this Atmanirbhar. We now have the LCA, Light Combat Aircraft Tejas, which is indigenous built for last about 20 years and is now operational in the Air Force. So two of these cons are there, and another 2 years we'll have 84 more aircrafts, which are in the annual, and we'll have about at least 8 squadrons of the LCA with us. Similarly, Navy has gone in for the LCA. LCA Mark II, which are a higher version, has come up. We are also working for AMCA, which is Advanced Military Combat Aircraft. The design is already frozen. So by 2025, even that will start coming up. And as far as the helicopters are concerned, combat helicopters, just last September, our Honorable Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh Ji has handed over the aircraft Prachand, that is a light combat helicopter, to the Air Force, and large number have been inducted in Air Force as well as the Army, and they are going to be the mainstay. As far as the replacement of Mi-17 fleet is concerned, look at the way Russia is at war, so a lot of supply chain problems have come up, so this is going to be replaced gradually by indigenous aircraft. So similarly, transport aircraft, all this will happen. Air defense also will play a major role. The eyes in the sky, they play a major role in controlling the war from there. Radars will play a major role to give you the right information about the enemy, and all this is how it's very well integrated. That is what is of essence. So for eyes in the air, as far as the DRDO has done a good job,
they have developed the aircraft Netra, which is on the Embraer aircraft. We have developed our own airborne early warning control system, which is almost indigenous, not completely indigenous, but it is doing a good job. Along with that, we have the airborne warning control radar systems, AVACS. And I'll request Wing Commander to talk something about the AVACS and AEW as to how do they assist us.
Yes, sir, there's a very important assets of Air Force, and when we speak of air power only, not going to space, I think eye in the sky, AVACS is the thing. And one important aspect I want to bring out here in this audience, that so far there has been understanding that AVACS, which has the ability to look into deep into the enemy airspace, is a support element to our main war fighting. From there, then people graduated that, okay, from support it has become enabler of air operations. But it is not so. AVACS, which has got tremendous potential not only for surveillance, for controlling, it also has got tremendous potential for online networking, ELINT, SIGINT, COMINT. So these actually makes AVACS as an orchestrator of air operations. So I want to bring that point, very important point, which should be driven to the industry and to concerned people, that it is no more enabler, this is orchestrator. As far as Indian effort is concerned, DRDO has made Netra, which is already in service, and they are also making another 6-7 aircraft, which is information is available in open media. But AEWNC, Netra, that is called Airborne Early Warning and Control, this is a limited version of AVACS. AVACS has got the capability of 360-degree around with active airborne radars, whereas AEWNC has got limited of 240-degree or something like that. So it is very important that our industry must also look into this aspect, and we need to have more number of AVACS as compared to AEW. The present inventory, whatever we have for the continental size of our country, we require something around, if we multiply by 5 times or so, that is the requirement which is with.
I think you're absolutely right. And you brought out a very important point that this, what we are talking about, the airborne warning control system and the enablers are in the air power domain. The main overarching is the aerospace. And there's been a lot of talk about the militarization of the aerospace. And huge amount of things are going on in the space. From the earlier talk about it's for peaceful use, and ISRO was working throughout for peaceful use of the space, has now changed dimension. And like it was brought up by Gopi Pandey also, that the Ukraine warfare has brought to the forefront that how the space has been used effectively for the warfare. So militarization of space is one of the major worry, and obviously India has to rise to that challenge. We have to make sure that we are defending. Gopi Rao had brought out, we must have the space defense capability and space offense. So may I request you to kindly just tell about how the Indian Air Force is working towards militarization of the airspace, and what are our capabilities and what are we doing in future?
I think we must first realize that space is a strategic domain, and everything beyond designated orbits are actually a military domain. Space has already been militarized, not now, but towards the end of the Second World War itself, when the V-2 rocket was launched. That was in fact the first weapon that went through space. And subsequently, all the technology developments that have taken place were all towards the military utilization. And the armed forces across the world have got more and more dependent on these space services for their operational functioning as well as routine functioning. And what are these services? They are the navigation, the ISR that he talked about for targeting, the communication services, weather predictions, and so many more, early warning. These are all services available through satellites which have proliferated into the armed forces, and armed forces have become dependent on these services. And therefore, that has also created a vulnerability, and vulnerability in terms of anti-satellite weapons. The genesis of anti-satellite weapons is to degrade the functioning of the militaries who use satellites for space services. Therefore, there is a threat to our space assets. There is a threat to freedom of operations in space, and that's where the armed forces also have to step in. So the armed forces in general would broadly have two roles. One is the enabling function, where they use these space services for their targeting and other requirements. And the other is a securing function, where we need to secure our assets in space from enemy action. And both these have to be done by the armed forces. And the Air Force has a major role to play here, because anything that goes in space has to go through the airspace. And air and space are a contiguous medium. And therefore, it would be apt to call the Air Force as an aerospace force.
Absolutely. I think very rightly brought out, and you brought out the threat to the assets that is there. China had already demonstrated ASAT capability, anti-satellite capability, and that's what the main threat is we have to worry about. Shifting a little bit from here, like we come back to the ISR, which is space assets have to give us the right amount of information in time and accurate information. So recently, the space policy has been just launched, Space Policy 2023. Guruji Pandey, how has it helped us, the IAF especially, in getting the ISR ecosystem in place? Will we be benefited from it, or is there something more to be done about it? Just kindly.
As you said, sir, this Indian Space Policy 2023 has just been announced, and basically it gives an impetus to the things which we use in, especially in ISR. You all must be knowing that ISR is basically imaging of the Earth, or we call it Earth observation. So it is heavily dependent upon the resolution of the sensor which is available on the spacecraft. And once we have a better resolution in our pocket, we have a better picture of the enemy, and we have a better targeting capability to the Air Force. So what is this space policy does is it gets to us a very, very fine resolution, which I am not telling here, but then although it is an open domain, but then it takes us to a very, very fine resolution, which gives us a very good potency to first image, and then target the enemy at all times. And the beautiful thing which has been done is, till now generally it was in government control, but then now it has been opened up to the private industry, so that in case private industry wants to invest or develop or do some kind of joint venturing and some kind of R&D, then it is available to the private industry. And we have seen that once it is opened up to the private industry, the technology comes fast and easy. So this is what Indian space policy gives us in the ISR domain.
Absolutely right. Now, remaining on space, which is obviously the mainstay aerospace part, one of the major things, Guruji Rao, that we see is that every country today is launching satellites, and whole number of satellites now, it has gone multiplied by almost tens and twenties. So with so many satellites over there, is there any kind of regulation? Is there kind of space traffic management? And how is it being done? If you could just throw some light on it, that will be nice. And this will be the last question before we wind up. Thank you so much.
I think you're absolutely right, sir. The traffic in space is increasing and increasing rapidly. And just 3 years ago, there were less than 2,000 satellites in space, but today there are more than 5,000 satellites. And there is an estimate that in the next 10 years, or rather in this decade itself, there will be at least 1 lakh satellites in space, and that's because a lot of small satellites are being put up, and they're calling them mega constellations. And the Starlink of SpaceX is one example. There'll be many more which will come. So the traffic in space is definitely going to increase, and we need to be prepared for it. Now, how are these objects which go into space controlled? As of now, there is no management of space traffic, but there are regulations. And these regulations are basically to control the traffic, which is being done by the ITU, the International Telecom Union, a UN body, as well as the UN COPUOS, the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs. They both combine and control, and the active control part is being done by the Space Operations Center of the US Space Force. So now space traffic management is an evolving phenomena, and there are hectic discussions going on in the UN on how do we manage the space traffic. And to understand space traffic management, we need to look ahead at least 10 years from now, what kind of traffic is going to be there. Today we don't see more than one rocket being launched from any part of the world, but It is predicted that there will be multiple rockets being launched from various parts of the globe in future. There will be space planes which will be taking off from runways, flying in the airspace, going into space, coming back, landing back on runways. Aeroplanes will go higher altitudes. There will be balloons which will be going to higher altitudes. There will be UAVs which will be going to much higher altitudes. And there are pseudo satellites, and there's a huge suborbital region which has been unexplored. So the traffic within the airspace, which extends up to 100 kilometers, is definitely going to increase. And even in the orbital region, we have seen the orbital satellites numbers will increase. So how do you control all this is an issue which is under deliberations. But definitely it's not possible for one control center in the US to manage all this. There will be a requirement of regional centers to manage the space traffic. And there's an opportunity for India here, because India being in a geographically an ideal position to take on this responsibility when regional space traffic management centers may be set up. So this is an opportunity which India has to explore, and especially for the Indian Air Force, this is an opportunity. So it's actually not space traffic management, it has to be air and space traffic management which has to come up, because there will be a lot of traffic within the airspace and the suborbital region also.
Absolutely right, and thank you so much. And in the last about compressed time frame of about 25-30 minutes, we have tried to cover almost the entire gamut of the aerospace warfare rather, for you, and give you the glimpse of what the Air Force, your IF capabilities are, both in times of peace and war. And obviously, what we see visibly most of the time is the peace warfare, as I covered the HADR missions and the airlifting of various people, vaccine diplomacy. But just to assure audience, everybody else, especially the younger lot, IF has come a long way, and especially with this Atmanirbhar initiative, we are moving very fast in terms of self-reliance. And soon we'll have a very formidable force technology we already have. Our pilots are well trained. We carry out a large number of international exercises with various countries like Australia, US, UK, France, Sweden, as well as Singapore, and ongoing. These are ongoing exercises, we keep doing them. Our pilots are well trained and very well exposed to various things. Aerospace already been covered as to how the space is going to cover the thing. Future warfare are going to be drone warfare, space warfare, and obviously net-centric warfare at the level of the aircrafts. And this is how going the whole gambit will be. But to assure everyone else, IF is fully capable to undertake any challenge as it was there even in 1947. With this, we come to the end of the session, and I think we have time for just about 2 questions before Mr. Gaurav gives me dirty looks. So just 2 questions, okay? He's already giving me dirty looks. He sent me slips, don't worry. Sir, we have just 2 minutes. Sorry, 4 minutes, 2 questions. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, anybody, any questions you have? Yeah, please. Sir, I'll just. Sir, let him first finish. Youngster,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Hi, Manish here from Hypersci. My question is regarding AWACS. So between 2012 and 2015, we heard a lot of chatter and discussion among defense forums regarding AWACS and Netra program. However, after it's like 8 to 10 years, and we haven't heard much development. So is it a strategic decision to not go with be it IL-76 with Israeli radars, or is it a focus on going with Netra program with smaller aircraft?
Every Air Force would like to have as many AWACS as possible, and so is the case with IAF. IAF had moved a proposal to get AWACS under AWACS India project, but because of prioritization or budgetary constraints, that could not move ahead. So, and thereafter this Atmanirbharta thing has come. So India is moving ahead, and our main concentration as of now is to get AEW from DRDO. The concern with IL-76 aircraft, you are well aware that it is an old aircraft, and Russia-Ukraine conflict is telling us that one has to be self-reliant, we can't be dependent upon spare parts and all. So having AWACS on a legacy kind of aircraft, it requires a serious brainstorming, and so discussion is there on that. So we would like to have, a better platform for AWACS, and work is on. Work is in progress.
Sir.
Thank you, Air Commodore sir, and your wonderful team. We have brought out things very clearly. But I would like to ask you a small thing. As we know that 100 kilometers is our area over where sovereignty is there of a country. Now when the space war is taking over, the satellites are there. There will be space stations and there will be civil traffic. There will be civil. And in case of a conflict, now what happens? How do we then decipher what will be the control system where you will control your space weapon systems not to attack the civil, not to attack the civil satellites, etc. Now this is going to become a very, very complicated thing. Humanitarian laws will dictate you the laws in attack, the laws in defense. You will have defense in space. So will that be a study separate? Perhaps I think you will have to create one more directorate to study all that.
Absolutely. Sir, I think Rupi Rao can answer. He's already having a lot of information on that. He'll answer.
Rupi, sir.
The things in airspace are very clear. In sovereign airspace, the air defense takes over all activities. But what is not clear is what is going to happen in space, because whatever you mentioned is all possible. The UN Charter of Self-Defense also is applicable. NATO has declared that if there's any attack on any of their satellites, they have the right to respond. So warfare in space is very much a possibility. None of the existing laws prohibit it. The only thing that is prohibited is the use of nuclear weapons in space. Conventional weapons are all, that's an open-ended thing. It's likely to happen anytime.
Not banned yet.
Yes.
Not even on ground.
Yes.
In space, it is.
The rule is that the gamut of humanitarian law, proportionality, limitation, and unnecessary. You commanders are at judgment.
Absolutely. You are very right, sir. This is all, and this is an evolving process, and that person on the spot will have to take a decision based on. Absolutely. You are very right, sir. And with this, we come to the end of this. Gaurav, sir, we are dot on 6 o'clock. To the T, and A4 has met the target. And thank you so much. I know if there are a lot of other questions people have, only request is we are at Center for APAS Studies. You can all, anytime you are most welcome to visit us, discuss any issue, we'll be more than happy to answer. And thank you for being such a nice audience. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Yeah, please, okay.